DJ Cumberbund.
Game start.
If you see a faded sign at the side of the road that says 15 miles to the Dragula.
아파트 아파트.
I am the one exterminating sun, flipping through the trees, strangling the breeze. Come on. Dead, I am the sky, watching angels cry while they slowly take conquering the worm.
Yay! Yay! Come, bro. Yay! 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 I'm gonna come in the overflow room. I'm gonna come in the overflow room. I'm gonna come in the overflow room.
I don't even start and people are already getting on my nerves. Hi everyone. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. This moment why here now is why some streamers used to have really cool redeems and now they have no redeems. And I'm getting pushed into the other column. Hi everyone, hello, good evening. Happy Friday. Happy Frigdag. Hello everyone, welcome. God, I hate that the tits bot now has to physically connect and tell me it's connected every time I just turn on the fucking program, even if I want to test it. Hello Harupian, congrats on first. Hello Daedric, Prince of Comfort. Hi Akorum, hi Turtle, I'm going to violently shit in your ears. Hi Line, hi Plague, hi Draconic, hello Harful, even though you might not be able to hear me right now. Hello Hex, hello Devil. Hi, welcome in, hello. Alright, and... untime out Harful. Oh, and hi Fudgy. I can't give positive affirmations. Yeah, because you all fucking, like, hey, I just had Harful spam a bunch of shit when I'm walking back to my PC with a brand new style of Monster Rio Punch. Something I've had a sip of, very warm at work, and went, yeah, that tastes okay. I wonder if it tastes good cold. And now I have a very cold one in my hands. It is. It's well, I'll just take a picture of the goddamn thing. No, I'm not restarting my PC. No, I'm not fucking restarting my PC for a Windows update. Fuck you, I don't care. Let me dump it in the Discord. Come on, phone. I know you're like 10 years old, but you still function. You still work, little buddy, and you're gonna work until the end of time. 'Cause I ain't getting a new fucking phone, especially one without a headphone jack. Holy fuck, if I have to deal with a phone without a headphone jack, I will murder somebody. I'll just pick somebody and be like, today's your day to meet God if they're real. Open link. Drag this. Andy Watcher. Bam. My big head's in the way. But yeah. What was the flavor described to me? Like fruit punch and bubble gum, which I don't get the bubble gum. I get more strawberry and orange Starburst. I can see my Windows updates pending, like a plane approaching my. That plane's getting really close to the building. It'll fly away. It'll fly away. Don't worry about it. That plane's really close to the building. Maybe he's gonna do a trick. And a Kit Kat. Oh, hello, cookie dough. Pepsi, cream soda, and a cookie dough Kit Kat. Interesting. I'm not one to eat cookie dough. I never got the idea of eating the raw cookie dough when baking it tastes better when it's warm. But no. Maybe I'll hunt that down. Either way, I'm gonna crack this Rio. I got this Pepsi in front of me. I should finish this first. There, finished. Because it's the juice variety, I don't get the delicious sounding pop crack or pff. It's got this taste around the taste. Like there's the initial flavor of a juice, but then around it, like a membrane, is this chemically close to tangy aftertaste. I can't quite put it. Now that I let it rest on the tongue for a little bit, the strawberry and orange definitely is like on the forefront. I'm not too big on the Rio Punch. I'm not either, honestly. That's why as a backup, I got the monster that I like, the Pacific Punch. But hey, you know, Brazil. We try it at least once. Exotic fruit flavors with a hint of spice. I don't know where your spice is coming from. Where's your breakdown of the actual flavor? Not recommended for those under 14. Yeah, no shit, this thing will kill you. Okay, apple juice concentrate, white grape juice, papaya, mango. Okay, you know what? It's probably that fucking papaya. The fish piss? What do you mean? They got rid of it? Did they get rid of it? I loved fish piss. That was great in the summer. And yes, I will unironically call it that because it's a lemonade with a bunch of fish on the can. I can't not call it that. I am but a mentally undeveloped child in an adult body allowed to buy pornography, handguns if I was in a proper country, and I can gamble. I shouldn't be able to do any of those, but I can. Well, I can do at least 2 of the 3. Bastards, I just want a fucking deagle. I want a deagle, or I want a fucking revolver, or I want a 1911. Actually, I want a 1911. 1911 for an everyday gun, and then a nice revolver just to sit there and spin the barrel every once in a while. Intentionally scratch out the point where I load in the one fucking live round and then just play the funny Russian roulette game in front of people. And then one night get a little too drunk. Late last year, they replaced it with the objectively bad Viking Berry. Fuck right off! You mean I can't get fish piss anymore? They appear to be canceling it in places where it doesn't sell well, specifically the US. Oh, so I might still be able to get fish piss. Thank God, please. Please, Lord, give me this one fucking thing. That's all I ask of you, you stupid bastard. Aussie Lemonade Monster Canada. Looks like I could still buy it. But, It'd almost certainly not be canceled the lowest one much in your hopefully it stays in Canada. I'm crying. Wait, bad news for Canadians. Oh, it might be North America. There's no hard, firm answer on that. I can't seem to get it on Amazon, which is usually a bad sign. Ooh, you know what? That's a good call. Let me load my Amazon. That will totally dox me if you little fuckers see it. Aussie Lemonade Monster. Oh, no, I can get a case. I can get a case for $35.88. That's $3 a can. Oof. Oof. But I can get it. Hi, Taco. Hi, Taco. What's up? Wait, what's going on with these monsters? I'm pretty sure the store here has some stocked. This monster is the new monster on the market that I got, and it's okay. It's a bunch of
Dude, what the
flavors
Why
from
are you
Brazil.
fucking here, man?
So you
You're
get
so
your
old. Where's your wife? Go home to
apple
your
juice,
family,
white
dude.
grape, papaya, mango. It's not bad. Give it a try, but like that sounds like an aftermarket listing at that price. No, Fudgy, I'm in Canada. One monster costs $3 here. $2.99 a can. I got this one and the other one on special. They were $2.49 a can.
That guy's a cyber character.
I live in a
He's not
communist hellhole called Canada. I miss Ultra Black. Hello, Gehimli. They're fuckers. It's like Faygo. They should just make every flavor. It doesn't matter. You make enough money. Faygo doesn't even make that much money, and they've got like fucking 50, 60 flavors. And they're a fucking mom and pop shop out of Detroit. Hi, DJ Officer. Hi, Tilted. Yeah, it's okay. The aftertaste is starting to build on me. I really do think it's the papaya. I just don't think my tongue likes papaya. That or it's the combination of all the extra chemicals on it. What's a dumb thing I made? So when I got home, I had to run back to work. Toho 20 ounce, never kill yourself. Yippee! I had to run back to work to grab something. Well, I had to do an exchange, so to say. And on my way back, I was just looking at Twitch, and I was like, oh yeah, Moriko did her whole, like, fucking never-ending challenge thing. And what was it? She shared this. Shut the fuck up. She shared this little bit from it. She's gonna compile all the story and animated segments into one big thing. But it's just this little, like, transformation sequence. And I was like, oh, this is neat. It's your classic, let's just cut apart fucking sprites, move them around. I always appreciate the never-ending challenge. I didn't get to watch it this year. I got to watch maybe like 2-3 hours of it. But yeah. As I see this, a little worm in my brain, probably the same species that took over RFK, it just started whispering, you must edit it. You must edit it. So I don't know why my brain did this. I actually really don't know why this, of all things, came in my head, but here you go. I just took the theme and cut one section to extend it too. Hi Zarkodia, hi Koi. Right here. I had to loop this. Yeah. So remember, like I've been saying for years, make sure you do your daily 5-minute shitpost. It doesn't matter. Inspiration will find you. And then just waste 5 minutes of your time. Clock it even. 5 minutes of your time making a meme. Once you're done, just throw it out into the wind and move on. You do that daily. That's your daily rep. Then you get your hoo-hoo and your haha. Ugh. Why do I have 7 messages in the span of 4 seconds? Oh, yippee. Updates. Aha, I'll look at those later. Rubs hands greedily at the prospects of new art. Ugh. And now because I hit fucking control button and the scroll wheel at the same time, let me adjust myself. So tonight, I have a backlog of shit that I've been wanting to watch. Hi, so welcome in. Hello. I have a backlog of bullshit that I've been wanting to watch. Actually, someone did say show Tommy. Ugh. No. There we go. Correct yourself, you stupid bastard. There we go. I have a backlog of bullshit videos that I've been meaning to watch, including an 1.5 hour long video in regards to how shit the Game Grumps is now. That the dead corpse of a Genghis rolled in my DMs. And I'm like, I know I need to start working on beating Metal Gear Rising Revengeance on very hard so I can then play Revengeance mode, because I'm not a coward and I will not at all just load the game and punch in the Konami code to get Revengeance mode and then just do that. I have to do it legitimately because I have brain worms. Like I said earlier, the offshoot species is the one that took over RFK. So I need to do it in this particular way. So to further push away that responsibility from the subathon goal, we're going to watch a bunch of slop tonight so I can get through a shit ton of videos. And then we can all sit here and veg out while I sip on this Rio Punch Monster and consider why exactly I spent so much money on monsters in the past, only to sip on the better, superior Pacific Punch Monster in the fridge and go, oh yeah, that's why. Because this one tastes fucking amazing. Hello, Harper. Hi, Harper. Ugh. All right, Pepsi Crush, because I actually didn't finish that. And I have like no room on my desk. I have to do a big teardown soon. I have to do an absolute big teardown soon. Goblin, do you know when you're moving into your apartment? So I know when to pack up your daughter in a crate and give her back to you. For reference, his daughter is a cat. Aaron's a bit of a hack, and Danny just wants to tour and sing. The issue with Game Grumps as a whole is that it started out as like a, hey, do you want to start playing? Nah, you can keep that. No, that's yours. No, buddy, we've talked about this. Your cat's going back to you. You have the official paper and decree. You're getting your cat back. I'm getting my apartment back. I don't want to keep waking up with hair everywhere. Besides, you need something physically alive that is not blood related to you that you have to care about. Otherwise, you continue to become a sociopath. I can halt the progress of you becoming true sociopath through a cat. At least for a few more years. But also, when do you get the apartment so I know when to go help you move? I can't take it anymore! I want to throw big heavy things around. I don't get to do that a lot in my current occupation. So I want to lift and I want to become exhausted, and then I want to look at Frog and go, the first? Shit, that's coming up. Shit, that's a Thursday. You boys booking time off, or you just kind of moving in at your leisure? Because I can talk to my boss and just kind of hop, skip, and get the fuck out there for like a day. Let me know when you can. I was talking about... Oh yeah, so Game Grumps started out because John was making banger videos and Aaron was like, well, you want to do something? And then it spiraled into Aaron going, I don't have to do anything now. I can just sit there and play a Vigima game. Probably just do a bit by bit. Ah, that's fair. You got to get in there and clean the place anyway. Do a proper clean, wash the walls, all that jazz. And I know you're not going to want to. So I'll go help. I'll go wash walls. I'll go take a mop and then just start cleaning everything. I'll go complete psycho. I do that shit. You wash walls? Shit. For reference, we lived in a country house where I not do that shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, who the fuck are you and where's my brother? When we lived out in the middle of the country, Dad would be like, no, we're washing the walls because, and then he takes a big drag of his cigarette and then he exhales. He's like, see all that nicotine in the air that gets stuck on the wall and you gotta wash it off. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. You're making me clean up your mess. Hi, Spamwich. Hi, Spamwich. But now in my old age, especially after watching that Walton Goggins fucking tour of his house, holy fuck, do I want to go back in the country, and I will sit there for like a day. It's already been renovated. You gotta still clean it, man. You gotta still clean it. You gotta clean everything before you move in. Just because they renovated it doesn't mean they cleaned it. Okay, fine. I stop offering you free labor. The dirt has been spray painted over. Yeah, but then they left dirt on the ground and everything. There's still dirt there that you can clean. Not just the dirt that's been covered by layers and layers of lead paint. Yummy lead paint. That'll chip off by the time it's summer and it's really humid, and then you'll have yourself a delicious snack. You just peel it off the wall when you want. You just walk by, go to the fridge. No, you don't even need to walk that far. Just bang, hit the wall. Watch the chips fall. Put your hand out. Got a snack. Got trail mix right there. Maybe even get yourself a chunk of drywall in there. That would be the true trail mix at that point. You get lead paint. You get drywall bit. You rip in to the wall itself, see if you can get a little bit of insulation. Lead paint chips, yeah. That fuzzy pink cotton candy that we love so much. All right, now bringing myself back into a condition of being able to focus on one topic at a time. Yeah. Hi, Widget. I've moved into a place with a painted over roach on the wall. Recently or in the past? Because either way, Lamal. God, what was the worst? What was the worst thing I seen in any of the places I lived in? I think it was still the first apartment when I went into the bathroom and I opened up below and I could just see down. Like, it got fixed within the first week of me moving there, but I opened up and just where the pipe connected and went down, I could just see below into the apartment below me. And at the time, that was my like team lead. So I'm just like, hi, Kumar. And he's like, what the fuck? Where are you? And I didn't respond. He knew it was me and I just didn't respond. It was so funny. I avoided the conversation for a week, and every time he brought it up, I looked at him like, what are you talking about? And then eventually because his brother was the one who owned it at the time, his brother showed up and fixed that. And I'm like, oh yeah, there's been a hole up there. He's like, you son of a bitch. And I'm like, fucking with you. Long ago, it's also had a flea issue. Burn the whole thing. Burn the whole thing to the ground. God damn. Yeah. Insane thought, but we truly do need to like strip down most buildings that were built from the 1950s up until about 4 years ago. We need to just remove them and rebuild with modern day stuff. Like old shit that was built properly and not post fucking World War II quick, let's just build shit, but stuff that actually had time and care, that stays. That's grandfathered in. That's actual good architecture. But like anything right after, or anything right when everyone was like, shit, we just gotta hurry up and make houses, who gives a fuck? All those can go. Goodbye. Just take them all out. And anything basically from the last like 6-7 decades, they can all go. Because all of it was built very cheaply. and with bullshit materials. And then let's get into my other crazy topic. Let's start making hemp concrete that can be self-climatizing and put some lime in there, so like the Roman concrete, it'll just reheal itself with water. It's not that hard. We can literally have some of the best houses that won't get too hot, it won't get too cold, and you just grow a fucking plant. Okay, I'm better. So, I have a plethora of bullshit for you this evening. And then if we get through all of it, fat chance, I'll start Metal Gear Rising Revengeance or a bonus game. And the bonus game is the thingy that Frog bought me yesterday, the Promise Mascot Agency, which I still plan on playing soon. I just might play it a little bit sooner than I expected. But also, I don't like playing Flavor of the Week games, and it looks like it, because it just dropped, quite a few individuals are playing it. And I'm a contrarian, yada yada, yada yada, yada yada. Nope. Wrong browser. Hold on. I got too many browsers open at one given point, and I should kind of combine and delete, combined and close, and there we go. Alright, this was actually sent during the subathon, and I've just been fool and forgetful to watch it. So I will not start with an hour and a half fucking long video, because that's insane. And instead, this is Mega Man X Corrupted, something that apparently has been worked on for a while? Bro, I'm in the basement of a 100-year-old house, and I have an 8x8x60 wooden beam directly above me. Yeah, but clearly it was built well enough. The house is still standing, and you're in it. Whereas, I'm currently in an apartment building built in the 70s, and it's all concrete, but they keep upping the price on it, and it's all concrete, so this shit gets cold as fuck in the winter. And they put shitty electric base heaters in here, so it doesn't warm the place, it just makes the air really dry. Like, I mean, I guess it technically does warm up the place because the air is dry, but it makes the air more dry than the environment warm. Which is why every winter I'm at least in long sleeve, the baggy sweatpants, and a sweater. Shit, right now, for the first time in forever, I'm wearing jeans while streaming. This is fucked up. I'm still basically in work attire right now. But that's also because it's so fucking cold. And I need to do laundry, so my sweatpants are stinky. Yeah. Alright. Mega Man X Corrupted Cyberlab. I have no idea. Because I've never played a Mega Man. Outside of... what was it? It was Mega Man 2... no, Mega Man N64, which is just the RPG one, right? Dirty retinoid daring to complain about the blessing your land Chad allows you to have. Land kings, double this elf's rent. No, see, it's an American company that bought the buildings around here when the financial collapse. I'm saying that modern materials don't hold up. That's what I'm saying. I've been screaming about the fact that modern materials are shit and cheap. Wait, hold on. This just feels like... oh, okay, I don't want to watch the whole thing of this because this is just like an entire overview of this fan game. But to the point of showing off bosses and stuff. So I'll watch the first little bit. It's really neat that it has a skill tree. Wow, 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 wow. r/love for land chads. I want every landlord shot in the street, one after another. but not 1, 2, 3, like some guys pacing back and forth, like some individuals pacing back and forth with a gun, and they don't let you know which one's getting shot. They just kind of turn and go blam. So they're all scared and pissing themselves. Streamer, that's fucked up. I know. You know how much money I've lost on rent alone in the years? I'm fine with a couple handful of people just biting the bullet, literally. Vulpix. You know how fucked up landlords are? Yeah, I just explained how much I've complained enough. I love having to explain to our mother how apartment buildings aren't just owned by some guy in town anymore. Yeah, Mom still thinks that it's the 1980s, and I love every time that I explain something to her and she goes, no, that's not right. And I'm like, Mother, you still think it's the 1980s. Nothing's owned by anyone. Do you forget 2008? Do you forget when everything went to shit? Yeah, a ton of American companies just bought that. You don't know who the fuck your landlord is. It's a company. It is cute how innocent and naive she is. Alright, this neat. This neat. Mega Man X Corrupted. I don't want to watch more, because if I ever want to actually start playing Mega Man games, I don't want the whole game just kind of spoiled for me. But Mega Man X Corrupted, if you want to look into it, it's a fan game, and skill tree alone is enough for me to go, God damn, yeah. Alright. And now, it's time for Tasting History with Max Miller. Hello, Harful.
If you were to visit the Colosseum in ancient Rome, what would your day be like? Where would you get your tickets? Where would you sit? What would you actually see? And
I appreciate
most importantly,
Tasting History, and also the fact that like every video has a new Pokemon in the background.
Like these honeyed dates
the days is
stuffed with
Machop.
nuts and pepper. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as we spend a day at the Colosseum. This time on Tasting History.
It's a sponsor. But also I don't like HelloFresh. Say this really
Panem et circenses. Bread and circuses. That's what the poet Juvenal said that the ancient Romans really wanted. And he meant it in a disparaging way, but I gotta say, food and entertainment,
pretty good.
Too. And should you ever find yourself in the ancient Roman Empire, the Colosseum could
I don't want to be reminded that everything sucks, but if I've got some cake and I watch some dude get disemboweled.
Sausages, little pastries, figs, grapes, peaches, cherries, berries, walnuts, olives, and melons. The poet Martial specifically called out a fondness for dates, such as are sold at the theaters. So I found a recipe for stuffed dates using the ancient Roman cookbook Apicius Dere Coquinaris.
This motherfucker had to pull out a translator.
And stuff with nuts, pine nuts, or ground pepper. Roll in salt, fry in cooked honey, and serve. Well, that's easy enough. Now, he calls these dulcia domestica, or homemade sweets. But in fact, most people would have probably bought these already made. Because in ancient Rome, especially in the city, having a kitchen
everywhere is trying to sell HelloFresh.
Really quite a luxury.
Nuts.
So most people
it's just like how 4 or 5 years ago everyone was just getting the mad sponsors from fucking
most people today do have kitchens in their homes. We can make these homemade sweets as well as a home-cooked meal from today's
Raid
sponsor,
Shadow Legends.
HelloFresh.
Wow, it took so long because I
is a
haven't seen
convenient
Raid
way
Shadow
to
Legends
get cooking at
mentioned
home,
in
making
like 2 years
home-cooked
now.
Meals. Partly because they deliver
Legitimately,
all the
has anyone
ingredients
even
to your
seen
door,
or
so you
heard
don't
of
even
Raid
have to
Shadow
go to
Legends
the
in the past
grocery
2
store.
years?
And all the ingredients come pre-portioned.
Is it even
so
a thing?
You're not having to do a lot of prep work, the most annoying part about the cooking process. The recipes are well written and they have step-by-step instructions that anyone
Still going.
can follow, so in no time you have a home-cooked meal ready to eat. Last night I made the chicken sausage spaghetti bolognese with zucchini.
What the fuck? Raid is on Steam now?
A perfect meal to
You
eat
can get
while
Raid
sitting on the
Shadow
couch.
Legends on Steam? That's why they
HelloFresh
don't.
isn't just for
That's
dinner,
why
they
they
also
don't
have a line of
sponsor.
breakfasts from egg bites to cinnamon
Okay.
rolls. And right now, they are offering a free breakfast in every box.
This chat
for
sponsored by
life.
HelloFresh.
Just go to
Are you a
HelloFresh.com
shit
and
cook
use code
that likes
Tasting
throwing
History
away
free
packaging?
for free
Try
breakfast for
Hello,
life.
fuck
That's one
off,
breakfast
die
item per
now.
box while the subscription
Yes, I get
is
them on
active.
YouTube
That's
ads.
code
Really, I
Tasting
haven't
History free at
seen anything about it in
HelloFresh.com
2
for free
years.
breakfast for
Wes
life.
Hammer had
So if
that.
it's ancient Roman snacks that you're looking for,
Okay,
well,
okay.
I've got you covered there. And for that, what you'll need is 15 to 20 dates. And you want a big
I can't
date.
get one date, let alone 15 or 20.
killing myself.
Bing.
1 cup or 125 grams of walnuts, a third cup or 45 grams of pine nuts, and you can use either or nuts, walnuts or pine nuts, but I'm gonna use both,
Walnuts,
'cause why not?
peanuts,
And then 1 teaspoon
pineapple
of black
shells.
pepper. And I prefer
Shells
long
or
pepper
smells?
because that was one of the popular peppers in
Yep, they're
ancient
nuts.
Rome, and it is easy to get if you go online or an Indian grocery store. It's wonderful. It's a little bit different from most of the
I
peppers
feel like
that
they
you've
kind of
tried,
became
so
a
try
meme,
some long
and
pepper.
most creators
Then
just
1 cup or
don't want them to
235
take that
milliliters
sponsor.
of honey, and
No, it
some
looks like
fine
they're
sea
on
salt for
Steam
rolling
now,
the
so
dates.
there's no point in
start by
taking a sponsor
slicing the
because you
dates
can't just
lengthwise
fucking
on
scam
one
it.
side. Don't cut them all the way in half. You want to just cut them so they can hold the filling.
I mean, the
Then
meme
grind the
aspect is
walnuts and
just
pine nuts
good
in a
because
mortar.
it means
Now, the
it's easy
recipe doesn't say
marketing.
what the texture is exactly supposed to be.
Unfortunately,
You can
being a
make this into
memeable
a
thing
really
now
fine
is something
paste,
that
like
you
using
want to
a
do just
blender or
because it's
something
an
like that,
easy
but
hop,
with
skip,
the
and a
mortar
jump to
pestle, it kind of
popularity.
is not quite
Even
as
if
fine,
it's
and I like that
bad,
'cause it
there
adds
there
everything.
is no
What you do want
there is no
well-crushed is the long
negative
pepper.
PR. It's
Finer the
all
better,
just
because
good PR.
Biting into a big old piece of pepper ain't great. Once the pepper
What do
is
you mean? I
crushed,
love pepper.
add in the nuts and mix all together until everything is evenly dispersed. And then take a date, open it up, and stuff in as much of that
Why are you
filling
making her
as you
grind it
can.
into me?
And you kind of want to pack it in there because otherwise
Meme,
it'll all fall
PR,
out when
only
it
lasts
goes
so
into
long,
the honey
though.
for cooking. Once it's filled, close up the date around
Yeah,
it as
like
best
all
you
PR.
can and
All
continue
PR only
this
lasts
until
so
all
long.
the dates are filled. Then take the
You
dates
either move
one at a
on,
time
roll with
and
the
roll
punches,
them in
or
the
you hope
salt.
you build up
Again,
enough of
fine salt is
a
going
main
to work
base
best
where
for
you
this
don't have to
because
invest
you
that
want it
much
to
in
stick
marketing.
to the outside.
I
You
feel at
use
this
like
point
a
they
kosher salt or
probably
something,
just
it just doesn't stick.
don't need to
Once
invest
they're
in
all
marketing
coated,
that
heat
much.
the honey in a
Grind the
saucepan. You just want
nuts
to bring it to a simmer with
in
the
the
foam
bowl.
rising in the middle, and you let it cook for about 10 minutes. And keep an eye on it because if it gets too hot, it will foam up and actually out of the pan, and you get a huge sticky mess that's just impossible to clean. I've been there, I've done that, and I do not recommend it. So you
That's
just
called
want
me.
a little bit of foam and let it cook for 10 minutes, and then you can start adding the dates into the honey. Now they're going to open up a little bit, so
Waiting for
make sure
him
that
to
the
add
filling is on the
garum
top,
to
otherwise
these
the filling
dates.
will all come out. And instead of rolling them around in the honey,
I don't get that. I don't
spoon
get
the
that
honey
reference.
or push the honey up on top so it gets into the filling,
add mace.
but so that the filling doesn't fall out.
Bear
Leave them to
mace?
cook in the honey for about 45 seconds to a minute, and then take them out and set them on a plate or a
Egg.
piece of foil or parchment. And then let them cool completely.
It's a thing he
It'll
made.
take about 10 minutes,
Ah,
which
I
is
see, I
enough
see, I see,
time
I
for
see.
me to tell you about
Harful, why are
the
you
rather
handing an
tedious
egg?
build that is the Lego Coliseum. The nice thing is
He
that
also
because
uses
it's kind of
mace,
tedious, I
spice.
had plenty of time to let my imagination run
I thought he was
wild
just
and
gonna take a can of
wonder
bear mace and
what
go,
it was like to actually visit the Colosseum in ancient Rome. So you're going to the Colosseum. Lucky you. Just a few little things
I already had
to
2
cover
eggs.
before you head off. First of all, don't call it the
I made the Marco Pierre White very creamy eggs to the point where I made a scrambled egg and bacon toasted sandwich. Very basic, very plain. But when I poured on my eggs, because I made it in the saucepan, I made it really slow and really creamy. When I went to go cut the sandwich, so much pooled out that I was mainly eating a bacon toasted sandwich with like a lining of egg, and then I was scooping up all the egg off the plate. Stop it, I am hungry. What, Harful, do you want a big gulping of protein down your throat? Because 2 eggs are pretty good. Don't forget a heavy amount of butter. Oh, nice amount of butter. I used unsalted butter because that's all I had at the time. A nice glob of unsalted butter. 2 eggs in the pan. Slow whisk. Not too fast. Gooey salty protein. It's not too salty. Like I said, I used unsalted butter and I added a pinch of salt once the eggs were done. I don't like adding most spices to the meal unless it calls for it until everything's cooked, and then I do, you season to taste at the end. You don't season while you're cooking unless you need to incorporate those flavors over a prolonged period. Like if I'm making a sauce, of course I'm going to add all the seasoning and to help like a good portion of that too, because over the process of cooking, it's going to break down. Like if I make a spaghetti, I'm putting in a little bit more of everything than I expect I want, because by the time I get to that, I'm portioning it out anyhow through how many bowls I eat. But also, it's it's gonna simmer down to a lesser form than the initial. I don't want to get tested again. Eh? Every time you eat ass, you should get tested if it's not the same ass you've been eating. Tasting history with Max Miller's. Yes! Welcome in, Kadath. I really want to make garum and see why they did it.
The Colosseum. Back in ancient Rome,
I still want to be ignorant on it.
Amphitheatrum
Hi, hi. Hi.
During its construction. The Colosseum likely refers to a statue,
What
the
is
Colossus
an
Neronis,
ass buffet?
which was a massive statue of the Emperor Nero that stood near the amphitheater. Though at some point,
That's,
after Nero was no longer popular, the Romans reskinned it so it
It's a
would
hurt
be
job,
Sol,
the end of that
sun
line.
god. But as long as you see a colossal statue next to an amphitheater, you're in the right place. Now,
fair
the second
enough.
thing before you head off is that you need to make sure you got a ticket. Good news is they're free.
What?
Bad
I was
news
going to
is
say, you
you're
can't just
probably
walk
not
in.
gonna get one. See, even though the Colosseum could hold around 50,000 spectators, some say it's actually closer to 70,000, the city had a population of nearly 1 million.
Ghost in the
so
Shell
not
animated for
everyone was gonna get a
2026?
ticket. Now, some years there were lots and lots of games, so your chances were higher. Like in the year 107, to celebrate his victory over the Dacians, the Emperor Trajan held games for 123 consecutive days, with over 11,000 beasts and 10,000 gladiators entertaining the crowd.
God
In most years,
damn!
they were only holding games on a handful of days throughout the entire year, usually
I asked,
around
therefore I
religious
get-
events
Oh.
like Saturnalia. But let's
Benny.
assume that
Hi,
they
Benny.
are holding games. How do you get a ticket? Well, just like going to the Super Bowl today, you need to know someone. See, while the tickets were free, they handed them out in big
こんにちは。スノールラックス、パトさん。
Oh
So
my
maybe
god.
your good friends
I need to know the best friend of the current castrated apprentice of Plato just to get a ticket to the Colosseum. That's how this had to go down. I couldn't just walk the fuck in and watch a man get disemboweled. I had to network to go see the free lion mauling a dude. Fuck.
with the head of the Praetorian Guard. Not that Praetorian Guard, but the ones that guarded the emperor, and he could give you a ticket. Or, like me, you could be a miller, and one of the members of the Guild of Millers.
The Guild of Millers uses only the finest grains, true Roman bread for true Romans.
If neither of those avenues work, then they do have scalpers, so you could buy a ticket. It would just be a lot more expensive than you'd probably want to pay, seeing as they're free in the first place. But let's assume you finally get yourself a ticket.
Relatable!
The tickets, called tesserae, were often lead tokens or shards of pottery with information etched on them. And the information that would be etched on these little pieces of lead or clay would be similar to what you'd find on a ticket today. You've got the entrance gate number that you go through, your level or section number, and then a row number. And knowing exactly
you're in
what
section
these
III,
are, where you would
row
be,
III.
is important to know what you're going to bring with you. Basically, if you're not a senator
See,
or the emperor, you're going to want to bring a seat cushion with you because all of the benches are either marble or wood, and that's just not comfortable. Luckily, outside the Colosseum, there are stalls set up with vendors selling cushions called tomentum circense.
Nah, just get
or
a fatter
stuffing.
ass.
This was basically just chopped up reeds that were stuffed in, so probably not super comfortable, but more comfortable than marble. While you're shopping, you could also pick up some tchotchkes, like statues of gladiators, or if you could afford it, a vial of gladiator blood or sweat, the sweat being a popular addition to cosmetics. And you'd also want to get yourself some
Everyone
snacks.
in all
Most
of
the
time
vendors
has been
outside
sniffing.
sold sausages or pastries or little sweets like the ones that we're making today, and you could get things inside as well, but I'm guessing, just like today, the prices were always inflated inside the theater. So
Yeah,
you got
'cause
your
you got it
cushion, you got your
inside the
tchotchkes,
Colosseum.
and you got your snacks. Now you gotta find your entrance, and there were 80 of them, so it might take a while. 2 gates were reserved for the imperial family and others of very high rank, and then another 2 were used by gladiators. These were the Porta Triumphalis, or Door of Victory, and the Porta Libitinaria, or Door of Death.
Door of
More
Death.
likely, you
Door
would use
of
one the
Death.
other
Door
76
of Death.
entrances. Then once you're in, you just have to find your section, which was all delineated by class. The lowest section, closest to the action, was called the podium, and this is where you would sit if you were a senator or a priest or a Vestal Virgin. These were like the private boxes at a football game, and I'm assuming where Taylor Swiftess would sit. Then at the center of one of the long sides of the Colosseum, like the 50-yard line, sat the emperor, along with his family and guests. Now the great thing about this section, the podium, is not only were you closer to the action, but also you didn't have to sit on benches. The senatorial class and the imperial family were wealthy enough that they just brought in their own plush cushioned chairs, like carting in a lazy boy to the show. Sadly for us, we're probably not part of the senatorial class, and so all we've got is our little seat cushion stuffed with reeds. Now, if you're not a senator, but you are part of the equestrian class, well, then you would be fortunate enough to sit in the second tier, the Menianum Primum. These seats would have been made of marble, and there would be a big wall behind you separating you from the rabble in the upper levels. But let's face it,
Hi, son,
most
welcome
of us
in.
would be the rabble in the upper levels. There was the
Hell yeah, I'm
Menianum
pissing
Secundum
off the
Primum,
highest
and this is
point.
where the plebeian males of Rome would sit. Then the Menianum Secundum Summum, which is where non-citizens, the very poor, and the slaves would sit. Both of these sections were probably a lot less roomy than the lower sections, and they would have less vendors going up and down the aisles selling wine and different snacks. Luckily, we brought our own. Now, there is one more section at the very, very top, a 15-story hike up to the pinnacle of the Colosseum. This was the Mesianum Summum in Legnis, and this section was reserved for women. Not only did you have to climb 15 stories, but then they usually didn't have enough seats, so a lot of the women had to stand the entire time, and you couldn't really see or hear what was going on in the arena. But on the plus side, you were the first person to get shade. See, one of the biggest dangers about seeing something at the Colosseum was not a rogue wild animal or somebody throwing a javelin into the audience. No, it was sunstroke. That is why the velarium was so important. This was a huge canopy or awning that could be stretched out across the top of the Colosseum, giving shade to those below. But as it didn't come all the way to the center, many of the people closest to the center didn't get the benefit of the shade during certain parts of the day. So the wealthiest people wouldn't actually get the shade. So if
that
you are
is
in the
kind
best
of funny.
Seats, hopefully you
That
brought
is kind of funny.
umbraculum. These were parasols used for a little
This seems like a
personal
great
shade.
way to
Now,
throw
while sitting
stuff
down in
at
those
government
lower
officials.
sections
That's
was
why I'm
great
saying
because
if I'm
you
at the
could be
tippity
closer
top,
to
I'm
the
taking a
emperor.
piss.
Sometimes it was not
High
so
rag,
great
high rag,
because
welcome
you
in.
could be closer to
I'm
the
pissing
emperor,
straight off the side and
depending
hoping
on
that
the
I hit
emperor,
somebody
It
rich.
might not be a good thing. Best case scenario, he might mock you for eating at the games. The Emperor Augustus, while watching the games at the Circus Maximus, just down the way from the future Colosseum, once saw a military man that he knew eating during the games, and then, quite rudely, he said to the man, "If I want to dine, I go home." To which the man eating sent a cheeky response, saying, "Yes, but you are not afraid of losing your seat." I guess Augustus was an emperor that you could give some lip without a lot of repercussions. That was not the case with the Emperor Domitian. Now, I did a video on Domitian and his cruelty during a specific banquet, the Black Banquet, but it seems that he was even worse at the Colosseum. One day, while watching a bout between 2 gladiators at the Colosseum, a man was overheard saying that a Thracian gladiator might be a match for the Murmilio, but not for the patron of the games. Basically, he was implying that the emperor had kind of set things up to favor the gladiators that he liked. And Domitian, never one to overreact, had the man dragged from his seat and, with a placard around his neck reading "A Thracian supporter who spoke evil of his emperor," he was thrown into the arena and torn to pieces by dogs. So if after a few sips of wine you get a little loose in the lips, maybe it's best that you're not sitting down by
these games are rigged in some way.
Though, no matter where you sit, everybody in the arena gets the same show. The day would open with the Pompa, which was a parade around the arena. There were trumpeters, water organists, and drummers.
Hey, that
leading a
fucker says
procession
that
of
fucker
animals
implied
like
that
elephants,
I set
horses,
these
and
up
oxen.
to
Then
be entertaining
acrobats
for
and
only me.
dancers. Statues of the gods would be
Feed
carried
the
in
dogs,
litters,
his
nobles
fucking
and soldiers
corpse.
in chariots, and finally the editor, or person in charge of arranging the games, along with his entourage, and of course the gladiators, who later in the day would fight for the enjoyment of the audience. Following the pompa was the venaciones, or hunt of the wild beasts.
No, don't put
Bears,
him in the
elephants,
jar.
Giraffes,
Here, I'll get rid of the
crocodiles,
live
wild
mark.
dogs, lions, and other big cats would be let into the arena. Some would do tricks or were parts of skits that had scenery and costumes, and people would come out and interact with the animals. It was a whole big thing. And then often they were part of the hunt, and this would be where people went in and hunted the animals, sometimes ending in the animal's demise and sometimes that of the hunter. After this, it was time for the
It was better when
halftime
the hunter
show,
died.
the Meridiani, though instead of today a pop singer coming out and singing all of their greatest hits, it was a time for public executions. Very often this meant damnatio ad bestias, or condemnation to beasts, where
One day,
criminals,
it'll be the
prisoners
green
of war,
man
or
in the
other
jar.
people who just annoyed the emperor were
No.
put to death by
No, no,
wild
no, no, no,
animals.
no, no.
Sometimes
You
it
can
was
do all the
not
fan
wild
art you want
animals
of putting
doing
me in the
killing,
jar, but
other
I will not
condemned
willingly go
persons
into the
forced
jar.
to fight each other for the enjoyment
Not
of
until I
the
get a plushie.
audience. Seneca wrote about this
I
barbaric
don't plan on getting a
practice,
plushie
saying that they
ever.
had to fight each other with weapons, but weren't given helmets or
Uh-huh.
armor of any kind. The spectators insist that each, on killing his man, shall be thrown against another to be killed in his turn, and the eventual victor is reserved by them for some other form of butchery. The only exit for the contestants is death. Fire and steel keep the slaughter going, and all this happens while the arena is virtually empty. And he says that the arena was virtually empty because most of the audience took this time to go get lunch or use the facilities or book some time with one of the many, many prostitutes working in the lower levels of the Colosseum. But they all came back following the executions because it was time for the most anticipated portion of the day. In
Okay,
fact,
so you're
many
fucked up and
people
evil if
didn't
you're
even
watching the
come to show
executions.
until this portion of the games. It was called the Munera and typically involved several dozen pairs of gladiators fighting, sometimes to the death, but especially if they were good and popular with the crowd, not to the death. So I've done an entire
No,
video
just
on
get real
gladiators,
close to
so I won't
dying, and
rehash
then just
too much,
don't.
but I will make sure that that is the video that pops up after this. But suffice it to say, in ancient Rome, gladiators were held in high esteem. They were the celebrities and the top
Yeah, they were
athletes
just
of the day.
basically
Now, as
wrestlers.
the games were, among other things, a way for the emperor to curry favor with his people, there were always some little surprise gifts during the games. Sometimes it was perfume that was sprayed out over the entire audience using a system of sparciones. It was like modern-day misters, but instead of just water, it was perfumed water, sometimes with saffron or balsam. And sometimes it would rain not water, but prizes. These were called sparsio micilium, and they were little wooden balls shot into the audience, t-shirt cannon style. The balls were vouchers inscribed with prizes to be collected from the sponsor of the games. Cassius Dio said that the Emperor Titus gave out little wooden balls variously inscribed, one designating some article of food, another clothing, another a silver vessel, or perhaps a gold one, or again horses, pack animals, cattle, or slaves. In one
Imagine
instance,
just sitting in the
recipient even
fucking
got an
stands
entire
and someone throws a
apartment
little
in the
ball at
city.
you and says,
But
boom,
should
you get a
get
horse.
hold of one of these balls, you wanted to get out of the Colosseum as quick as
everybody
possible, because
tries
some of
to
these
beat the shit
prizes
out of
had
you.
already been torn to
Eastbound,
pieces
welcome
in
in,
the
bud.
hands of those
Nice
who
name
tried to
change.
snatch them. The most sensible man, therefore, runs from the theater as soon as he sees the little gifts being brought in, for he knows that one
Everybody's
pays a high
shrinking
price
their
for small
names because I
favors.
did it.
Basically, it was safer for you to get out of the Colosseum altogether before the prizes even start getting shot into the audience. Now, maybe
No,
not
that's
as
fine. I know
flashy
somebody
as
whose name is
entire
literally
apartment.
15-digit long name.
Another thing that might be shot into the audience,
And that's only because
raining
Digit
down,
can't get Digit
was
because
food,
somebody had Digit and
biscuits
then they got
melting
fucking
pastries,
banned.
Amerian fruit not overripe, musk cakes, and
Yes,
bursting
I am
dates
a
from invisible
trendsetter of
palms
many
were
things that I'll
showering
never get the
down,
credit for,
and
but
now
at the same
everyone,
time,
be
I
he
probably
rich
shouldn't
or
take
poor,
credit for things that I
boasts
didn't really
himself
do.
the
I
emperor's
just kind of
dear guest.
nudged
Bursting
to
dates
start.
raining down from the sky. Bursting dates, perhaps, like the ones I'm about to eat right now. And here we are, honeyed dates stuffed with nuts and pepper. So you've got to let them cool.
But I'll
because
still
at
say I
first
had
they
a
are
good
just
hand,
super
good
sticky.
helping hand
They're
in
still
fucking
sticky
pushing
once they're
Mahjong
cooled,
onto a bunch of
but
VTubers.
Not as sticky, like,
And I'll never stop
actually not that bad. Especially if
holding
they're
that
raining
evil
down
in my
on you.
heart.
Oh, what a mess. Here we go. That's really good. That's really, really good. So the most surprising and pleasant flavors in here are simply the salt and pepper.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the
Because
pepper
it's a lot
pushing
of
through.
sweet. Between the dates and the honey, you get a lot of sweet. Also, you want the texture of those nuts. Don't grind them up into a fine paste. Have a little texture. But to counteract the sweet, that pepper and salt, I think it's really, really important. They're not over peppery. There's a little heat from it. They're not overly salty. It's a perfect match. They are really, really good. So these
I
are
wanna
way,
try
way
one, but
simple
I
to
don't
make.
know if
They're
the
easy
nuts
to
are gonna
find all
make
the
me throw
ingredients,
up.
So give it a shot. It's definitely worth it. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
I always appreciate watching Tasting History. I'm watching it more and more as these past 2 years go on. Alright, this one, okay. We have 2 different people in the Discord right now dropping, of all fucking things, Maven videos. Who dropped this one? And it's funny enough, Harful, if you're still here, that most recent one, the embarrassing deaths, I woke up and before going to work, I laid in bed and watched that, so I'll watch it again. But later, it's too fresh in the mind. This is from Disarray. Maven's a former wrestler that now does YouTube videos, and I guess this is South Park related. Hold on, because it's South Park related, it's only fair that I do this. Boop. Nope, that's not it. There we go, hello. Some of you might not know this form. That's fine. That's fine. It's a fucking emote, so you should know. Ugh. There, you get to see all of me, my little faties. There's blocks.
Hey guys, Maven here.
Hi,
Now,
Maven.
From 2001 through 2005, I had the greatest job on earth. I was a WWE wrestler.
He
And
was
today's
a
video,
jobber.
Something just doesn't feel right. Hang on one second. Ooh, much better.
Nice
Now,
transition.
We all know with South Park, no one is off limits.
He was
but
not a jobber.
Did they disrespect the wrestling business? I mean,
Mid-card?
did they
Was
go
he-
too far?
I don't
But in
remember
case you
Maven
might not
being
know, I fortunately
much.
happen to be a former WWE wrestler, so they
Like, I remember
must
Maven.
respect my authority. We're gonna watch it together and find out.
Dude, he had crazy first 4 matches.
Cena, your mouth has gotten you into trouble for the last time.
Now, I've never seen this. I knew they did
Send
a
one,
wrestling
send one.
episode, but this
Send a good one.
fell during the time of my just life when I was
Absentee.
trying to avoid everything wrestling. But I have been a fan of South Park since the 90s. I still remember the first season when they came out, and everybody knew South Park would go to the edge and then off it. I'm shocked I haven't
I like
seen
how
this,
all
but I
these clips are
understand.
not from the
I
first
understand
season.
why I didn't. I didn't want South Park to be reminded me of
Wait,
what
no,
I
that
no
was
longer
Barbara
had.
Streisand at the end.
Yeah? I've got something else to tell you, Edge.
I love how they're using actual, real wrestlers, but they're doing slight difference. Like if you notice the microphone, I mean, it's not the WWE logo, so
yeah.
there's no trademark issues, but
Parody.
it still looks close enough to the WWE logo.
I slept with Vanessa last night.
John Cena would never do
You can tell
that!
South Park's kind of hitting a little close to home with that. I mean, everybody that knows Edge and just the
Yeah, that
out
was
of the
confusing
ring
to watch
slash
as a
in the
child.
ring issues he's had in the past.
Vince was
and
just
they're-
like,
they're-
"Hey man, you gotta go.
Yeah,
You gotta
South
go up
Park's
there
flying
and
pretty
just
close to
act
the
like
sun.
you're
I love
fucking
it.
her. But if you slip it
my
in,
job. He
he took his job."
Now, obviously, they depict wrestling fans the way I think
Accurately.
culture views wrestling fans. I wouldn't say it's accurate. but it's definitely funny. I mean, they obviously view wrestling fans as being just rednecks.
I'm kidding. I'm a wrestling
low
fan.
IQ, and listen, that segment is fans of everything. I get what they were
accurate
trying to
and
do
funny.
with poking fun at wrestling fans. It's kind of a running joke, I think, all the world over. I saw
Look
a
at
lot
his
of wrestling
TV
fans
matches.
that did not did not fit that mold, but
Hold on. Let's go down memory lane. Let's go. Where the fuck is this goddamn link? Why is it not in frame? There we go. Cage matches. 30 man last stand rumble. Gaspar Hernandez defeated Costello. Pre-show battle royale. I don't care about that. Tag teams. Tajiri and William Regal defeat La Resistance.
He's not real.
And Maven and Simon Dean Raw. Okay, so he lost to Tajiri. TV are all in green. Yeah, so he lost to Tajiri. Good. And William Regal. Good. Christy Hemme, Tajiri, and William Regal defeat Maven, Molly Holly, and Simon Dean. Good. Maven and Molly Holly defeat Val Venus and Victoria. Okay, you know what? Val Penis, that's kind of funny. His pal Penis. Tajiri and William Regal defeat Maven on Heat. Good. Chris Jericho defeats Maven. So, what I'm seeing so far, Goblin, is that Maven's really good at defeating Val Venus. But the Hurricane beats his ass. Not once, but twice. No, thrice. I know they say house shows. I'm doing a bit. Don't get butt rustled, because I'm making it imply that where I initially came from, that he is a jobber, it is accurate. But also, he's jobbing a lot on this goddamn thing. His first draw, he beat Batista. Yeah, and then from there, it doesn't look like he was beating a lot of people. Batista defeats Maven. There's 4 in a row. House show. Raw and SmackDown Super Show. TV. Raw and SmackDown Super Show. Maven defeats Rhino. Okay, that's impressive. I'll point fucking at the grandstands, and I'll point at the WrestleMania sign. That right there. He beat Rhino in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. They wanted that match fucking over with. Snitsky! Oh my god, Snitsky! Remember Snitsky and his terrible teeth and that baby? Yeah, okay. I'm done this bit, Goblin. I asked you for a match that was good, and you give me a list of losses. So my point still stands. Let's go back to watching The Man Who Jobs.
I understand why they put it in. Damn, South Park Cena throws a better clothesline than the damn real Cena.
So true. Junior Wrestling Club. Oh no.
The fuck is this?
I love it how they're showing the difference.
You didn't go to the bottom. You are dumb elf.
Or as we
you
call
gave
them,
me a
shooters,
list that was showing all his losses on his way out first. You should have really thought better.
That they picked up on.
Where's all the cool costumes and jumping off ropes and stuff?
Oh, not this again. Let me guess, you just went to that stupid WWE show in Denver last night.
Yeah.
Ugh, the WWE is not wrestling.
I do remember meeting some shooters, some real wrestlers who, for lack of a better word, just didn't respect the professional side of it, and they understood the money that could be made. They understood the theatrics of it and everything, but that is where they separated. Once Kurt Angle got in and
he brought up
showed that
Kurt.
there is a
I was gonna say, Kurt Angle is your perfect wrestler. Kurt Angle is your perfect wrestler in terms of the man actually knew what the fuck he was doing athletically, and at the same time he understood that there is a performance aspect to it, so he had to get into a character, a persona. You could hand Kurt anything and he'd run with it. He did run with everything he was handed. He is, by definition, I think, one of the best of all times for the man fucking won a gold medal while having a broken neck. An Olympic gold medal with a broken fucking neck. And then he became a fucking the funny WWE man. And then now your new age guy is Kevin Owens. And God, I hope Kevin's surgery goes well. Fuck, I really don't want him to stop wrestling. God damn, I'll be so sad.
The avenue from amateur wrestling to the tops of professional wrestling. That squelched a lot of that. But
see, he's doing proper mat wrestling.
Your whole life, and then people, in essence, make fun of it or make light of it. I get where your anger might come from.
The Wrestling Takedown Federation has several matches planned today. All right, so here's
This
how
is
we'll
a
do this,
very
guys.
good
Just
episode
the
for
Wrestling
reference.
Takedown Federation, WTF, just doing genius.
I'll come out to the ring first, and then Jimmy, you come in and tell me you're gonna kick my ass.
Even the kids, they recognize that in wrestling, you got to have a gimmick. Everything starts and ends with your gimmick. And hey, sounds like he's coming up with a pretty half decent run sheet. Let's see how it works.
Hey, he's slapping my girlfriend, referee. In my country, we don't wait for a bell, Miss. Your girlfriend is a whore. Wait for it. Wait for the whore line. Oh, my God.
Cartman did something there that was genius. He said, wait for it, wait for it. Remember in the video we did with Gender where he was talking about him and Randy scaling the Punjabi prison?
Oh God,
and
that match.
He said, Randy told me too soon.
This match was so fucking awful to watch because so try to look inside the ring through the I think it's like two, is the Punjabi prison match, that's two different cages of bamboo? Is it 2 or 3? I forget. But just trying to look inside of it was so god awful. They had one cameraman inside of it, but they wouldn't cut to him enough. And they didn't have anything positioned like proper so you could see directly into the ring. Everyone who doesn't like wrestling right now hates this segment, and I don't care. I'm filtering you.
Punjabi prison. And he said, Randy told me too soon, brother. Wrestling's all about timing. Cartman even knows everything.
Yeah, you gotta let the moment simmer.
And Cartman is in essence calling a spot, or basically guiding the match, guiding the people, telling them when to do stuff. As a wrestler, I would always listen to the veterans, listen when we lock up, when we're in a hold, or when we're shooting them off. Because the veteran's always going to be the one calling the spot, telling you as I get shot off, I'm coming off, I'm going to listen to duck the clothesline. So I know when I hit the ropes, he's going to be throwing a clothesline and I have to duck it. Cartman's in essence doing the same thing.
You don't come to this country and make fun of it. And just what do you care about your pitiful country?
WTF is doing what every wrestling promotion tries to do. Get a little buzz, put some shows out, start increasing the number of people coming to your shows. Man, they're building a good wrestling organization. They're building a good indie.
They should watch out. Vince is going to take them out.
Well done, WTF. Well done.
You cannot fight until your test results come back. I might have to wait for my hepatitis test, but in the meantime, I have brought my comrade from Mexico to wrestle against you.
That Russian kid's got hepatitis?
They're also putting storylines together. They're getting storylines and they're getting people to do what? To care. That fans are caring about what these kids are, what the kids' storylines are. Good stuff. Good stuff.
It's true, I love Stan the Man with all my heart, but I want to be with Juggernaut now. What?
No, what you doing?
Good heel turn, exposing something that the fans don't want to hear and you want to elicit a reaction. Good heel turn, Cartman. Good job.
Good heel turn, Cartman. Good job. What the fuck is this timeline? Sometimes Jesus.
Those kids better watch those chair shots to the head, and I know a little something about that.
Please, baby, quit
about
showing
CTE later
WWE
in
clips. I
life.
can't.
they're
I
seven. They
can't
got
keep
their whole lives ahead
fucking
of them.
slapping the copyright thing.
Oh my gosh! So
Every time I
they
upload to
have
YouTube now, I get
backstage
7
area.
copyright
They
strikes.
even
Not
have
strikes,
craft
but like
services.
warnings.
They know enough to have a catering.
All right, you guys, let's bring it in. I think we've done a really great job, and let's just keep the energy up, you know, have a good flow, and have fun out there, okay?
Yeah! Let's do this! 1, 2, backyard wrestling!
The one thing that never has or will happen is the group huddle. At least during my time, I don't know. Maybe they huddle now, but during my time,
No, no one
there
gives a
weren't
shit.
wrestlers
Everyone's in it for
getting in a
themselves.
group huddle, wishing everybody the best. Not even close.
So I'm thinking we do the part about Jimmy's relationship with his alcoholic father after you smash Butters onto the table.
Oh, sure, that works.
Hey, just like in a real wrestling show, change is being made to plans up until the time that the show takes place. Man, people are always altering or just trying to figure out how to make something a little bit better. Good job, South Park.
Vince McMahon is coming to see us? This is our shot at making it into the WWE. To be real wrestlers. Oh my god, oh my god.
And just like in a real indie locker room, if any wrestler feels like they're going to be in front of Vince at the time when Vince was still running things, if they feel like they're going to be in front of anyone,
They're pissing
where
themselves?
that gives them a shot, a chance to make it to the big time, they get excited. They get just, I mean, that's what they do it for. They do it for the most part. Some people just love the business and just want to be a part of the business. But for the most part, most people want to be at that company in the front of the biggest audience that they've ever wrestled in front of.
Getting
So,
paid $100
if
to
it was
drive
an indie
there,
show and they
and then
heard,
maybe
a
getting in the
Vince
ring.
or a Triple H or a Jim Ross were gonna stop by, people would get excited. That's 100% accurate.
You're wrestling for the right to marry Mackenzie Phillips, but just learned that she had sex with her father. Go.
Huh?
Your father! Your own father! I don't care if you were on drugs, you sick whore!
I love it. They're saying that everything theatrical or all the promos or whatever, that's
they're
the
leaning
wrestling.
far
And
more
of
onto
course,
the
they're just making fun of
charisma.
wrestlers, saying that wrestling is just all the spectacle and it has nothing to do with the actual wrestling aspect of it.
He's here! Vince McMahon is here!
They got it right. Vince showing up in a limo. I remember. I don't think I've ever seen
God,
that
does
man.
limo
I'm sure
explode
he
at the
has,
end?
but
I
I've never seen him
haven't.
get
I don't
out of a-
remember the
out of
ending
a
of this
four-door
episode. I
automobile.
remember
It's usually one.
the
It's a stretch
operatic
job.
moment.
Good job.
Welcome to this performance of
Yeah,
Wrestling
this.
Takedown Federation. SmackDown.
I thought
Play
they
Bill.
were going to obviously have the kids just being too violent. And especially when I saw the first thing they did was hit each other with a chair. I thought that's 100% where they're going. But they didn't. They just went down a different route. They took a different path, the path of just theatrics.
Huh? Ah, yeah.
Oh my gosh, once he got an
B-plot.
RPG.
No!
Whoa! That was Kenny, wasn't it?
Oh, Dios mío! Mataron a pollo loco! You want to know pain? Pain is dedicating your entire life to a sport.
And now he's cutting a promo, which happens to be real.
he's
'cause
shooting.
remember, real issues draw money. He's cutting a promo, which is in South Park World Wrestling. I guarantee you at the end of this, they're going to say, oh, he's good.
Sir, that was one of the finest wrestling performances I have ever seen. What? Will you not join our wrestling organization?
Stan's crappy singing is what stunk us. What? You're the one
All right,
that
Jimmy, out of here.
Yeah, now they're fighting.
I hear what you're talking about, and it was your
The hell's this?
I love it. And then once they actually start fighting and start going, the fans, what is this? That's genius. I see what they're doing.
Screw this. This is just stupid.
Oh, don't start with me, Kitty.
Mike!
I don't disagree with the premise as much as I disagree with how they got there. Yes, wrestling is theatrical. Yes, it is a male soap opera. Yes, it is entertainment.
Yeah,
but that
it's live action
entertainment comes
anime.
at a cost. That entertainment comes
Yeah, look at that.
at bodies
That man got
being
isekai'd.
broken.
That
I am
man got
sitting here
isekai'd.
right now and my back is on fire. And it's not on fire because of a promo I ever cut, or it's not on fire for any interview I ever did. That's the only thing that I wish South Park would have talked about. But they did do a good job of showing just how people can get wrapped up in the actual theatrics.
Yeah, they're
So
hard
for that,
focusing on
I
the
commend
theatric
them. And
aspect, because
while
if they
I
did
have
the
yet to
violence, they
appear
wouldn't
in
have
South
fucking made
Park,
it, because the FCC.
I have been in a video game.
Reminds me of that
and to
actual
find out how
isekai
much
that
money
starred
I
the
made
wrestler
from that,
who just
click the link
wanted to
on
open a
screen.
pet shop. Yeah. And like the first episode, fucking he suplexes a princess. That's all I remember from it, is just watching him do a fucking just showing up and then snap suplex and then leave. The fuck was it called again? Oh, here we go. Yeah, here's the exact
pro wrestler
clip.
gets isekai'd and
Oh, it's just another. Oh god, why does it have to be some random dude?
goes around suplexing everyone. Shibata is summoned to another world to defeat the Demon King, but he's
Yeah, he just shows up like this with a puppy.
having none of it. He just wants
a pet shop. I've eaten too many potato chips, aka isekai animes. I can't keep eating them, except for the ones that I've been following for a while. With that said, when the fuck do I get a new season of fucking Slime? I want to watch Restroom. Alright, which one is this? Oh yes, the laugh track one. No, I want the bargain bin celebrity games. This one's good. Ugh. No. Yeah. Many kudos on his side channels. Kudos. It's bargain bin celebrity games. $5 says he's gonna bring up the fucking 50-cent bulletproof blood money.
Hey, check this out. All right. Let's get down to business.
Business?
I run these streets.
Yeah, there it is! Wait, is this the first one? Oh god, I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot Hulk Hogan's main event. That game looks like ass.
Please, don't try this.
I'm Chef Ramsay. You donkey. This is Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen Roblox?
Touch another thing in this kitchen. You'll go head to head against the greatest chefs on Roblox.
On Roblox?
Balls I've ever seen. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
Now, I've organized these celebrity video games into a few different segments here. I should clarify as well, celebrity video game doesn't mean a video game with a...
Why is my mouse so sensitive tonight? What the fuck? I gotta plug you back in. Is there something wrong with this goddamn thing? There we go.
Celebrity in it. That's called acting. It's not really that interesting. These are games based around the celebrity, the real life person. Also, if you are interested in seeing me play some of these games, I'm going to be streaming them over on twitch.tv/minikudos. Now, this is one of the most common types of celebrity video games, the celebrity power fantasy, where apparently being rich and famous and having as many sexual prospects as you want, that's not enough. You also have
need
to
a
be
video
presented
game
as a
that
badass
that
in a
calls you
video
cool.
game aimed at 12-year-olds. Now, you could take the Steven Seagal route and make Steven Seagal is the final option. Now, this was a game that was meant to come out in the early 90s, featuring the Steven Seagal himself, the Aikido master, the Putin's best friend. Steven Seagal was the final option, which, by the way, phenomenal title. So accurate. If you're calling on Steven Seagal,
he is good.
Something is deeply wrong. He really is the final option. The military.
He was at one point the Russian ambassador to America.
I can do this. I'm a professional.
Are you sure?
No, can't think of anyone else. This was obviously meant to be, reminiscent of his golden era of movies and featured digitized graphics like the first Mortal Kombat games. Now, you would assume from that Steven Seagal himself came into the studio and they recorded him in front of a green screen doing all the animations, the walking, the punching, the kicking,
you would assume.
the kissing, whatever he needs. According to an interview with Jeff Tarr in September of 1993, we have the rights to his name and image. Okay. Pause. But we used a lookalike because the resolution of even digitized images and cartridges is not such that you can tell the difference. I mean, he's not wrong. You're working with about 15, maybe 20 pixels max. So, yeah, I could see why you wouldn't bother the very important Steven Seagal by making him prance around in front of a green screen like an idiot. He goes on to say Seagal still consulted extensively on the project and he received a combination of royalties and guarantees as his compensation. Now, that was 1993 when that interview happened. So, several years later, the website Nintendo Player interviewed former designer Steve Wick. Let's just say the choice to not shoot with Steven Seagal was not necessarily because of his busy schedule. The real reason Seagal did not appear in the game was that Tech Magic was too cheap to pay him. And he goes on to say, as far as I know, Seagal had no interest or involvement in the game. I never heard about him having any sort of approval on anything. As far as I was ever told, he sold his name and likeness, and that was the end of it. We certainly never had to pitch our designs to him.
Oh, you'll give me money to make video game? Fuck, here, sign the check.
The game was ultimately cancelled. I guess Steven Seagal's amazing star power.
Wait, you mean I can't play this game? I was going to play this game.
Magic went out of business. In case you're wondering why you never heard of them before. Many years later, a prototype was leaked onto the internet, and yep, it's definitely a Steven Seagal type game. And actually, honestly, for the time period, it does look pretty sick. It would be interesting to see what the final version would look like.
Relevant
this is more exciting
now.
than any Steven Seagal movie. Come on, Steven, show us what you got. Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, you may have forgotten Steven Seagal's infamous regeneration powers, but much like Wolverine. Of course, Steven Seagal wasn't the only action star who peaked 40 years ago who has his own video game. In fact, 10 years earlier, we got Chuck Norris Super Kicks. There's actually two Chuck Norris games. This is the serious one, if you can believe that. And here's what a serious Chuck Norris game looks like.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yep. Those are
Super
2600
kick.
Sound effects.
Super kick.
Oh, that hurts if you're wearing headphones. That is crunchy.
I'm wearing
so I believe the
headphones.
white
It
figure
felt so
here is
good.
Chuck Norris and his iconic, that's his hair. I guess that's a headband. His famous blue line he has around him. His porcelain white body, and of course, his iconic green belt. Can you be a black belt? I love these fucking Atari 2600 games too, because it was like this. The whole game is like 6 minutes long, and I get this would have cost like $400.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, somewhere between 25 to 30 US dollars, equivalent of $91. That's awesome. Some idiots back in the day were paying 91 American dollars for this. To run around as a noodly armed Chuck Norris idiot. I love it's like clearly the same running sprite. Whoa!
Hi Nikki, hi Nikki,
Just
hi
like the real
Nikki.
Chuck Norris. So
Also,
yeah,
is that
if you weren't
PewDiePie?
alive-
No, this is Manny Kudos. Manny Kudos is a Australian YouTuber. In the same sphere as like Internet Historian. He does collabs with him actually frequently. But because you brought up PewDiePie, Pewds bought land in Japan recently. That's right. A fucking white man bought Japanese land in one of the most xenophobic countries. So good on him. Because that's kind of hard to do. But at the same time, that country's going down like, South Korea is another country that you could probably just go in and just start buying up a lot of shit. Because by 2060, that country's just gone. Maybe sooner.
Or were not on the internet in the 2000s. Chuck Norris jokes were They were funny at the time.
Oh my God,
Put it
Nikki's
that
gonna
way.
lose
You
their
just,
title.
Paint him like an infinite
Nikki's gonna lose their
badass.
title. All
He's
they
the
did was
coolest guy
remove my
ever.
jacket.
The world bends to his will, and he can do anything. Here's some of them. Chuck Norris doesn't read books. He stares them down until he gets the information he needs. Time waits for no man unless that man is Chuck Norris. If you spell Chuck Norris in
They forgot.
You know what it is? I think it's just fun to say the word Chuck Norris. Because as a kid, I'd never watched any of his TV shows.
You already made me lose
who
it.
the fuck he was.
Lose what?
I just knew he was like a badass action guy. That's kind of all you need to know. It's like, oh yeah, he's a cool guy, and it's fun to say Chuck Norris. So they decided to make a video game.
I wouldn't say
Chuck
he's
Norris,
a cool guy.
Bring on the pain.
Wait,
This was
what?
a $1.
Wait. Back that up. Back that. Okay, for the quick flash, I thought the tank that's to the right of the image left of Chuck Norris, I thought that statue head was like connected to the tank. I thought the tank was like had a face. That would have been cooler.
Pain.
My
This was a
streak
$1
reminds you.
mobile game app from 15 years ago, 2009. Yep, this is like probably the height of this. So the game even has Chuck Norris jokes as loading screens. Chuck
My
Norris
burp
can clap with
informs
only
you.
one hand. I mean, to be fair, like for a $1
I can clap with no
mobile
hands.
app,
I just have
kinda
to stand
swag,
up.
Really, it's before microtransactions and mobile games got married together. They actually did video games that
Why are you
were
throwing
just
things
a
at
video
me?
game you buy and just have. This is a fun example of that. Here's him killing, I believe, the Vietnamese. I'm not sure if that's
A reference to one of his many
acceptable.
movies.
Of course, these celebrity power fantasies don't stop there. We also have 50 Cent's series of games. Added up, it ends up being about $1. 50 Cent Bulletproof as well as 50 Cent Blood on the Sands were
Yeah,
a
it's
pair of
Blood
action
on the
games
Sands.
featuring the rapper Fitty himself, including a sick, very badass cinematic trailer where I believe he gets shot 9 times.
I run these streets. This whole city is mine. I never understand how people forget that.
Despite being a game ostensibly about 50 Cent, he doesn't quite seem to care enough to bring any kind of energy to the voice acting, which is going to be a recurring theme for most of these games.
Yeah.
I also like that this is on floor 50. That's kind of fun. Wait a second, did he jump outside the cinematic bars there? This trailer and the game in general, it's very funny to me because the Chuck Norris stuff and the Steven Seagal stuff, they're kind of playing their characters from, their respective movies and TV shows and whatnot. 50 Cent is he's a guy.
Yeah,
I
he's
suppose
just
you
a
could say
dude.
he's playing a character too, obviously. It's just, I don't know, it's something so juvenile about it. Don't get me wrong. It's pretty sweet. 14-year-old me would have been like, oh, hell yeah. And,
14-year-old
today,
Bud was like, oh, hell
there's
yeah.
a small part of me that's going, hell yeah, 50. I think it's just funny because it's like, it's almost like implied, before this rap thing took off, this is what I was doing. Except then 50 Cent, Blood on the Sand, is him as a rapper.
You gotta
The
get the
story
crystal
revolves around
skull.
him recovering a diamond and pearl encrusted
yeah.
skull that was given to him as payment for a rap gig in an undisclosed Middle Eastern country. Yeah, this came out in 2011. We're in the heyday of the murky gray-brown military shooter kind of era. Is it the same year Modern Warfare 2 came out?
No.
We're coming off the Iraq
2
War.
years
The Middle East
after.
is ingrained in pop culture. 50 Cent himself decides to get in on the action. You get to drive around in Hummers. You get to fly a helicopter, which was added because 50 Cent's son suggested it when they did a play test one time. Because unlike Steven Seagal, 50 was involved. He recorded dialogue. He play tested the game. He even went to Iraq and actually shot a lot of insurgents himself. So that's nice. The other funny thing
For
about this game
legal
is 50's just
reasons, that's a
huge
lie.
asshole, just all the time.
10 million, guaranteed. That's the deal.
So first of all, he gets paid $10 million for what I can assume is just one concert. That's definitely what you get paid every concert, 50, especially in an unknown Middle Eastern country. Also, he's on stage wearing grenades. Bit of a safety risk, maybe. Hits the mic drop. Doesn't even say like goodbye or anything. He just kind of walks away.
Bad news, 50. No deposit.
Motherfucker.
He walks straight off the stage.
Alright,
Someone
I'm
just
gonna head
hands
out.
him a gun. 50 and his crew always have guns everywhere and anywhere, and they're not afraid to use them against the fucking guy who books him. In a similar vein, Def Jam Fight for New
Yeah!
York was a similar
Good game. No, this is a good
video
game series. Why is this being
which
brought
was
up?
Actually pretty good. The 50 games were
Okay,
kind of
by
a mixed
comparison.
bag. Def Jam Fight for New York was actually a
Def Jam's
pretty
incredible.
in-depth fighting
God, I
game
wish Def
featuring
Jam would
a
come
number
back.
of the Def Jam crew. You can play as a Ghostface Killer, future President Joe Budden, Redman, Fat Joe, Busta Rhymes, Snoop Dogg is in it because of course he is. You can even play
Snoop Dogg
as
was
Lil' Kim and Ice-T.
pro?
You got this list of pretty big
Snoop
names,
Dogg was
especially
just
at
a
the time.
villain.
And then on top of that, you can play as
He wasn't Snoop
Jacob
Dogg.
Arabo, the guy who founded Jacob and
Oh, yeah,
Company,
true.
the watchmaker. He's just in the game. That honestly, that's some crazy fucking swag. To be a dude who's so influential in the rap community for your joy that they put you in their fighting video game. If you want a slightly less functional celebrity
game was peak.
brawler, why not
Right
try
there
this
with NFL Street.
deathmatch game featuring
NFL Street was so good, and Street 2, but fuck, NFL Street was so good. I put too much time into that game to the point where I would clown for about 7 fucking yards before the goddamn touchdown. Cause I just start running. Oh man, I want to play that game again, but I am so detached from being able to play it well, and I don't want to climb that ladder again. This game's god awful, and I have this.
2 people accused of sexual assault, which is what you want.
Yeah.
You don't know Celebrity Deathmatch, it was a claymation satire.
Just like how there's that alleged rapist in the new Mark of the Wolves game. Ronaldo. And they put some DJ that's friends with the Saudi family in it. And that guy just looks like Maximilian, dude. Oh, the fuck? The fuck is NFL Street? I think that's what you meant to say, Harful. You gotta put both hands on the keyboard when you type. NFL Street was a fantastic series, just like NBA Street, that allowed you... It's not. The fuck? It's not an OS, it's a game. NFL Street. Game was good. Just straight into the game. So it's just football game, but not big stadium football game. You just play it in the streets or directly on the actual physical street or in some park. It just had funny arcade elements. Like a turbo meter. And you could do funny little showboating stuff to get points. Which would intentionally slow you down, because you're fucking around. Yeah, I do shit like this for so long. But there, I would have been cocky and I would have ran, like, to the right and really milked it. But yeah, no, this game, fantastic. Strut that line all goddamn day. No, this game is great. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, and then you can build your meter up at the top, and then you can do a game-breaking play. Come on, hit the game breaker. There we go. And then whoever is currently getting the ball just fucking freaks it hard, and then everybody freaks it. Oh, you fucking ruined it! And then recovery and oof. But yeah, NFL Street, very good series. Kind of wish they bring back more arcadey titles like this. But I don't get good video games. I get AAA gaming, where they spent a shit ton of money on what is essentially a poorly optimized game.
Fire show, kind of, I guess the closest thing you maybe compare it to is Robot Chicken. It ran on MTV. A lot of slapstick humor surrounding celebrities.
No, it was closer to Mad
TV.
TV.
Again, some real heavy hitters for the time. You can play as Busta Rhymes. Did he make it into Def Jam Fight for New York? He did, as Magic. So massive year to be a Busta Rhymes fighting game fan. Mr. T is in it. All of NSYNC. You can play as Ron Jeremy. Oh, yep. I think this was shown as evidence. He pulls his cock out and it's the actual chicken. That's very funny.
Johnny. Those are the biggest balls I've ever seen.
Oh, you can also play as Marilyn Manson, who
Miss Cleo.
You know, can't really remember whether or not the accusations against him were confirmed or not, but there was certainly a lot of them. And in the court of public opinion, that's good enough. Hey, real quick, I really hate doing this because it feels really lame, but if you like this channel, you like these videos, please consider liking or subscribing. It actually does
right
help
after that last
so
comment,
much
what a
push
serendipitous
as many
timing.
people as possible so I can spread my dark influence. Also, why not go to fantasydivision.com and pick up some of my merch. I'm very, very proud with how all this came out. Me and my boy Jared has put so much work into this. We've got tees, we've got tote bags that we designed for tabletop gaming. We've got keychains. You can buy a whole salmon
keychain
market price, and we'd love if you would
chat, would you rather a
go to
keychain or a
fantasydivision.com
sticker?
and,
I'm
pick yourself
thinking
up
sticker.
something pretty. And hey, tell me I sent you. So celebrity
Or a
power chips
beanie.
make sense.
Oh
but
my
the
God, if I
vast,
could have a beanie.
vast majority of celebrity video games are
Keychain?
unsurprisingly sports games. These days, most sports games are just the name of the sport or whatever franchise
Magnet?
name is
Magnet
being
would be
stuck to
good.
it with
Magnet
one player
would be
featured
good.
on the box art. Who will often go
Sticker,
on to have some kind of horrific
magnet,
accident like not long afterwards.
keychain.
Seriously, look it up. But back in the day, we would have an entire genre of sports games that were just desperately clinging to one athlete's stardom in particular. That's how you end up with stuff like Dave Robinson's Supreme Court. The game was endorsed by NBA player David Robinson. I mean, I'd certainly fucking hope so, since they use his name and face on the fucking box art.
Mega
It doesn't
Drive.
feature an NBA license and instead features 4 different fictional American teams. Although, of course, when the graphics look like this, I don't think anyone's going to be feeling like they're having a fast one pulled over them.
Chicago.
I can't tell who's who anyway, so what does it matter? Now, everyone knows Andre Agassi. Everyone loves tennis. Everyone loves,
No,
1992's
you
Andre
know.
Agassi tennis. Now,
What?
there's something I'd like you to point out. Just
Gassi?
something happens here. Okay.
Gassy?
I'll also point out this is made by the same people who made the fucking shitty Steven Seagal game. Andre
that looks
Agassi
good.
tennis.
Hi, make sure
This
it's
is the
welcome in.
1992 one. And now, a mere 10 years later, something tragic has happened to dear Andre Agassi. See if you can spot it. That is brutal, isn't it? Look at those locks. This already looks like a wig. And you've got the headband. Just wear a wig on the headband, man. That actually is so sad. Of course, let's follow that up with Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker. I hope you like snooker. I love this box art. Unironically, it's actually really cool. Look at that. Look at how slick that is.
Oh my God, they got the timing to get the fucking dust trail. Unless then that was
that'd be if you made video games, you fucking idiot. What's the latest
extremely
game they
well
published?
photoshopped
Guilty
in.
Gear X, really?
Wait, really?
Fallout. What the fuck? How have I never heard anyone talk about this game?
Oh no, he found it. Oh no, he found
Yeah,
it.
this does look bad. Not very much to say about Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker. I don't even think he's in the fucking game because the game looks like this.
Chat, how evil would it be? You know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence. I'm going to hold on to that thought. Never
Yes,
mind.
but
Never
there is
mind.
one
I
part
said
that thought
nothing. I
was
said
quite
nothing.
fun. The
Smile.
game uses a copy protection mechanism in which the user is prompted to enter a word from the manual corresponding to a certain page, paragraph, and word number. Getting this word wrong 3 times causes the word fail to appear on the screen many times, after which in the MS-DOS version the computer was rebooted. Hope your mum doesn't throw out the manual, the pamphlet that comes with the game. Otherwise,
Mom, I
you're
literally
not playing
need that.
Jimmy White Snooker anytime soon.
I can't play
Sorry,
with
buddy.
Jimmy
Of
if
course,
I don't have the
Jimmy White's
manual.
Whirlwind Snooker. That box art's too classy. So here's Alex Higgins making love to the table while being encapsulated
fucking
in a
side
border of
fucking that
pure
table.
piss. Very nice yellow there. Compatible with the speech synthesizer for the Amstrad SSA ones. I'm assuming you can talk to Alex Higgins in real time. That's how I read that. Amtix described the ball graphics as poor. Alex Higgins'
Poor
World
ball
Snooker
graphics.
fails at the one thing that it has to render, which is the balls, apparently. Woof. Yeah, no, I see why. Come on, guys. You didn't even try and like put a little bit of shading on them or anything. You just you just made the default circle in Microsoft Paint and called it there. Besides the ball graphics, it was considered generally a reasonable snooker game, but Steve Davis's snooker presents much better value for money.
Steve
Man,
fucking Davis made such a good
the
snooker
titles.
Snooker. Snickies, Snickers.
The snooker video game titles back in the day were it was a cutthroat industry. God damn, that goes really hard. I can see why this is better. Of course, everyone knows Graham Gooch.
The
Here's
New
Graham
Jersey
Gooch's
the New
world-class
Jersey show.
cricket.
I can't
Nothing to say
even
there.
recall
Graham
the
Gooch.
name
That's
of
why I
it.
wanted to include
That's
that.
how much my
Continuing
brain
a string
doesn't
of
want me.
fucking
Jersey Shore. God
awesome
damn it.
box arts. Look
That
at
was
Bass's
some of the
Black
worst
Bass
shit.
Pro Fishing series. Look at how fucking sick this art is.
In the
Let's
it was
jump
the
right out
aughts,
the
right? It was the
screen
mid aughts or the late aughts.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Fish.
You get to win against Hank Parker, who was a professional bass fisherman. Man, you got to
hold
be a
on, this
real
looks
son of a
decent,
gun to
though.
be a famous fisherman.
Wait,
And
hold
he got his
on,
own
this
video
looks
game out of
decent
it.
though. It's
Very
a fish
nice.
game.
Now, I'm not the biggest fan of sports games, mostly because I'm not
I
really
never
a fan
seen
of,
it either.
most
I just had to
sports.
deal
Just
with
not really my thing,
the
especially
outer
the way
ring,
that,
the fallout.
Sports game fans are treated is not very nice. You guys really get thrown through a loop, but here's a fun one. Cal Ripken's Real Baseball.
Also, the fact
Sure
that the
everyone here knows who
the
Cal Ripken is. I certainly
third
do.
act of the
He actually made an MMO SG.
the Three Stooges movie heavily has them, and I didn't like that as a child.
Arizona Diamondbacks and the humans were.
No, when did that come
Yankees. The game was designed to allow 18
But you're always a
human-controlled
child.
players to
I know,
compete
but hold on.
simultaneously in a virtual game, though the number was later reduced due to lag issues. Honestly, genuinely
2012.
a really cool concept for a sports
Yeah,
game.
bud, you
I'm
were
a
not
big
a
fan
child
of the
when that
game
came out.
Foxhole,
I know,
which
but
is like a
mentally,
massive,
I am.
persistent world game where every single unit is a player, and so to translate that to baseball is
That was
it's
13
fun. It's a cool
years
idea.
ago.
Unfortunately, Cal Ripken's Real Baseball only made it to October of 2008. We've also got Bruce Jenner's World Class Decathlon. Here's the riveting Wikipedia section. Gameplay in the game. In the game, the player participates in a decathlon. In fact, there's a fucking citation.
That's the laziest bullshit I've seen of a Wikipedia article.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull. I need to pull myself again. Holy fuck, that's funny. Yeah, hold on. Let's look this up. I want to watch this.
Fish? Holy macro
That
media?
rules. Okay, I'm here. I'm here for it. Is that
Quap?
Bruce? Bruce
Is that the Quap runner?
Oh, this is meant to be early man, I guess.
I mean, what can you say about this? Early
Oh, that
video
was beautiful.
game.
Some poor bastard
Looks
had to model
fantastic.
and rig an entire deer model for it to be 2 seconds of the cutscene.
Hello everyone, I'm Bruce Jenner, and welcome to my world-class decathlon game. Now you can experience the thrill of competing for the gold in my realistic decathlon simulation game from Interactive Magic.
The skin tone slider changes your hair color, so that's good.
Okay. False start.
Runners, to your mark!
Whoa, it's like I'm really there.
Congratulations,
Yeah, that is
you
Quap.
set a personal record.
Oh, that's nice. While on the topic of absolutely fucking insane video game titles, here's Greg Norman's Shark Attack.
Could you do top-down
exclamation
Quap?
mark, colon, the ultimate golf simulator.
Wait, what?
You can
Wait,
just
what?
see the two executives like completely unable to come to an agreement on what this should be called. One guy clearly said this needs to be called Greg Norman's Shark Attack, and then another dude said that's fucking stupid. No one knows what that means. We need to call this the ultimate golf simulator. They had to meet in the middle, unfortunately. My favorite thing about this is on the Wikipedia page. It says the game features a full view of each hole.
Huh?
Which, you know, I'm sure
Ayo.
the fellas out there will appreciate that one.
Hey,
Before
hey,
he was
hey, hey.
trying his hardest to bring about the downfall of America, Hulk
Aerial
Hogan
view
had a
up close.
Xbox
No.
360 Kinect game. This is a very dark time in gaming, the Kinect era. Funnily enough, the Kinect would go on to find a lot of use outside of gaming, but at this point in time, Microsoft was desperate to make it work, and so they built this hideous wrestling game to make full use of the Kinect's motion capabilities, wherein you as the player have to recreate
Actually
the
make a
moves in order
goblin.
for your character to do. It
Actually
kind of flies in the
makes
face
a
of
goblin.
the do not try this at home warning that they play before every match.
My life is on the line. Don't risk yours. Please, don't try this.
Except unless you're playing Hulk Hogan's stupid fucking Kinect game, then go
And then,
nuts.
yeah,
I
you
know
got to
it's
do a
futile,
backflip
like, I
off the
know
table if you want to be
all-
Jeff Hardy.
All kids do. Back
Sorry,
then,
kids.
and
You
probably
gotta
today
just
as well, there's
go get a
practice
ladder
wrestling
from the
moves on each other, 'cause
garage.
it's
You want to
like
be
you're-
Jeff
you're a
Hardy in
fucking
your little video
10-year-old
game.
boy
You
watching,
gotta do
know,
a swanton
fucking
for
flip each other
realsies.
around, and you've got to
Straight into the glass table. Mom will sweep it up.
No one was
But
really
straight
particularly
into the
fond of
glass
game,
table.
and because it was a Kinect game, it never fucking worked. So all in all, not the best game to attach yourself through there. The last one I want to talk to you about here is BMX Triple X. Now notice there's no.
I missed the most obvious joke about the Hulk Hogan Kinect game in the fact that because it was a Kinect game, black people couldn't play it. I'm breathing into my emergency bag because I need the oxygen. Whew, wow, someone else at some point when that game was out and active made that joke. I dusted off an old one. but at poor timing on my part. I gotta get better.
No celebrity name associated with that. That's because
thank you.
Name associated with it asked to be removed, along with a large portion of the developers, if you can believe that. Quite a few of them asked for their last name to be initialized or even replaced with the name of like famous historical figures. That's how embarrassed some people were. BMX XXX was meant to be the third in the
Is it
series
just floating
of the
there?
Dave
Yeah, it is.
Mirra
I need
Freestyle
to change
BMX
that
series, which is obviously a BMX style sports game, kind of loosely in the vein of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
And it should be fine to play.
Twice as many broken bones, or maybe less. Is BMX more dangerous than skateboarding? Let me know how many injuries you've sustained below. Now, the first couple Dave Mirra games, the classics, that font is so insane. I thought it was in like Polish or something for a second. I thought this was like another language. Do you reckon they had to get Dave Mirra to sign off on him only being 3 triangles good at landing and only 3 triangles good at wall rides? A little bit of a flat scalp there, Dave, if you were taking a couple balls to the head. So anyway, Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX lets you
These games were fun
on 2 wheels, doing all the coolest BMX moves you can imagine.
It's just Tony Hawk. It's just original Tony Hawk.
BMX XXX, publisher Acclaim decided to mix things up a little bit. Now you might recognize
I think 4 started pushing it a little bit wackier. Well, they all kind of had wacky bits.
I recommend you go and watch after this one, of course. And this is yet another one of their outrageous marketing stunts. BMX XXX was one of the last flailing attempts of Acclaim to maintain relevance in an ever-shifting market. Their solution to stand out was to add in sex, porn, titties, all that good stuff. Unfortunately, learned pretty quickly that the old adage "sex sells" is actually factually incorrect. You actually have to make a good game on top of the titties, as we discussed in the previous video.
Like all them Gooner gotcha games that are out right now.
It was becoming harder and harder to stand out in an ever-growing market of sports games, and they thought that the rise in raunchy adult humor from the likes of Grand Theft Auto and South Park, as well as the fact that people like titties, would probably be enough to get them to play BMX XXX. And while Dave Mirra was initially on board with it, from the way it's described here, it seems like there was a bit of a schism, a bit of a misunderstanding between Dave and Acclaim about what kind of humor this would be. Mirra thought it would be something more along the lines of Airplane or other similar Leslie Nielsen-led projects. Meanwhile, Acclaim was
that's hilarious that he thought it was going to be at some point properly written.
Opinion there. At a certain point, Dave Mirra realized that attaching his name to a game where you can unlock footage of employees of the New York strip club scores to view as reward for doing good in the game probably wouldn't be good.
I've said for a long time I question why BMX XXX is a banned game on Twitch, and then I realized, no, yeah, there's actually just strip club footage in it. I totally forgot that there's just real life footage. Woo! Never mind, that stays there. That stays there.
Himself. However, tragically, BMX XXX was a huge flop and was part of the reason why Acclaim ended up going bankrupt. Dave Mirra himself would actually sue Acclaim after its release, claiming that his association with the game
big nail
his
in that
image.
coffin.
He said that Acclaim allegedly used his name and likeness to promote BMX XXX after both parties agreed to disassociate his name from the product. I think my favorite thing about BMX XXX, if you look it up, there's a video on the official IGN YouTube channel with 19 million subscribers from 20th of May 2011, and it's just a 23-second video with no commentary shot on what appears to be like the show floor at E3, showcasing the supposed boob shake, or as it's titled, BMX XXX GameCube gameplay dash boob shake.
Boob shake. Hi Rathless, welcome in. I'm gonna get against the wall so you can see.
Work on a press technology a little bit, it's moving around. Like I said, you can take your shirt off and you can ride around with no shirt on. Go over here, and you can have up to 16 other characters in the environment at the same time.
And that's the whole video. I'm so confused.
Wowie!
They uploaded just that. I don't know what IGN was on 14 years ago, but that was,
IGN's still on some weird shit.
Worth sharing.
14 years
the
later.
Creepiness of a. I'm assuming one of the developers on the showroom being like, "Here, let me fucking push the camera up against a wall so we can look at her tits." It's like something you do when you're like 12 and your friend comes around. You're like, "Dude, check this out in GTA. If you can pick up a prostitute, she'll suck your dick. Look at this. This is fucking awesome."
Some other time.
Okay, that's it. I'm out of here.
Ah.
What can I do for you?
this one? It's like a Looney Tunes dude. Okay, enough of that. This is a weirdly specific genre. I've decided to title it Weirdly Well-Made Platformer Games That Have No Connection to the Celebrity's
Bell-bottom
real
cargo
occupation.
pants.
These are the likes of your
Hug
Shaq
her
Fu's,
ass, but
your
legs
Michael
so
Jordan,
baggy.
Chaos in the
Yeah,
Windy
that's the
City,
fit
and
that
your
I
Michael
like to
Jackson
wear
Moonwalker.
daily.
All three of which are just like really solid, quite fondly remembered platformer games. And another one which I haven't heard anyone talk about, which is Go Go Beckham Adventure on Soccer Island, which is a Game Boy Advance game heavily inspired by Mario, in which you play David Beckham, soccer player and famous bendy man, and a kind of a faux Japanese style platformer, but it's actually a British game. But it's very faithful to both soccer and the genre of Japanese platformer it's kind of parodying. It just looks like a fun game and it's very well reviewed. Yep. Not very much to say about this.
All right,
It's just
fair
a
enough.
cool looking game. I don't know how we got here, but I'm glad we're here. Of course, this is one of the other popular genres of celebrity video game, the soulless cash grab.
Yeah. Wait, we already seen the Hulk Hogan game.
And all it costs is your face.
I have AIDS.
Dave Mirra wasn't
Oh.
the only one to sort of claim. Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen were also taking them to court around the same time for their series of Mary-Kate and Ashley video games.
Huh?
Well, the Mary-Kate and Ashley brand was like fucking insane. These two dominated the teenage entertainment industry for years and clearly left a mark on them. They're very interesting people now. Either mean that says, it looks like one of them left a mark on them. They're very interesting.
It says from child stars to founders of fashion brand selling 15K coats. Jesus Christ.
People now. Either mean that says it looks like one of them knows when you're gonna die and the other one knows how you're gonna die. But hey, at least their sister Elizabeth got to have at least a semi-normal childhood, I suppose. My sister was born well after the Mary-Kate and Ashley fad had passed, so I was never really exposed to it as a kid, and therefore can't really say I understand the appeal. I get it's not aimed at me. I'm not saying it's bad. I don't like, are they good actors? Were they particularly good at acting? Were they just rich girls who could afford to have ponies and whatever other stuff? What was the appeal? Please hit me.
Meme review.
These chicks pumped out a number of games. You'll find with a few of these games.
No,
they're
again,
not
sticker
really
magnet
games.
keychain.
I don't know if that's like a
Sticker
girl
magnet
thing back
keychain.
in the day where they were like, oh man, these
No code.
stupid
Code's too
10-year-old
much
girls
money.
won't be able to handle the pure complexity of a massive.
What about a bath mat with duckies smoking blunts, just like that one? Age of Empires 2 mentioned.
Instead, let's just give them like a variety.
What about
of, like,
ducks smoking little
digital
blunts, like that one
essentially. And that's how
nipple
we end up
image
with
of me
stuff
in the
like
bath?
Mary-Kate and Ashley Dance Party of the Century, which appears to just be a string of
That
videos
could also work?
of
Okay,
the
fair.
girls dancing that they've loosely tied around some games like Name That Dance, Dress Up to Dance, Scrambled Eras, Dance Class, and that very early like Adobe Illustrator vector art style.
Score!
Oh, and don't forget the FMV. While watching this, I've been really genuinely cannot tell whether or not the people dancing are Mary-Kate and Ashley. Now, I'm inclined to believe it's not. I really don't think it's them. Especially when you see the input these girls have had to this, where like, let's get one more
No, I
take
can
out
totally
of,
see that it's
Mary-Kate or
them
maybe
because
Ashley.
Score!
So
it's
that's
their
the kind of effort
parents
they're
just
putting
being
into
like,
the-
yeah,
the
we get
takes
money.
of this. So the idea that they learnt multiple different dances from different eras to me seems very unlikely. I think what's more likely is they just found two like petite dancers, like fully grown women who just wore like masks. But the quality on this is so low res that like it really is quite hard to tell if it is Mary-Kate or
No,
or,
brother,
or
I think
Ashley.
you're doing
Again, this
18
is kind of
extra
as big as
steps
they
that are
get
not
on
needed.
screen, and so like the quality wasn't very high.
They were
and I wouldn't
totally
be
like, you're
surprised
gonna
if they
figure out
just
the
did the same
dancing
shit
because
they did
you
with Steven Seagal game,
you
where they're
are
like, yeah, the quality's
all
still right.
around
Just get some
acting
actors in,
child.
compress it down, and no one will notice anyway. Next up, we have Mary-Kate and Ashley Get a Clue, which is a puzzle.
Is it based off
platformer.
the Clue movie?
Mary-Kate and Ashley Get a Clue. I don't know about the dog. I don't know what the dog.
Why has the dog got a hat?
The dog is involved in this. He's there. Listen to this crunchy audio.
Ah!
The fact that I was somehow able to translate, recorded dialogue into sound effects that can be played on the Game Boy's incredibly limited memory is pretty impressive, but you still sound like you're in a fucking beehive. Watching through these and seeing these little dubbed lines, which is, you know, really the only actual involvement I imagine the girls had in any of these, it really makes me feel bad for them. I know it's not like they're having to read out huge scripts or anything, but you just know it's like these girls probably had their childhood kind of robbed. Like, they would have had a really cool, crazy, over-the-top childhood, but they definitely got like chewed up by Hollywood a little bit. And these poor girls are probably just shoved into some recording booth and told like, okay, here's the script. Okay, do that. Okay, yep, no, now we're going on to record the next thing. And we, you know, they
what's a Game Boy? Can I have one? Nope.
Places not really ever getting to
new recording session.
Reminds me of those like family YouTube channels, you know, where like the kids are just being exploited for views and don't really ever get to have like an actual childhood. This is exactly what I mean, right? The acoustics are abysmal. They're clearly in their fucking stupidly large LA mansion. Clearly just ran up to the kids, you know, whoever runs this 3D animation subsidiary of the Prince family, I guess just fucking had to like go over and just stick a microphone in front of the kid's face while he's fucking like eating crackers and juice or whatever. And was like, hey, can you say these lines about Skibbity Toilet? And the kid's like,
our parents turned into Skibbity Toilet and we need your help.
Skibbity Toilet.
This kid like 6, like he can barely even fucking read the script. Which is fine. He's a child. He shouldn't be reading scripts. Next up, we have Mary-Kate and Ashley Winner's Circle, a horse racing game. I don't have anything to say about this, except I do love Chris Baker of official US PlayStation magazine stated the game might have some teenagers hot to trot, but found the game had frustrating controls. This was from the official PlayStation magazine. I do find it very funny back in the day, though. Maybe they still do this now. They really got these like 38-year-old gamer guys. And keep in mind, this is like 2002, right? If you're reviewing for PlayStation magazine, you are like a capital G gamer. You know, they sit them down and they say, well, Chris, we need you to review Mary-Kate and Ashley Winner's Circle. Not from the perspective of like, hey, if you're a parent looking to buy this game for your kids, is this a good game for your children to play? Like, reviewing it as though other 38-year-old men are going to be like, interesting, Mary-Kate and Ashley Winner's Circle. I actually only got 2 out of 3 circles from the official PlayStation magazine, so I have to give this one a miss because I do respect the opinion of Chris Baker. Continuing the trend of fucking Mary-Kate and Ashley games that aren't even games, we have Mary-Kate and Ashley Pocket
That's why majority of games journals are just
which is having to
fucking failed writers of something else, and they just fall into it.
Turns that into a
no passion or care for games or informing people of anything.
Mary-Kate and Ashley's sort of
just a job
sitting in the background. Very outdated binary genders as well. So,
cut to that one that couldn't make the fucking jump in Cuphead.
Everything. I struggle to use a planner with a keyboard. The idea of having to write it all out with a fucking Game Boy Color keyboard. Woof. IGN review of it from 2002. This was written by the guy who wrote the Pokemon of the Day.
You'd think, and yet
the credentials of the reviewer here. There's also a crusher-meter where you can point your Game Boy Color at your crush, and it will tell you whether or not they are crushing back to you. And I'm not sure if there's any kind of science involved in that. This guy keeps bringing up how cute they are. I'm not really too sure about that. The pictures aren't so good quality, but the Olsens are cute.
I don't know. Game's been around since
even in bad pictures.
Late 70s.
Mary-Kate and Ashley video.
Game journalists have had a couple decades to kind of get it in line.
16 license to drop.
I wouldn't give them any lenience back in 2002.
Was a racing.
In fact, I'd be more critical.
Well, you're wrong unless you play the Game Boy Advance version.
Wait,
in which case that is a racing game, but the main version of this, it is a Mario Party clone, if you can believe that.
We're planning a big Sweet 16 party tonight. We'll need cool music. Boys, don't forget the boys. Girls, activate your cell phones. We've got work.
Typical girl game fashion. Mario stars
activate the radiation brick.
Activate your cell phones. Also, the shift from this fun, upbeat cutscene to actual gameplay is
Wait, this looks like the game of life.
And licensed to drive.
You know, not quite as exciting once the actual game starts. I do like, instead of having the characters jump off the heads like they do in Mario Party, obviously they're cars, they can't just drive through. So instead they drive in the lane beside and toot at all the people they drive past.
Having car troubles?
But it's just a worse Mario Party. As I mentioned earlier, they later sued Acclaim. These games were all published by Acclaim's girls division, I guess. Club Acclaim, they called it. In 2004, the Olsen twins sued Acclaim because they claimed that Acclaim had not made payments on a settlement agreement. Settlement agreement came about because an audit of Acclaim's books showed that royalties due to the twins had not been paid. They owed $178,000 to the girls, which would be hard to pay because they went bankrupt not long after. While we're on the topic of 2000s teen sensations,
Acclaim spent all their money trying to make boobies on bicycles. Hi, Emma C. Emanos Kudos. Hello. I didn't remove the audio. This is the actual cutscene.
Whoa.
Hey there, I'm Britney Spears.
Hi,
Hey,
Brittany.
Brittany. This is a very quiet cutscene.
Since I spend so much time on the road with my dancers,
Eerily quiet.
they're like my family. So if you think you've got what it takes, let's see what you can do.
Dead silence throughout that cutscene. That was not edited by me, by the way. That cutscene has nothing but dialogue. What is that move she's trying to pull off as well? That was beautiful. Look, it's a rhythm game with Britney Spears music that I can't play in the background. And all the comments on this appear to be from gay men. I'm not being rude or anything. And that's just literally... The top comment says, I was 8 and used to go to my first and only girlfriend's place to play this game. Turns out I'm gay. Jumping from America over to Japan, AKB 148, if you don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely feels like one of those games that are just
where,
like the eye-awaking
it's kind of like
moment.
a permanent presence for them in Tokyo. I visited it back in the day, actually. They kind of have like a rotating cast of idols. So it's kind of like, instead of One Direction disbanding, they just rotated out the members. And also there was 48 of the little running around. You could kind of go, be guaranteed to be able to see a concert whenever you wanted. Kind of an interesting idea for a band. As you can imagine, the Japanese froth over these poor little girls. Sorry, they're not girls. They are women. Which I suppose allows them to make a weird dating sims like this one here. AKB48. Idol to Koishi... Oh my god. I can speak some Japanese. Koishi Tada. Yes. AKB
Good job,
148.
kudos.
Idol to Koishi Tada. There's a PSP game where
a
you
PSP
pick
game.
one of the
People
beautiful
were
ladies,
jerking it
real
to this so
hodgepodge of
hard.
Photographs. Some of them appear to just be like they ran up to them in the studio and just took a photo. You get to go on a date with them. The whole thing's in Japanese, so don't expect me to fucking know what's going on here. But the parasocial relationships being promoted here are almost certainly going to end with one of these poor ladies getting taken to the John Lennon dimension. Can I say that? Is that
not
a good
the
way of
John
putting
Lennon
that? You know that
dimension.
there's some fucking freak Japanese guy out there who's just played this like
Don't make
he's got
the
his
Shinzo
favorite
Blaster.
He's just played their dating sim over and over and over again like a million times. Oh, and in case you need some inspiration, here's a light gun arcade game in which the AKB48 girls are zombies and you have to shoot them with a vaccine gun. I really hope that some stalker doesn't use this to practice shooting the girls in
I
the
have
head.
to save you from the zombie virus. Blam, blam, blam.
Oh no, she's fine. Maybe that's how we should have handled COVID. Just running around with a fucking a vaccine gun, just capping
Spread
people.
shotgun. Make
There's
sure you
also,
get a lot of people
an
at
unlockable
once.
scene where they dance as zombies. Ladies, this is not the fucking time. It's a zombie apocalypse. Pull it together. This is why.
No, okay. I was gonna do something different, but because that popped up. Please, 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 Sega, can you remake Dead Souls? Just add it to a game. Don't make it its own release. Just add it to a game. I want Dead Souls proper, because god damn, it's so awful in its current state. But it's the most unhinged Majima. He's just so happy he gets to kill zombies the whole time. Also, a character I won't mention shows up with a Gatling gun for an arm. Wait, that reminds me. DJ says they play every game in the series. That means at some point they're playing Dark Souls. Okay? Majima just has this energy. Great to work for, just don't get in his way. Yeah, or he'll smash your head straight into the marble desk. And then a little flicker from current age graphics to PS2 graphics. And then back again. friend. Yeah, please, Sega, please give me Dead Souls. For the love of God, give me Dead Souls.
K-pop took over instead. This is a game called Battle Rap Stars, an iOS, a mobile rap battle game, apparently the first of its kind, released back in 2011. It has you rap against world famous rappers like Paul Wall, Mr. FAB, Hobson, JPZ, and Fresh Caesar. I hate Hobson, and apparently they hate Hobson too because his bio about him is rough. On the official website of Battle Rap Stars, here's what they say about Hobson. Like many kids, Hobson wanted to be cool, but as hard as he tried, he never graduated past being that weird black kid that rode around on a skateboard. He tried to get attention by making people laugh, but he always ended up being the butt of the joke. Why would you include this in your bio, man? He wrote songs for girls to get them to like him, but got no love. Stuck in special education classes, all right. Hobson did not see much of a future. His teachers did nothing but reinforce the feelings that he wouldn't amount to anything, especially if he continued to waste his time attending classes where nothing was actually being taught. So with no money and only a few real friends, Hobson dropped out of school in 2004. What was his latest song? Was it that really racist Chinese one? It was, I think. Happy ending.
I walked in and she was like,
hello, how you doing? I can give you good massage.
They really made this into a music video, huh? They looked
wow, I haven't heard Hobson in a long time.
That's what we gotta put on.
Okay.
Happy ending. So that's Hobson. That's Battle Rap Stars. It was a game where you fucking battle rapped, and it supposedly could detect your, like, you rapped into your phone and it could tell how good the rap was. These days I could see some kind of AI thing doing it, but back then I'm going to assume they just made it up. You know, like how SingStar doesn't actually like detect what words you're singing, it kind of just like matches pitch or something. It's like that. I doubt it really worked. Their Twitter is quite entertaining.
Yeah, you just hold the note, right,
and it'll
just work.
Sign up to this. Unfortunately, all these links are dead, as you can imagine, because it's a fucking iOS game from 14 years ago. And unfortunately, all the YouTube links don't work either. So we will never know whether or not Barack Obama really did play Battle Rap Stars.
Oh my God. We missed out on so much Kino.
I'll make Gordon. Now, I really like Gordon Ramsay. I think he's a cool guy. I think he's a very hard worker.
Yeah, Roblox.
I've never liked his shouty stuff.
They're gonna blow fire in your face, you fucking donkey!
You know, I don't watch Hell's Kitchen or Kitchen Nightmares or Hell's Kitchen Nightmares or Kitchen Nightmares and Hell or any of that sort of
Kitchen
shit.
Hell.
I watch all his cooking stuff, so I like watching cooking videos. And in those, he's like a calm, reassuring dad.
The cheese is melted.
Oh, not that one. Oh, you son of a bitch. You sick son of a bitch. Now I have to critique this fucking grilled cheese again. No, just get to it. Just get to it. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. It's like they walked into the kitchen and said, we have literally 17 minutes.
Incredible.
Get your things and go.
Romano with pepperberry and Asiago. Beautiful. I mean, really beautiful.
Neither of those
grilled cheese
are going to be good as a grilled cheese in the way you're preparing it.
Slices. So I can take off the rind easily. Okay, and those pepper berries is going to make the cheese a little bit spicy. Look at that there. I mean, so beautiful. And then with the Asiago
so you're thinking, Chad, he's making a grilled cheese out of these? Out of these two different cheeses?
The rind.
One with pepperberry in it, meaning that it has additives.
Get the slice.
I want to make a grilled cheese out of anger, and it's 2 a.m. Don't do that. Or do that.
Long, luscious, almost like.
Leave Gordon alone. He's out of his expertise, but the paycheck is paycheck. Yeah, these are just not melting cheese. These are not cheeses that at any level would have a good melting point in regards to the bread that you're trying to cook it with.
Locally baked country bread. Now, from there, a little bit of butter. Okay.
That's not enough butter, Gordon. That's not enough butter.
Outside. You'll see why, especially.
Gordon, that's not enough butter.
Nice, crispy texture. Again, cover it with butter.
Butter. So why are you scraping it towards you? That's very bad knife handling.
With some salt. And then
So
from
what?
there, layer your cheese.
Might as well work for the
So
actual
almost
half hour more and make all the
tailor-make
browns
it in a
grilled
way that
cheese.
it becomes somewhat almost fitted to the bread.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
And the
we'll
secret
watch that
behind this
after.
grilled cheese is a little bit of kimchi, homemade kimchi, which is going to give a nice spicy texture.
I can't shit on the additive because I put bacon in my grilled cheese,
The acidity
and I put like
in this kimchi
garlic butter on the inside.
is incredible.
If I have both of them readily
Once it's been
available.
cooked, breathtaking. Fold that over.
But what he's about to do to
there,
this poor
push that
supposed grilled cheese.
We're going to stick that.
Don't fucking use, you stupid bastard. Don't fucking use your hand and get butter all over your hand.
Nice and warm. Touch of olive oil in.
Why are you using olive oil? The butter is there. The butter is there to fucking be the lubricant to the pan. Why are you using olive oil? Oh, I know, because he gets fucking deals putting olive oil in everything. That's why this dumb bastard tells people, and make sure you put olive oil in your pasta noodles. You don't put olive oil in your pasta noodles because the oil's gonna sit on the top and it's never gonna fucking interact with the noodles. Or when he, again, still on the spaghetti video, or when he fucking dumps the pasta water. He's like, oh, you know, put a little bit of olive oil on your noodles too. It's like, you don't know. What do you do? What the fuck? Then he glugs that shit on. Now, watch this. Pan's not even hot yet. Pan's not even hot yet. You just put it on. We're watching it in real time how long that pan's been on there. That pan is warming up.
And in she goes. Now, as she cooks.
And now it's just bubbling oil. No, you don't. No. No, you don't push it yet. Oh, you fucker. You put the fucking grilled cheese on. You let one side start to brown. You flip that. Then you smush. And then you flip it again after a little bit. And then from there, you're judging both sides.
Turn that over.
Why is it soggy?
Push that down. That way it gets nice and crispy.
Why the fuck is it soggy?
Cheese side. And then once you've coloured both sides back out, and just place your spatula on top and push down. And that helps to get the cheese nicely melted.
The cheese nicely melted in this non-melting cheese. You hear all that oil popping?
With that incredible cheese, especially with that pepperberry. It's just
I believe both
combination.
of
And
the cheeses
also,
are
it just
sweating
helps elevate the
cheeses.
flavour. That beautiful
Sniffers?
cheese. Take that
Sniffers?
out.
Sweating cheese?
Turn that over. And look. It's cracking away. Beautiful. The cheese is melted.
No, it's not. No, it's fucking not, you lying sack of shit. Cut the fucking thing. Cut the fucking thing. Show me the cheese pull. Show me cheese on the knife. Oh yeah, the cheese is melted. Look at that melted cheese. Look at this fucking somehow soggy, somehow burnt, fucking cold on the inside, and then oily hot on the outside, supposed grilled cheese.
Oh my god.
That'd be hilarious, but same ballpark. They perspire instead of melting. I expect better from the acclaimed chef, but fuck, I'd eat the hell out of it. Yeah, he's eating solid brick of fucking cheese. Cold center.
That's incredible.
That's incredible.
That pepperberry, spicy, the acidity of that kimchi, and that bread cooked in the open fire.
Full of oil.
Wow.
Wow, I took 2 bites, I'm done with this
So
shit.
good. It almost makes me feel like I want to move to Tasmania.
He ain't even done. Look, he's not. He did not swallow a bite of that. He did not swallow a bite of that. He turned the fuck around to spit it out. Kimchi. I'm not sure anymore. Yeah, he put kimchi in it. See, look at his lip.
You feel like I want to move to Tasmania. That is delicious.
That whole time he just stuffed it in the right side of his cheek. And he's gonna turn around now, and he's gonna go spit that fuck out. Like, that was awful. That was horrid. Why the fuck did I do that? A real sandwich.
Please
What's
take a
real
moment
grilled
to just
cheese
quietly
sandwich?
read the 3 words on the blackboard here. I'll wait.
Sandwich, grilled cheese. Grill on the cheese sandwich.
You know, few such arrangements are capable of stimulating so much desire, so much nostalgia, so much saliva. And yet, for me, these words represent disappointment, dishonesty, and disillusionment. That's because whenever and wherever people say they're gonna make you a grilled cheese sandwich, what they really mean is they're gonna make you a griddled sandwich containing some melted cheese. Well, not me. No, when I say grilled cheese sandwich, I mean a grilled sandwich containing grilled cheese. And here's how I do it. You're gonna need a charcoal grill. Notice here that I've got a large chimney starter's worth of charcoal already started and piled up just on one side of the grill. Yes,
yeah, you
I
have
use
the
natural
warm
chunk
side and then you have
charcoal
the cold side.
Well, I'm naturally chunky. As for the actual ingredients, for 2 sandwiches, you're gonna need 4 half-inch slices of good, hearty, country-style bread. All right, you're gonna need some fat for this. If you're a butter fan, go ahead and spread a little on both sides.
PBS
However,
kitchen
you
guy?
prefer olive oil,
I know Panera Price
hold
with
off
the
until we're just a little bit closer to the fire time. As for the cheese, I believe that 2 cheeses.
Wasn't this one of
better
the
than
guys
none.
Randy
I want
Marsh
sharp, but I
cranked
want
his
nutty
hog
too, and I
to?
want a little
Yeah.
spice. I want the edges to crust, yet
Hi,
I don't want
Sonny.
a
Hi, Sonny.
gooiness
Welcome
factor.
in.
So I've got 3 ounces of extra sharp cheddar cheese and 3 ounces of Gruyere. And yes, I grated them myself, and yes, I can tell the difference. By the way, no pre-grated bag stuff, or I'll find out about it, and I'll be on.
Yes, 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 yes. Stop buying pre-shredded cheese. It's got a fucking like a coating on the outside, so it can't properly melt. That's why they can transport it without it being melted into one big fucking block of cheese. That shit sucks.
Unhappy. All right, come here.
Take 5 minutes. Grate some fucking cheese. It's not gonna kill you.
Stir in a teaspoon of dry mustard, half a teaspoon of smoked paprika, and a 1/4 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper. Now,
I love that coating. High piece, please. You can suck off all the coating of the cheese for me then, and then I'll use it.
We both know it. Good. Now, as far as hardware
otherwise, I'll
goes,
continue to shred my
I have
cheese.
got my favorite pair of spring-loaded tongs, and check this out: 2 grill spatulas with minor augmentations. I've used my favorite multitasker heavy-duty foil to make them both into shallow trays with just a little bit of lip. And here is why.
This fucking genius.
On both. Half goes there, half goes there. I'm gonna spill a little. That's the way it goes. Now, put the cheese down off direct heat. You want indirect heat on the cheese or it will burn. Now, you're gonna have to move this around and shift it several times during the 6 to 9 minutes it's going to take to get nice and bubbly. And listen, hey, seriously, when this stuff starts bubbling, don't look right at it or you will become hypnotized, I promise. Or leave that alone. Let's prep the bread. Now, I do wanna go with olive oil, so I'm just gonna kind of spritz this down lightly on both.
No, butter. Butter. Olive oil does have a nice flavor to it, I'm not gonna lie, but butter.
Sides. I don't care if it's perfect coverage. You can use a brush if you want to. I just like using the spritzer.
Dino sprayer.
Brushes.
I mean, yeah, the T-Rex Dino sprayer is pretty good.
Here's the danger. This stuff could burn, so you're
you
gonna
gotta
have to
watch
really keep an eye on
fuck
it
out of that.
and keep it.
Look at the cheese already fucking like pooling.
Now that the bread is down.
Butter doesn't taste like anything though.
Ooh, see that one's
butter tastes like joy.
All right, I'm gonna take that one off and go to the foil.
Yeah, 3 of those are good. 3 of those are good. Go back.
I'd say these guys go pretty well together. We've got to move the cheese over, and this is gonna be a lot easier than it looks. Kind of fold down the lips a little bit, slide on to the sandwich.
Oh.
Bread goes over, and then just wrap that up. I'm gonna put this back on the heat.
You fucking madman.
Indirect heat all the way back over here so that the cheese and the bread can kind of get to know each other. Now let's build this other one. Come on, out you go. That, my friends, is a grilled sandwich prepared from grilled cheese. Now, I know some of you may complain that the spatulas actually function as a griddle, but you know what? In the words of my 13-year-old daughter, whatever. Remember, America.
This is way too much work when you could just use the press. I don't want to use the press. I want to use all the autistic time and effort it takes. If you want to use the press, by all means, that's your prerogative. But now I want to get a charcoal grill and sit out on my patio and make grilled cheese for grilled cheese sandwich.
For a guy who yells at you with creative TV-friendly slurs. So obviously they tried to make a few games out of that. If you don't know who Gordon Ramsay is, real quick,
Roblox.
Were like smoking. Like, I'd expect her to sear a beef in it.
Okay. Dear Gordon Ramsay. He's had a couple games in his time. He had a Wii game called Hell's Kitchen, the game, in which a very creepy fucking Madame Tussauds wax sculpture of himself screams at you.
The doors are opening right now.
God, this looks like every Flash game.
Keeping in line with the rest of these celebrity video games, the voice
just
acting
with
from Gordon
some level of graphics and not just Flash.
Cut him some slack. He's not an actor. He's a chef. The ones where it was actors like Mary-Kate and Ashley phoning it in, I feel like that's a bit more fair to criticize. But it is funny. Like, you can just hear Gordon in the booth. He had like 10 minutes free in his whole day, and these game developers managed to like get him in, threw him in a booth. Pretty much doing the Krusty the Clown, like running in, just reading through the whole script in 2 seconds before they've even changed the tapes over.
Bada bing, bada boom, I'm done.
You donkey.
Where's the zest in that one, Gordon? Come on, you can summon some more than that. What is that?
You donkey.
It's not convincing in the slightest. I like this trailer as well. It says 35 recipes to conquer. In case you're worried about it being gay or something. It's not. It's a cool manly game. You conquer recipes.
You're gonna conquer
like
them.
war. This isn't aimed at women.
Like
it
Bad
comes
Fur
with
Day.
real recipes that you can apparently print according to this icon at the bottom here. I mean, it's a fun idea, I guess, but the idea of loading up your fucking Nintendo Wii copy of the Hell's Kitchen video game in order to fucking figure out what you're cooking for dinner tonight. The fact that someone has done that is endlessly entertaining to me.
Don't even touch another thing in this kitchen.
He doesn't sound fired up in the slightest. The actual game itself is literally just a Wii version of one of those like Papa's Pizzeria games, those restaurant manager sims where you have to kind of balance, you know, taking orders, cooking, chopping veggies, all that kind of shit. I mean, it looks fine. The Papa's games are like free on the internet, and they don't have weird fucking plastic Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, I
so
agree. Just play the
makes them
Papa's
good,
Pizzeria
but,
game.
They are free. The Hell's Kitchen video game lives on in Roblox now.
This is Hell's Kitchen.
Wait, is this still playable? Yeah, no, this is Roblox. Of course this is still playable.
On Roblox.
Remember Spoonie playing this one in a forever ago? Oh god, unlocking memories.
Insane. What? I don't even know where Roblox sits on the irony scale anymore. But Gordon Ramsay didn't just stop there. He decided to take it one step
Papa
further
Freezeria
and
gay.
Gordon Ramsay Chef Blast. This is an iOS game, and it has some of the laziest advertising I've ever seen.
Now the trick
No,
to
it's fine. It's
boiling
fine.
an egg is place the eggs in the spoon, gently lower them into the
I'm not Woozle. I'm not to the level of I really miss Spoonie. I was like, oh yeah, I remember Spoonie. He put on the funny glasses in the lab coat.
Very clearly not him playing the game.
Very
just like
clearly.
randomly tapping the screen. You know, like in movies where actors are playing video games, but they don't know how to play video games. So they're
Yeah,
just
they got
like,
the
pushing
controller
every button
upside
and,
down.
like, wiggling the joysticks in all directions.
Now, how are you doing all those back? Oh, I'm ready to get you.
That's the mobile game version of what he's doing here. He doesn't even know like what type of game it is. It's like a tile matching puzzle game. There's like a million of these on the App Store. They're not really games where you like furiously tap at your screen. It's a puzzle game. You take
Elon playing PoE.
Gordon's a fucking genius apparently. He's ripping
this guy's so hard, Elon. That's the tutorial boss. Oh no, he's really hard, guys. Egg. Wait, what?
And that's how you make a hard-boiled egg.
I'm so confused about what the joke is there. It says 8 minutes later, even though he said wait 4 minutes, which I guess the implication is he was so enthralled pretending to play his game that he like overcooked the eggs. But there's a timer going off at 8 minutes. So like, did he set a timer for 8 minutes or 4 minutes? And then he cuts open the egg and that looks like a soft-boiled egg to me, right? Yeah. Or is it like hard? Oh, maybe it is hard. There's also this one here, which I really don't like. Here's if Gordon Ramsay yelled at game developers the same way he yells at chefs. That's the whole joke for 1:40.
I'm Gordon Ramsay, and we're thinking of a visit to Blue Mobile, who are all hard at work on my new Gordon Ramsay Dash. Let's just quickly check in on them.
Hey! What in the
Do you like Gordon?
is going on?
I'm a bit of a hypocrite.
Oh, excuse me. I like Marco Pierre White. I like the guy who taught Gordon. And Gordon not yelling is all right. But yeah, Marco is definitely the superior chef.
Saying this because I've definitely brought a Nerf gun to the office before. That sounds way sketchier when you say it out loud. But I think Nerf guns are lame. Now, sorry, I've decided.
Gordon is abusive for no reason. Gordon is abusive when he's in American
it's like
produced
it's not
television.
Necessarily a bad thing on its own.
That's not him, but he is
part of this kind of culture of like, no, we're like a cool office. We're like
You just have to look up how Gordon does his eggs versus how Marco does his eggs, and that basically is it. Gordon is very rush, go, go. And Marco is the level of cooking I enjoy, where there's some actual thought and care, and you understand there's a process, versus go. Michael Smith. No, give me a short video of him. Yelling is his brand. Yelling is his American brand. That's not everything he does. Like I already previously stated in this video, Kudo said it best. The cooking videos that you watch of Gordon that are good are the ones where he's talking like a dad. Even that grilled cheese one, he was very calm and just like, oh, yes, oh. That's the level of Gordon I'll put up with. The Kitchen Nightmares thing is I'd only watch that because some people on it were entertaining. To be fair, Gordon is abusive to people whose whole job is not giving people food poisoning. Touché.
You have fun here. Meanwhile, it's like, awfully mismanaged and you're miserable.
Have you seen Boiling?
But you're allowed to have a Nerf gun. But if you fire it off,
doesn't ring a
once
bell.
week,
Doesn't ring a bell. Boiling Point doesn't bring up anything. UK production where he was being filmed while working on getting his first mission. Oh yeah!
That we sold to you.
He was under a lot of pressure, but yes, no, he is a little bit.
The Dash team here at Glue, they really understand what it takes to make a great cooking game.
My bad. There's actually two jokes. Two
Hi,
jokes for the
Dag,
price of
welcome
one in
in.
this video.
Yep,
the
yeah,
other
American
joke is that
society. He's
Gordon's
also
doing
British.
an interview
And that's
where he's
unforgivable.
lying, I guess, about how good the team is.
That's why you all. Well, that's a part of why you all instantly hate me is because my bloodline comes from there.
Amazing attention to detail.
Who animates this character? It's got no secondary animation to it. If I wanted to play with dolls, I'd stay at home with the fucking kids.
Sorry, what do we do, Chef?
In a nutshell, it's been an absolute delight working with the Dash team at Glue. They are a very talented, really sophisticated group of people.
Yeah, and tighten up the graphics on level 3, will you?
Yes, Chef.
Don't cook with rubber bands on.
Level 3.
Chef
Does
Michael
this game even have
Smith.
levels?
Ooh,
Yeah,
yippee.
so that sucks. No, nothing else to say there. But all that doesn't matter because the game must print fucking money. This is only on Google Play, not even on iOS. It has over 165,000 reviews, which we all know is like only a small fraction of the actual player base, and apparently over 1 million downloads. So that tells me Gordon is going to be doing just fine. This one also includes real recipes, although this
That's
one
really
makes a bit more
funny.
sense
You're
than the
watching
fucking
this
Wii game,
as
'cause
I was
on
about
your
to
cell
come
phone,
in
so
and
you
ask
could,
if you've ever done
theoretically
game
have it
development.
open while you're cooking.
No, me,
You don't have
no.
to
I've
wheel
never
the
touched game
fucking
development.
Wii 2008.
Not even an
giant
RPG
fuck-off
maker.
television into the kitchen and set up the Wii so you can read the recipe. Oh, good lord. Good Lord above.
Mainly because
Well, anyway,
that makes my head already
how
go.
to make a celebrity video game.
I want to do
found those
story.
interesting.
I want to
really
do
love
character.
The,
I want to
nature
do
these celebrities
funny
have
little
to come into our
plot-based
space.
things.
The game is space.
Gave them
think they
STEM
can shit
Len.
out some half-baked, poorly voice-acted video game concepts and print money. To be fair, that's kind of exactly what they do. Well,
no.
It's been fun. Be sure to head over to Twitch.
I'd rather put the Ultra Kill controller back in me than do a game dev stream. That's like me trying to do music live. I'd just be sitting there for 15 minutes, removing the wrist rest of my keyboard, picking it up like so, and going why, as I beat myself over the head with it.
Alrighty.
Become game dev VTuber. It's so in. No, that requires talent. Or some understanding, or a combination of both. I become entertaining the idea of making a game in my head. Well, that's always good. If you have the creative ambition, by all means. Even May jumped on it. Yeah, but May has understanding and intelligence in these fields. I can't code or anything. I just sit there and drool and be like, game, do it. Unless you want me to just use AI. AI, make the game. Okay, AI, make the game better. AI, do it again, but better.
These bands are designed to prevent lobsters from tearing into each other and from tearing off your
Roblox
fingers,
is sewage.
Rubber bands are not
But Roblox also is a really good, like,
they will flavor the lobster.
economy,
So
rivaling some actual fucking countries.
And then just pull off the rubber bands. Nothing to it.
Bye, Michael Smith.
Poggers!
Ah.
That guy's a cyber character. He's not real.
Hi, Enric on neck. Hi, welcome in. I played that shit in like 2008, man. It's wild to go back and see people have actual studios for making Roblox games. Yeah, like it's people are making actual real dollars, real life money on Roblox. And what do? They throw it straight back into Roblox. The only game dev shit May knows is from Gmod, and that's basically the same skill level as Roblox. Yes. I'm not arguing any of these factors. I'm just trying to put the point across that my brain can't handle any of that. That's not a field that I touch. I've looked at coding and everything in that sense before and just went, nah, doesn't click. I am a yapper. I am a crafter of stories and whimsy. I am a liar and a charlatan and a sham. I am a guy who will take a small piece of media and then expand upon it in a different way and then present it not as my own, but inspired by something else. And then smile when somebody figures out, oh god, he's just ripping off One Piece.
This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN.
Hey, it's Tom Scott. Hi Muggy, welcome in.
Hey you, my name is Thomas Tomscar Ridgewell, and if you've turned on a television in the past couple of decades, you might have noticed that comedy has gone from sounding like this to sounding like this.
Yeah.
So, what happened? Who, or indeed what, killed the laughter? Today I intend to get to the bottom of this murder mystery and ask whether our lives are
because I haven't seen him on here in a bit. He hasn't popped on channel. I don't need the whole extended one. I'll just take the 38 seconds.
On Tuesday morning, it had just turned 8:45. The worker bees of Marsh McLennan were in the hive. Another day of making profits and profits. That was before Mohammed burst right into the office. He had a Boeing 767 and all the passengers of AA-11. Do you remember?
All your heroes get fat and die. It was 9/11. It was 9/11, baby. And then sometimes you get the reverse and you look at current day John Goodman and you go, but damn, John, you got thin, buddy. Good on you. So you know, it can flow back.
Or worse, now the laugh track is nigh on dead.
Tom scarring his Tom in front of a bunch of people.
What did I just say?
They cover the children's eyes.
Comedy is dead, murdered even, unalived, you could say. But don't, because that's really cringe. Now, I've done a lot of bad things in my life. Shot the messenger, killed 2 birds with 1 stone, poisoned the well, and other murder.
Build my seed directly upon the
to
ground.
the death of comedy,
John Goodman actually looks healthy
innocent.
now. Yeah. Also, he looks
Mostly.
fantastic in The Righteous
first part of this
Gemstones, because
series,
that's just
which
a good
was
fucking
so
show.
much
And I need to
longer than it
catch
should have
up.
been, I took you through the history of the sketch comedy show, how it largely died off over the past couple of decades, and how the internet, myself included,
that
seems
show's
to be
a
to blame.
banger.
But while working on that video, while standing over the shallow grave of
Especially because they continue to make sure they have Walton Goggins in it as Uncle Baby Billy.
The laugh track.
I've
For
seen
most
the
of
other
television
video.
history, the sound of a studio audience could be heard in just about every single type of
What's the
comedy
first couple
programming.
episodes after I watched
variety
Eastbound
show,
and Down?
the
Eastbound and
sitcom,
Down,
even
also
the
fantastic
cartoons.
show. Danny McBride just does good shit.
The sketch show.
Can I come over your tits?
What?
But why? Remember how I said it feels good to laugh? It feels good to laugh. Well, throughout most of human history, if you wanted to laugh, you went to a place where someone was being funny. And while you were there getting your giggle on, you'd be
McBride is
surrounded
good
by other
at
people
those
there doing
self-contained
the same.
stories.
But
Yeah.
the presence of those other people, despite what introverts might have you believe, wasn't a bug, but a feature. See, humans are pack animals.
That,
and
like
we
Mint said,
naturally
it's
like
really
to
funny
share
that he
things,
just continues to
including laughter.
put frontal
Don't believe me?
male
The word
nudity
comedy
into
actually
it,
comes from the phrase
because the penis is
communism?
funny.
Yes, indeedy. I think that joke worked better in the script, honestly. Laughing alongside other people doesn't just feel good, it actively makes things funnier. Studies have shown that we feel most emotions more intensely when experiencing them with a group. Sad is sadder, scary is scarier, and funny is funnier. Herd mentality isn't just a game from Big Potato. They also sell Mind Turtle and Muffin Time. Please
Mind Turtle.
buy them. Please.
Reminds me a lot of Sandler's
So, back in the
movies
past,
in
when
the
comedy
90s.
first
And
migrated
since
from
he
its
had
natural
hired his
habitat
friends,
of the
often
stage
creates
to
an
the
interesting
cold,
world. Yeah.
quiet confines of my
Or the fact that
living room.
the Sandler universe is an actual real thing because they keep naming fucking places after Chris Farley characters within modern Sandler movies. The Sandler universe is real, and what is it? 51st Dates is one of the tie-ins. The Adam Sandler cinematic universe, but I mean like the actual like lived-in universe within the movies, and the fact that like, oh god, what was the character? 51st Dates, Insane Asylum name. Silent Lucy's briefly set, never explained. The scene has been a quick one. We focus on Simon. Oh wait, no. Where? Yeah, she's painting the egg. 51st Dates egg painting. I need the scene. I need the scene. Why won't you give me the fucking scene? Adam Sandler.
What's your name?
I'm Henry.
No, I need the full one because I need to hear him. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god. Is he trying to tell me something?
She only sings the day she meets you.
Yeah.
See Whitmore?
No, where it's got Dan Aykroyd in the scene, and he explains the name of the place. Where the fuck's Dan Aykroyd? 51st Dates Dan Aykroyd. Of course, I'm not going to find the scene. Ah! I don't like Sandler. He's coarse and rough and irritating. He gets everywhere. Callahan. Callahan. That's the fucking name. That's the name of the Chris Farley character. Is it Tommy Boy? Is it Tommy Boy? Is that the movie I'm thinking of? Regardless. Yes, Tommy Boy. Okay, yeah. It's whatever place she ends up painting the fucking egg painting is Thomas Callahan III. Callahan Motors. Yeah. Dan Aykroyd's, oh god, I forget what fucking character he's playing, but it's just based off another one within that. Auto Parts. I love Tommy Boy so much. Genuinely, one of my favorite movies. It's a good movie, honestly. Like a lot of good. Andrew Callahan, Channel 5. No, wrong guy.
God, I'm so alone. It seemed necessary to bring the audience and their laughter along with it.
TV producers remain
I'm still upset we never got Chris Farley as Batman.
Experience more communal. After all, audiences were still largely used to enjoying their entertainment via live performance or in the cinema, both of which
or
provided
Shrek.
fellow laughers.
Early radio and television almost always
But I also think
familiar,
Shrek kind of saved Mike
guiding,
Myers'
and
career.
debatably enhancing
The Love Guru definitely is the poignant figure of the falling of that said career.
With an audience. When the Marx Brothers were adapting their vaudeville performances for the big screen, they left in pauses for where they knew the laughter would be.
Now, what do you want? Do you want a single room? We'd like to double up. Well, eat some green apples. Hey, just a joke.
As an Englishman, I'm sorry, the idea of making any noise in the cinema mortifies me to my core.
That's the funniest thing you could say there.
Hollering and indeed clapping
Good job,
at the
Tom
end.
Scott. Good job.
Are
Stop
admittedly
doing
enjoying
that.
movies as they were originally intended.
Myers is really unfunny.
Still can't
Yeah,
pronounce
right?
Monty Python though.
I knew about Shrek, but what the fuck? Oh yeah, hold on.
So, where did the laughter go? If you're not hard of hearing and you've turned on a television in the past couple of decades, you'll have probably noticed that comedy has become largely laughless. Sure, the descendants of the variety show haven't changed all that much. Panel, talk, and stand-up shows still have laughter in them, but scripted comedy, sitcoms, and sketch shows have gone all but entirely silent. And the shows in recent years that have had audience laughter aren't exactly held in high critical regard. So, what happened?
Yo, Dan Aykroyd is a base schizo. Dan Aykroyd is a base schizo because that man has it deep rooted in his family, which just makes it all. Yeah. There you go. See, I was a child. Yeah, John Madden. I was a child of watching a lot of both Just for Laughs. Oh, don't worry, I'll clip it. I'll click it because that is also a thing. I'm glad that it popped up. I watched a lot of Just for Laughs and I watched a lot of late night TV because I never fucking slept as a child.
Our first guest is a sports legend, both on and off the field. He's been the NFL's premier color commentator for more than 25 years and recently was inducted into the Professional Pro Football Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, here's John
except
Madden.
I played
Good to have you on the show.
Beckman
Nice
on the
to,
DS.
nice to see you. How are things going?
Pretty good, Dave. I mean, there's a lot of places you could be, but I mean,
a lot of places.
Anytime you're at a place like this, you think,
G Comedy Central is undefeated. I just had
in a funny place,
Canadian television, so I got to see a bunch of shit.
It's not as funny. I mean, why am I that place? What I wanted to be was in a
Insomnia
funny
is a bitch.
place.
Permanent neurological damage. Permanent neurological damage.
Well, it's an exciting time for
Eastbound, my father woke me up during the first season of South Park, so I was probably around 7 at the time. And he woke me up and he's like, Bud, you gotta come watch this. And I'm like, Dad, what the fuck? He's like, come watch this. This is like kids your age on TV, but they're swearing. It's great. This is great television. And my father brought me out so I'd fucking sit down and watch South Park when it first came out.
To be the same height as him. I mean, it's great working there and great doing what we're doing there and doing the things we do, and as long as we keep doing them, I mean, you know,
that's what that's all about.
Yeah, it is.
I was old.
It's like the hokey pokey. Put your right foot in.
I thought you were my age. No, fuck no, I'm old.
Right foot in, you shake it all about.
That explains a lot. Yeah.
Turn yourself around. Boom.
Again, I remind everyone, my favorite movies at 5 years old was RoboCop.
Coach,
In comparison to the majority, I see the metrics.
I mean, coach is fine. I think coaches.
Over the years, one of the interesting things.
RoboCop is good though. Yeah, but I was 5 years old. Did I see RoboCop in theaters? No, I got to see it.
You're afraid of flying?
A little bit of claustrophobia. I mean, you know.
If I think real hard, I remember seeing Batman Mask of the Phantasm in theater, and that was a fucking banger to watch. Especially that ending, but beyond that, no. I don't. You were 5 when it came out? No. Batman Mask of the Phantasm came out. Batman Mask. In 93, I was 2, so that's impossible what I just stated. Unless I got to see a re-showing. I think I remember just seeing a re-showing. Yeah. So that probably I was like 6 or 7. God rest Kevin Conroy's soul. No, I mean RoboCop. No, RoboCop came out in the 80s. I was born in 91. Okay, you threw me for a loop. That's fair. So again, the elf, hello, I'm the elf. I'm reverse isekai'd. I died on my 270th birthday, and then got slapped into this body, in this corporeal form, in this fucking reality, in this dimension where we don't have any goddamn magic. And there's taxes to live, and I hate it here, and I hate it here, and I hate it here. We're both old, shake my head and strangle you all. 30-year-old baby. 30-year-old ass baby? Ass baby? I'm 33, stop making me sad. I'm not 30, I'm turning 34. I said 91, baby. Do math right. My parents took my to ROTJ? Return of the Jedi? Ah, Return of the Jedi. Well, there you go. Do you have memories of using a modem to get online? I had dial-up until I was 18. I didn't hear that. Well, you heard it again. I'm 25. I don't do math. That's understandable.
And you can't get out of a
plane. Fuck, I'm older than you.
You can get out of a car or a bus. You know, we're going to take the cruiser, but I mean, you can't get out of a plane. I mean,
oh no, you can just do it.
Were meant to fly. I mean, and if people were meant to fly, they'd have wings.
What's the countdown? What's the countdown?
But then again,
yay!
I mean, what do you think about it?
I'm sorry?
Well, turkeys have wings, and they don't fly either.
Well,
but
that's a good point.
They do taste good.
They do taste good. They do taste good.
I mean, anything with wings pretty much is a pretty tasty treat.
Was your area late getting DSL? I lived in the middle of the buttfuck country. I'm a wood elf.
Is put wings on a cow.
Yep, half a year older, shake my head. Shut up, old man. Your bones turn to dust.
That's right, exactly.
Your nuts shrivel and die. Yo, Rural Canada,
I
lucky.
watch the game, and I don't
yes and no.
Understand it, but I enjoy it. But
same thing with me.
Probably Mad Beautiful. No, Swampland. Swampland.
Well,
I live in Ontario.
Down by contact. It wasn't before you couldn't review it. Now you can review it. That means if a guy's running a blow the whistle, you can keep
nothing
playing.
Nothing but fields. Ditches and some brush.
Look out, people are still coming from you. You realize that could be a potential hazard to people, but at the same time,
my hip just went out from your elf magic.
And now the other
throwing your hips out, yay, yay! I legit wish I grew up on a farm. I didn't grow up on a farm, but I grew up near farms.
Now, how about this? You hear terms refer to a player as being
not yet. Not yet.
Questionable or doubtful. What can you interpret those three?
Probable was that question. You're probably going to ask it.
No, I just did ask.
Yeah, and that's what happens when
a
player's probable. Right. That means he's going to play.
This is a good bet. He does a good John Madden. I'm moving back to the Tom Scott video.
Who or what killed the laughs?
You need more money for that?
A word from our sponsor.
To stop streaming? Those darn boys. I don't want your Surfshark ad.
Me watch.
I tried farm life, but it's a bit too isolated. But a great place to grow weed. Yeah. I like the isolation.
As TV became more established and complicated.
If I could just have a fiber connection ran all the way out there privately to myself, that'd be great. I visited somebody somewhere in South Manitoba. It was marshy as fuck.
Yeah. They had to get another take of a joke the audience had now already heard. Enter Charlie Douglas. Charles, if you're nasty. Charlie created the Laugh Box, or the Laugh
How do you
Box,
feel
a
about
first-of-its-kind
Starlink?
machine that played
Every goddamn satellite-based internet is bullshit because if a fucking bird flies by, it interrupts the signal. Wi-Fi is smoke in the air. Smoke in the air means that anything goes through it, it's fucking dead. It was fiber, but I kept going out. Oh no. I doubt it was fiber. It was fiber optic. Because fiber optic has been the internet connection since just above dial-up, but it means various things, like it's fiber to the premises, or it's fiber to the local node, or it's literally only fiber at the root end. Fiber inside the premises means fiber optics all the way through. Fiber to the node means that little junction box that then connects either directly to your place or the area. Coaxial cable technically counts as fiber optic. But again, it's specifications. It's so annoying. Fuck you, Goblin and Frog, for living directly behind the fiber optic node. With fiber to the premises. Reminder that the US paid for fiber at home, but AT&T just took the money and never did it. Same with Canada. CRTCT did an initiative where every place by 2025 was supposed to have fiber to the premises inside. And every big fucking telecom just took the money and did nothing. Well, not nothing. They're slowly doling it out. But thanks to the excuse of COVID, they basically said, oh, it's too expensive now to do everywhere. Fiber to the door, but it was the phone line which kept getting blown around and overheated. Fiber to the door and saying it's a phone line means that you had dial-up. You had dial-up. They tricked you into buying dial-up. Literally the reason why DSL was the standard for the longest time. That you could fucking fix DSL. You could fix DSL in a fucking phone call. Cable, you go, oh, it's fucked up. Okay, well, give me your stats of your modem. Yeah, we'll send this off. Hopefully they don't have to send a tech. DSL, it's literally, all right, let's change some specs. Cool, let me call the guy on the other side. Yeah, dude, this is what it's showing. Lower this. Oh, okay. Or on the side of the person I'm talking to. Click this thing. Yeah, it works now. Golden, glorious. If it ain't copper, it's bargaining. Bargaining with Satan. That's so true. No, the phone lines are used for the other shit. Just the phones. Cable TV and internet runs on it too. Ew, that they shove 3 hold on. You had phone line, TV, and internet all running off the same connect. No fucking wonder it blew. You have way too much volume of way too many things running off one junction. That's why it's not working. I feel like computers are powerful enough to have built-in modems and routers at this point, but it is a stupid idea. No, you're not wrong, but again, it's monopolization. No? Yes? Yes, because it depends on exactly how it's set up. If it's a voice over IP, that's perfectly fine, but again, if you're in a rural area, depending on how far you are from the node, and you're running all of that, the latency alone and the lack of actual proper boosted signal will cause one of those to fail every time. Typically, it's never going to be the voice over IP because the voice over IP doesn't take a lot. TV is going to be a more demanding service, so of course your internet with your up and down, which is going to be competing, which the two other ones, down primarily is going to be competing with your television service, and the upload is going to be competing with any chance of a voice over IP call going. So yes, I am correct, because you're referring to a rural area. If it was a localized area within an actual junction box, a node, or a trunk, let me cut myself short. Dank, I worked 7 years in ISP. Every company across the country runs other things alongside telephone lines. There's a dozen wires on those anywhere you go. No, I'm referring to the fact that you were in a very rural area. It's a specified point of the argument. Well, not even an argument, but so did I. That's why I'm saying, of course, it failed. No, but that's why I'm saying in your exact moment, of course, one of those failed. You're in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. and you had 3 things running. If you didn't have the TV on it and you didn't have the voice over IP, yeah, maybe your internet would run at a quarter of what it's supposed to. All in all, you got fucked because it was country.
Pre-recorded laughs like an instrument that only he and his team knew how
To be honest, I don't care.
We might take a soundboard for granted these
to be
days,
is what they
but
got
this
paid to do
typewriter-esque
something.
gadget
Companies are allowed
would
to
have
lose money.
hundreds of
Oh,
laughs, all
100%.
different
You misread
types
half of my
and
messages like
intensities
usual.
lined up and ready to harmonize into a cacophony of cackles. In short, Charlie could make you laugh, and I don't mean because he was funny. I mean
You said fiber to the
he
door,
could have
but
been
you're in a
funny,
rural
I
area.
guess.
Holy shit,
Look,
Tom
I don't wanna
Scott is
speak ill of the
fat.
dead, but making a machine
Did you
that
see
plays
that
the sound
zoom?
of laughter on demand
Calm
does
down, he's
seem like
fine.
something someone who
He has
isn't very
dyslexia.
funny would make. Kind of like buying a website just so you can have all the people on it tell you how cool you are.
So then I says, that ain't no camel, that's my wife.
Look, man, food tastes good.
Charlie and his laugh
True.
box would be brought to tapings and editings of shows, and he would add in or improve laughs that hadn't worked out the way the people in charge had hoped. This was called sweetening, and much like any form of editing, it worked best when it went unnoticed. But given that you probably already know
He's
the term
English.
canned laughter, should
You
give
see
away
the
fact
late
that it didn't
stages
go
that
unnoticed
English people turn into.
at all.
He's fighting that.
Now, just so they're on the same page, I want to quickly
But to
break
go back
down
to fat being a sign of wealth. Also
the terms I'm gonna
true.
be using for the different types of laugh tracks / audience laughter. Live studio audience is exactly what it sounds like. A
Actually,
real
hold on. He's got
live
that
studio
boil or something on
audience
his
in the room
chest.
with
Man,
the thing
cover
being
up
filmed.
your shirt. Button up. The English are the most tortured
Studio
souls
audience
on
is
the
when
earth.
something is recorded without an audience present and then played back to
They
an
earned
audience
it.
to capture their
They earned
genuine
it.
reaction.
I wouldn't say tortured in that statement. Because it leaves some air of sympathy to be gained.
This tastes worse than it smells.
Alf.
And canned laughter is when
English food
pre-recorded
sucks
laughs
though,
from
yeah, but
something
he's
else
living in
entirely had been
America.
plonked on top of something that had no audience, live or
I like the
otherwise.
bangers and mash.
As time went on, reliance on the laugh
I'd eat one
box
or two of their
steadily
things.
increased. Some shows didn't want to spring for the cost of a live studio audience. Some
Replace
shows were
tortured
filmed
with
in such a
punished.
way that couldn't accommodate for a studio audience, such as visual
Their
effects.
tongues are
heavy
tortured
single-camera
by the lack
sitcoms.
of their
And
spices.
some shows
They had
presumably
spices, they just
simply
didn't
weren't
use
funny enough
them.
and needed more laughs pumped in.
Oh god, I need to try a full English breakfast so I can just say
think
that
it's
I
important to
endured
note
the
that it
level
wasn't
of
Charlie
pain and
Douglas's
suffering.
fault
Beans,
this
beans,
all
beans,
happened. He was
beans,
just a man
beans.
providing a service. It was the industry that became over-reliant on that service. A service that, as it happens, they would do anything to avoid paying for. See, a lot of these shows had such distractingly repetitive laughs because instead of hiring Charlie to come in and do the job properly, the studios would just use the same handful of incredibly recognizable laughs over and over and over again.
Yeah, Dank, I just reread all your messages, and again, I am correct, because if it's fiber to the door, that doesn't mean fiber inside, it means fiber to the premises.
I mean, the
then in
Flintstones
the
and
internal
Jetsons
wiring,
were
it has to run
cartoons,
off
but
of.
the established format of these laugh track heavy
That or
sitcoms was so
you're
entrenched now
not clearly
that
explaining it with
Hanna-Barbera
lack of
felt the
knowledge.
need to follow
Haha,
suit,
checkmate.
and so
Oh god, that was the most Reddit response I could do with that. I'm gonna go take a piece
all
of
the same
rope
laugh again.
and go hang myself.
Stop. And after Filmation's Archie show had a laugh track, it was
The
decided
beard
that
meets
Scooby-Doo
food
Where Are
guy
You, which wasn't
eats
even a
full
sitcom,
Englishes all the
should also
time.
have
They
one.
look like a
And
tasty
also,
treat. I'm not a
why
fan
is
of
there
beans.
an exclamation point there? That should be a question mark. Or at the very least, an interrobang. I get upset about normal things. All in all, the 1960s...
They're called interrobangs? That's what the question mark exclamation point is? A terabang? Okay, thank you, Tom Scott, for that.
were a dark time for comedy television. For
They
their
fucking love
over-reliance
Heinz
and
beans. Yeah,
overuse
because they still
of the
think
laugh
it's
track.
fucking...
Audiences were no
They're
longer
getting
down with it,
bombed.
and come the 1970s, the live studio audience was back.
The first major change, without a doubt, was all
The new norm. Hey, look, guys,
because
it's the
that
new
was
norm.
Norman Lear coming in and saying,
The
"I
new
wanna
norm,
go
same
on
as
and
the
care
old
about
norm."
leaving people laughing."
But awareness of and cynicism towards the laugh track was now so great that studios actively had to ensure
new
audiences at home
norm.
the show was
Twitter.
in fact
recorded on tape before a live audience.
And so
The
sweetening
new
went
norm
back to its
show.
roots of being sweetening.
When was the last
tucked
thing
away
you've
in the corner
posted?
and ideally
April 8th.
unnoticeable. So, while public relations with laughter, canned or otherwise, definitely settled down over the decades
It's
that
nothing.
followed, it's safe to say
It's
it remained
nothing.
on thin ice. Kind of like how
Norm
watch a Will Smith
Gronk
movie, but
trading
I'll never be able to forget
cards.
what he did. He was in Shark Tale.
Hi,
Wait, he was in Shark
But if
Tale?
it wasn't
Oh, yeah.
the laugh box that killed laughter, what did? As early as the 1960s, creatives began to revolt against the presumed need for a
Wow,
laugh
this
track,
guy hasn't
and
done anything.
it pretty much never went well. The
This guy
Alvin
hasn't
Show
done
and
anything in
Kentucky
a
Jones
while.
either refused or removed the audience.
Kind of sad that I don't get more new Norm bits.
Season. The Monkees had a laugh track and then removed it in season 2 and was promptly cancelled. For Bill Cosby's sitcom about Bill Cosby titled The Bill Cosby Show, Bill Cosby refused to have a laugh track and it was cancelled after 2 seasons. Then Bill Cosby made another sitcom about Bill Cosby called The
fructose corn
Cosby
syrup
Show
is
with a laugh
included
track,
for to make
and guess
happy
what?
the consumer.
It stuck. And I'm
No
glad
sugar.
everything
No
worked out
sugar.
with Bill Cosby, and the only problem with him was his aversion to laugh tracks. I'm not Googling anything. Ever again. Now, compromises were sometimes made. The creators of the show M*A*S*S*H, I really wish there was an easier way to say that, really didn't want a laugh track in their show because while it was
it was
comedy,
a drama.
it also tackled the awful realities of war.
There were no survivors.
The compromise ended up being a fairly restrained laugh track with the laughter completely removed during the more serious medical operation scenes. And when the show aired in certain countries such as the UK, the laugh track was removed altogether.
A nug is a gun, sir. 40 mm.
Wait,
a nug is
I can watch MASH perfectly? There's a variation of MASH where there's no fucking laugh track? Kadath, you have poor TV culture if you hate MASH. MASH is this is where I'll be an opinionative asshole. MASH is one of the best television series of all time. One of the most gripping dramas on TV for its time, and I still think today. I'll rewatch MASH in a heartbeat. That show ruled. MASH and Cheers can both suck my nuts. I don't give a shit about Cheers. Hi, Garcia Miku. It makes shit feel cheap and forced. Yeah, the laugh tracks are bad. Hogan's Heroes for a laugh. For a laugh. Otherwise, I know nothing. I'm a fucking troop kind of guy. Goof Troop? Hogan's Heroes was enjoyable. But no, MASH is great. I fucking love MASH. I've cried to MASH many times in my life. It's a good-ass show.
40 mm.
And the fact that I can watch MASH without a goddamn laugh track sounds amazing.
Laughter simply out of fear that audiences wouldn't like it or wouldn't know what to do or when to laugh without them. They actively checked. In 1968, CBS conducted a test screening with 2 episodes of their new show, Hogan's Heroes. One with a laugh track and one
I can't
without.
watch the surgery
and the
scenes
feedback
in
was
MASH. I get
inarguably
queasy.
pro-laughs. So,
I'm
who's
too
laughing now,
engaged.
naysayers?
Characters is too
No
good.
one. No one's laughing because the laugh track is dead, and that's the bit we're doing for this video. Keep up. From
No,
what
I
can
don't
tell,
wanna.
It wouldn't be until The Simpsons that we finally got a successful sitcom without a laugh track. Because again, up until this point, even the animated sitcoms had laugh tracks.
It would be wrong to strangle your children.
It would actually take the birth of an entirely new breed of comedy to truly signal the beginning of the end for the laugh track.
Cringe comedy. Oh
The presence
no!
of a studio audience can be comedically limiting. When
Do
you are
do
expected
do
to make
do
a
do
crowd
do
laugh and keep their energy up,
do
you've got to
do
deliver
do
back-to-back
yeah.
jokes that are easy to grasp and
TLC
quick
used to
pay
show
off.
actual surgery.
Setup,
That was pretty
punchline.
cool.
Setup,
Yeah, like the eye
punchline.
surgery.
But what if that's not the type of comedy you
I can
want
eat
to
lunch
make?
while watching
Cringe comedy
true crime.
or comedy of embarrassment crept onto the scene in the 1990s.
Homer
First with the
Piles,
Larry
me,
Sanders Show, which
IRL.
boldly asked, what if comedy could be
Noted.
so painful that it felt good?
The hip replacements are wild.
I saw your balls.
The basic principle of cringe comedy is that instead of having a character break any awkward silence with,
well, that just happened,
they just let it happen. Instead of
No, they
drawing
haven't been
attention to
drawn yet.
awkward
You can't
or
say that.
embarrassing character moments or situations, we're left to find amusement in the relatable, uncomfortable silence
Supernatural
that
is
follows
good. Supernatural was good for a handful of seasons and then continued to spiral because they were like, we can't end this series, it makes too much money. And then the Scooby-Doo episode happened and I got drawn back for but 1 episode and went, oh, that's okay, yeah, that's cool. and then I left it. It was good for the first 5 or 6 seasons. I want to say 4, but yeah, maybe 5. That also has been a long time since I've touched that. What's the best TV show, bud? There is no best TV show. It is strictly dependent on opinions. I can only point people to good TV shows that I feel are good based off the criteria of entertainment that I find entertaining. That's a redundant statement. I know I'm stupid. Oh, fuck yeah. Me and Dad watched Sopranos when it came out. When that last episode hit and it... Spoiler for a TV show that's old as fuck and has been memed on for a long time because of said ending. When the ending hit black and white, my dad hurled a fucking beer bottle and he's like, what the fuck? What do you mean that's the ending? Yeah, you always say that. Yeah. I'm reminded that it's not my universe. I'm not that level of egotistical character. However, I definitely have a vast and huge push and influence on said universe. I just don't get any of the benefits. I just get to watch dominoes fall in other spots. Breaking Bad, I couldn't get through season 2 when it gets really dry. I couldn't get through season 2 of Breaking Bad without being bored. Yeah, that's the point. And I've tried. As per both Parks and Recs and The Office, I will not watch The Office because I watched the UK Office and that's a good show. And then seen what they were doing with the American one and had every... People who make their entire personality The Office or Parks and Rec irk me as a person. Because it's fine to enjoy a show, but when like everything that you enjoy about entertainment has to revolve around one thing, it's like people who heavily watched Friends back in the day. Same thing. I want to take a broom to you and just push you away. Better Call Saul is the better show. Fair. Rainn Wilson and Steve Carell really good in that show. I'm not taking away certain actors and their ability to act. I'm saying overall as a product, I have no interest in either of those shows. However, Ron Swanson is a funny character, and I like how much bacon and eggs he can eat. Better Call Saul definitely is a show I want to watch. Community is a show that I watched a little bit of, and by little bit, I mean the D&D episode that you can't watch anymore. And yeah, like I said earlier, Sopranos is a show I was actively watching with my dad when it was coming out. However, Arrested Development is something I've seen once or twice and went, this is pretty good. Yeah, the U.S. office is shit. Yeah. Again, to each their own. I don't care enough to sit down to watch it because most of it just kind of bounces off as cringe. To me. You should see the episode where Ron learns about meat tornadoes. When they throw a cow through a twister. Better Call Saul is worth watching. They do a lot better of a job establishing the stakes early on. No, I've heard. Mainly, if I'm ever to sit down and watch either of those two shows, like a big shawarma thing. Oh, neat. If I'm going to watch either of those two shows in regards to the man who makes the meth, I just want to watch it because Mike's such a good character. Remember the episode of The Office where John does the, Mods, shoot that chatter. Also, hi, Bun. Welcome in. Hello. I remember nothing of The Office, and I care not to watch The Office. I'm good. Mike has way more screen time in Better Call Saul. Yeah, because he's Better Call Saul is all the background shit, not hyper focused on the weird man. Also, I heard Better Call Saul does a better job of establishing Walter as an actual villain. You never watched Seinfeld? Seinfeld's good up until the point that Larry Davis leaves, and then when Larry Davis leaves, understand that it's a different show with the same characters. That's all I can really say. I don't watch Seinfeld for Seinfeld. I watch Seinfeld for George and Kramer and everyone else besides him, basically. What are we watching? We're watching a video from Tom Scott about who killed the laugh track, but we keep interrupting it because I can't stop yapping. Wait, is it poorly written character? I know it has something to do with floor chili. Yeah, that guy that chucks the pot. Larry David. I love Larry David. Why are you sorry? Don't be sorry. No one's bleeding. He has Tom Cruise energy. He's autistic. Hold on, I gotta do this again. I gotta explain to you that Jerry Seinfeld's autistic, and I can prove this to you. Is that the whole clip? Yeah.
Now this Michael Richards thing. Well, now I don't know him well.
Whoa.
I've known him a long time, but I don't know him well. And I can remember
Seinfeld
years
is, yeah.
ago at the Comedy Store. He would.
So for reference, this is post Michael Richards doing the Laugh Factory thing. You know, will he say? Man, I really want that "will he say it" image just to pop up, but this direct topic, understandably so, doesn't get brought up enough for me to have it on the ready like that. However, one thing I do have on the ready at any point, in case anyone for some reason ever hits the button, is it under watermarks? Yeah, it's under watermarks. Is this image right here. It's ready to go whenever I need it. No one's ever going to hit that billion channel point thing. But God, I'd play the shit out of it when we get there. Straight up until the ban. Ew, what do you mean, ew? Hentai's, Kramer's Hentai Adventure is classic nostalgic childhood art. And I shouldn't have been on Newgrounds as young as I was. Why was he so mad? Why did he say all of that? You know, you get butt wrestled on stage. Your jimmies are activated.
He was always a very dynamic performer. Dynamic to the point that often
Hentai is, yeah. What did you say?
But still, we all got a kick out of it because it was in good fun, and he was.
Zontan is unironically such a monumentous foundation to many things that I enjoy in this current day and age. I'm very, very thankful for Zontan and their artistry. And 11-year-old Bud gives a big thumbs up and salute. Thank you, Zone.
And is
there. That's my response.
And then
Emma.
we see this thing today where he goes nuts in some kind of.
I've been sucked into our zone.
Do you know anything about this?
I did talk to him. I talked to him today.
Wash that filthy thumb, you dog.
He is
I wash my hands constantly, to the point where sometimes the skin around the nails get a little brittle because I'm washing too much. Fuck you, I'm a clean Catholic boy. I'm a good boy.
Things, and he's a little mystified about what happened, but I think most importantly, he wanted to.
We have him live via satellite from Los Angeles. All right, this should be Michael Richards. Michael, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hi, Michael. Welcome to the show.
Hello, hi.
How you doing?
I want to preference now. This is not to be a bit. This is not to be a joke. This was Jerry taking his time being on David Letterman to pull his friend Michael Richards into the situation to apologize. And because of how absurd this all is, the audience reacts accordingly.
I'm not doing too good.
Yeah. Why don't you explain exactly what happened for the folks who may not know?
I lost my temper on stage. I was at a comedy club trying to do my act, and I got heckled.
It looks like a court web
I
conference.
took it badly and went into a rage, and said some pretty nasty things to some Afro-Americans. A lot of trash talk, and stop laughing.
Jerry just throwing in that stop laughing. Holy shit, this was in 2006. This was in 2006. Literally, Jerry Seinfeld is autistic. He's sitting there going, stop laughing. He's trying to apologize. Wait, what the fuck happened? Okay, Emma. Michael Richard here. Michael Richards, the man on the left, went to a comedy club and he got heckled by some black men, and his response was to say something very racist directly at them. That got him a lot of backlash, understandably so, multiple times, yes. So, that's Kramer from Seinfeld. Yeah, hard R multiple times. Not in care. No. He was himself on stage doing stand-up. Yeah. No, he said very nasty, harmful fucking things. So Jerry, in his infinite autistic wisdom, was like, I want to make sure that he can get his piece and apologize for the bad thing he did. So for Jerry's standpoint, he's coming from the most innocent... No. Jerry, this... Hold on, I gotta get the John Madden coming. Why did I have to allow that? So Jerry here, the autistic man, has asked Dave Letterman here, the host of the Late Late Show, if Michael Richardson can come on the Late Show. No, the Late Show. It's not the Late Late Show. This isn't 94. Yeah, I get... Okay, but anybody else? Yeah. So, like, he's apologizing for saying a word that is bad. And Jerry's kind of sitting there not getting why everyone else finds this fucking hysterical because of how awkward the entire presentation of this is. My theory is that he hadn't done stand-up in 10 years and didn't realize there were camera phones. Hold on. You're assuming that he's without guilt. I think he was literally just in the moment mad at a motherfucker and was like, what's the worst thing I can say? Past that, I gotta let this play out.
Not funny. And what with you were actually being heckled, or were they just talking and disturbing the act?
That was going on too.
He was going for shock here. We didn't realize that it was going to be recorded, and we went insane with it.
Laugh, you know, and it's I'm not even sure that this is where I should be addressing the situation. I've already heard you make some jokes about it, and that's okay, you know, but...
And honestly, I agree with Michael Richards here. Why the fuck, on the Late Show of all places, a primarily entertaining comedy show, would he make a sincere apology about being a piece of shit racist? It doesn't make sense. Jerry wanted to do a good thing because he's autistic. And he didn't understand the ramifications of the situation past his initial thought. The funniest shit is when Dave Chappelle said, I didn't think he was racist until he apologized. Okay, but with this one, I think Jerry was being a troll. No! Jerry's genuine. Jerry's genuine in this moment. God damn, he's so genuine right now. Oh, wait, how did we have two? Wait, hold on. We had the Hulk Hogan Kinect game earlier, and because it was a Kinect game, black people couldn't play it because the Kinect wouldn't see them. That was a fucking unironic banger of a moment to remind you, God, the Hulk Hogan 360 game was real. And now we got this. You really think? I really think so. Genuinely and true.
I'm
dude,
really
more
busted
crazy
up
is
over
dude
this,
has
and
done
I'm
bits
very
on his
sorry,
insanity years later.
to those,
yeah, no, you
people
got to
in the
go to the
audience,
well and take up the best
the
bits
blacks,
to make it
the
funny.
Hispanics, whites, everyone that was there that took the brunt of that anger and
I think he wanted to help a friend out in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah,
being autistic.
And I'm concerned.
Remember
about
Hulk Hogan's
more
pasta
hate
restaurant?
And more rage and more anger
Florida.
Through, not just towards me, but towards a black-white conflict. There's a great deal of disturbance in this country,
Hogan
and how
is
blacks feel
a
about
hero
what happened in
my
Katrina.
eyes. No,
And
Emma, no!
Many of the comics.
He's
many
also a
performers
gigantic
are in
racist.
Las Vegas and New Orleans, trying to raise money for what happened there, and for this to happen, for me to be
Hell
in
yeah,
a
brother.
comedy club and flip out and say this crap, you know, I'm deeply, deeply sorry. And
Hoop in my gym, brother.
I've got-
HH.
I'll get to the force field of this hostility, why it's there, why the rage is in.
I think the best part was that one little moment where Jerry says, "Stop laughing," because I don't think there's another interruption. The audience gets it. Here's the actual funny bit out of this. So Curb Your Enthusiasm is a show that's written by Larry David. Larry David was the main writer on the Seinfeld show with Jerry. This was a couple years after it.
Oh my God. Look,
In one of the later seasons, I think second last season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, the whole season's just dedicated to Seinfeld. It's just like a fake reunion season. He has to be, there's no, what? But Jerry has to be trolling. No, Jerry's autistic. The stuff he said, you don't say like he did unless it comes from somewhere. Jerry is Jewish. He knows how bad racism is. That's a can of worms I'm not touching.
I made a mistake. It's been 3 years. Don't hurt me, please.
Oh, no. I'm Danny Duberstein, CPA.
You're Duberstein?
I'm Danny Duberstein.
So he says in reference, it's been 3 years. Please, I'm sorry.
Pretty, baby. I ain't shit.
I think maybe you should look into other statements by Jerry. Yeah.
I'm talking to you. What kind of lowlife are you? What kind of asshole are you? Whoa. Okay. Let's just calm down now.
Again, reference. This is 3 years after. 3 years after the event, as stated previously by Michael Richard himself. Now without context.
Now we're getting ourselves all worked up for no reason, baby.
No, don't baby me. Don't calm me down. Listen, I'm so pissed off. I could put this hat up your ass.
Let's just relax here, all right?
What's this bullshit with the hat?
Put the hat back on your head.
You made it jump out of me.
No.
If only there were a horrible name that I could call you that would make you as angry as I am. What? Oh, you...
This is what... Can I clear that up? Yeah, perfect. This is exactly what I mean by Larry David is fucking comedy gold. He's so funny because everything that was good on Seinfeld was because Larry David did it. And that's why I say if you're going to watch Seinfeld, look up to the point where Larry stops writing, watch up until there, and then forget that series exists, jump straight into Curb. Where is it? There it is. All right. Yeah, not worth watching till the end. No, what do you mean? You are demented. Listen. Got the emotes. I got the readily available PNG. If I see it, if my brain shows me it, I'm making it. Wait, can you mirror it? I like flip it? I don't think it would work in the context that we want. Flip it horizontally. Oh, I don't want to do that. Filters, properties, scale, filtering. How do I do that? Transform. Rotate 180 degrees. I see what you meant, but I don't feel it is as impactful as the other way. Yeah, I feel that's a little bit more impactful because it's someone coming from behind. I would not want those fingers in my mouth. Fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass. Medicine time. Open up. Forces your mouth open with the glistening ring. Oh my god, I'm going to make this thing now. Okay, hear me out. Imagine saying elf boy like Ralph. Elf boy! From the edibles. I know that says Eddies, but I read edibles. Elf boy. That's it. I said it twice. If you didn't get the clip, you didn't get the clip. Yo, the Mario 64 version is funny as fuck. Mario 64 version of the hands? Oh yeah, the sticker from Lucky's Discord. But yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm, fantastic. Oh, this is the other good one.
Anyway,
this is the other good one. Larry's neighbor. Larry's neighbor is now Michael J. Fox. Larry doesn't give a shit that Michael J. Fox has Parkinson's.
Decide about the shushing, because, you know, a lot of people...
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. Nobody likes to be shushed.
Yeah, nobody likes to be shushed.
My kids,
yeah.
I don't shush my kids.
Exactly, yeah. Because I did notice before you left, you were looking at me and you kind of, you know, shook your head.
Yeah, my head shakes. So I have Parkinson's. I
have Parkinson's, Larry. I'm a head shaking fool.
So you're saying it was a Parkinson's shake?
Yeah, it wasn't a Larry shake.
It wasn't a Larry shake. It was a Parkinson's shake.
She was playing background music.
Yes, he has
a performance.
So Emma, Michael J. Fox has had Parkinson's since he was diagnosed with it, I believe, during the filming of Back to the Future. So he's had it for bulk of his life. It's either 1 or 2. I think he discovered it at 1. But yeah, he's dealt with it his entire life. But this is one of the funniest goddamn bits that they've done in this show, even surpassing the Michael Richardson thing. Oh, Emma, no, he's done it in Strive, and he's made it 1991 during Doc Hollywood. Oh, fuck, that's even worse. My dad has the same shit, and we've watched a lot of his stuff on Parkinson's together. MJF is a great person. Yeah. No, he's a good bro.
Per se.
But this bit's so fucking
I went to see one of
funny.
your movies, and I was talking. You probably wouldn't like it.
Well, I'd be surprised. Where are you going to see one of my movies? It's like 1985.
Okay. If I saw one of your movies in 1985, you wouldn't like it if I was talking.
It's getting into time travel. This is getting weird.
So just to be clear, you're not upset.
No. Says nothing, kind of shrugs.
I'll be back in 2 shakes.
Gets the phone. I'll be back in 2 shakes.
What the fuck? Man, what are you doing?
Oh, I was just showing a Hitler mustache.
Oh, my father-in-law. It's my father-in-law.
That's your father-in-law?
Yeah, he's a businessman. He's on Business Week magazine.
You're kidding. What the hell's he doing on the... the cover of magazine.
Well, he's a Fuhrer now.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I just like to see what people look like with Hitler mustache.
He looks like Hitler. The mystery is solved. My father-in-law looks like Hitler. I gotta get rid of this because he's coming over here, and if he sees this...
I'm sorry, again.
Just give him a bigger mustache.
That'd be great.
Just give him a bigger mustache.
The thing is, Hitler really ruined that mustache for everybody. Because it's an interesting mustache. And now
Okay, here's the joke. Here's the joke.
Oh, thanks. Oh, Jesus Christ! What the hell? Did you shake that up on purpose?
Parkinson's.
Now, to break down the joke clearly, as he walks and hands that, and it explodes, he's already getting the paper towel, so you know he's lying. Hi, Jazza. Hi, Jazza. But the delivery is so fucking beautiful on this fucking joke. I love it so much.
Did you shake that up on purpose?
Parkinson's. He's looking like, do I just laugh at him or do I lie? Do I just laugh at him or do I lie about it? Parkinson's. Chat, if you want to make sure Okay, so here's dipping into some like terrible black magic. If you want to make sure that your lying is proper, it's a mental thing that your eyes give away everything. If you look away, that's the brain subconsciously looking for an idea, looking for the lie. Don't let your eyes wander in statements. But something that you can't fuck with, your eyes will kind of dilate depending on if statements are reactable. If someone asks you a question and they kind of infer something that can give a yes or no answer based on your dilated reaction, that gives it away. That one's really hard to fucking stomp out because that is actual like deep subconscious. As a sociopath, I don't have those issues. Yeah. I'd just be staring at people's foreheads. He only gave him one paper towel, too.
I think the shirt's ruined.
I'm really surprised, man. He has Parkinson's.
So he's got Parkinson's. Of course, it's Parkinson's. Yeah, he was shaking. He would never do anything like that on purpose. Michael J. Fox, never in a million years.
Never in a million years.
Right? He has no shoulder that's shaking. He can't stop fucking shaking.
So you're saying you don't believe me?
I'm just not buying it.
That's not just like I just look away all the time so nobody knows when I'm telling the truth. I mask really hard. That's why I'm allowed to be on here sometimes and hit this bit on my soundboard.
I'm missing an example.
What kind of example?
And then sometimes I'll make that with my voice without hitting a soundboard.
Right? With Parkinson's, right?
You just live in a total dick world.
This is a good example.
Right?
Oh yeah, he's his upstairs neighbor.
What's that? Is that Parkinson's? You think that's Parkinson's?
Wow. He's pissed. He's pissed.
God, I need to fucking watch Curb again.
Your wife is dead. I'm sorry, that was 100% inappropriate.
In The Office, for example, you have Jim jimming the camera.
Please don't jim the camera like that.
Jim the camera?
And I think what makes this work is that you're sharing a subtle, relatable moment of human connection that you...
I hate that. It's like Jimmy Fallon or fucking Pete David's. Every time they fucking can't they corpse, they fucking instantly go and smile and look directly at the camera and start laughing. No, fuck off. Fuck off.
You've likely experienced in your real life where you've locked eyes with another person to silently acknowledge that what is currently happening
I know the premise.
Cringe.
I know the premise.
And if you haven't shared that moment with someone, then I'm
it's
so
cringe.
sorry to tell you this, but you're probably the person that people are jimming each other over. I'm so sorry, that's so mean. Sitcoms
you're jimming the camera, you're jimming it, huh?
The cringe popped up here and there.
About Dwight Prank shoots
until the turn of the millennium that the cringe comedy explosion truly
watch a couple
began.
of episodes every so
Curb Your
often in the
Enthusiasm,
Discord.
The Office,
Of this?
9/11,
Fuck no.
Arrested Development, Peep Show, It's Always
Of,
Sunny in Philadelphia,
Curb,
The
yes.
Office,
Curb,
again,
yes.
and so many more.
What We Do in the
content with
Shadows
being
even,
personally
maybe.
instrumental in the death of laugh tracks through The Office, Ricky Gervais even dedicated an entire
30
storyline
Rock
in
suck.
extras.
I watched it when Mint watched it yesterday, but I gotta watch it again. Tracy's the reason. Tracy and I can't remember the page. Him. These are the two I'd watch it for.
Leaving your children a legacy that'll live forever so hard.
Always Sunny is a show I haven't watched and I probably should watch, and everybody's told me to watch it, and I still haven't watched it.
Which one of my two favorite
Can I
pastimes
Google
shall
myself in your
indulge
office? No.
Video games or pornography? That's it. Make a porn video game.
A porn video game? It can't be done. Look, Trey, history's greatest perverts have tried. Walt Disney, Larry Flint, the Japanese. But they can't do it because of the uncanny valley. Let me show you something. Check out this chart. You see, as artificial representations of humans become more and more realistic, they reach a point where they stop being endearing and become creepy.
Tell it to me in Star Wars.
All right, we like R2-D2
Yep.
and C-3PO.
They're nice.
And up here, we have a real person, like Han Solo.
He acts like he doesn't care, but he does.
But down here, we have a CGI stormtrooper or Tom Hanks in the Polar Express.
I'm scared. Get me out of here.
That's the problem. You're in the valley now, and it's impossible to get out.
That's where you're wrong. I was born to design a video game where characters get weird with each other for...
Okay, so it's brought up. Trailer Park Boys is good up until the 7th season, and then the couple of movies that extend past and give you the alternative timelines. But the second that Netflix owned it is the second that that series fucking went to die. The Netflix seasons are abysmal. The first season of Netflix is okay, and then everyone's sequentially after that is worse and worse and worse. And the fact that Leahy, I forget the actor's name and I feel really bad, passed away and they had to scrub audio from all the shit that they ever made just to finish a shitty animated thing, god awful. What was that one? SwearNet. The SwearNet movie where they had where they tried to not be the Trailer Park Boys and it was just even worse. That's okay. That was okay. The SwearNet shit and their fucking Smurfs, that was weird as fuck. That was okay. But past that, you watch up until season 7, you watch a couple of the movies, and then you forget Trailer Park Boys is a thing. It's like the mom from The Sopranos. Oh, and it sucks too because the original idea of what they were gonna do was really good. Dude, season 8 was so bad because it was like 7 years later, and they had such a huge reputation to live up to. Yeah. No, they CGI'd her face, but initially she was gonna fucking rat on Tony, and they were gonna have a whole fucking season where it was Tony going to court and having to testify against his mom testifying against him. That shit was gonna be lit. And then she croaked. And then they just kind of had someone sit there and they CGI'd her weird face over it. CGI Olivia is very funny. Hold on. We're bouncing too many steps away.
Hey, Ma.
Hey, Ma. See, random actor, random voice clip.
Hey.
Play that again. Streamer, play that in quarter speed.
Funny.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this early 2000s Photoshop. We cut her head out and fucking imposed it on somebody else. Look at it. Look at it. The lighting doesn't match anything.
Hey. So, how's it going?
What do you care? Out of sight, out of mind.
Look at how bad it is. Look at how bad it is.
Brought some books on tape, since you say you can't concentrate to read.
I wish the Lord would take me now.
In the meantime, brought you the Ghost Whisperer and Omerta.
Why, what's wrong? Tell me.
What, are you gonna freak out every time I try to do something nice for you?
This universe was so expensive in this show.
She's
Sopranos
going to
was
finish
good.
baby journals from long time ago.
Right there, so bad.
Oh yeah, I remember these. Carmela gave you one of these for each of the kids when they were born. What the fuck? Look at this. Supposed to fill these out. 20 years, fat fucking nothing.
Now look here. I don't like that kind of talk. Now just stop it. It upsets me.
Carmela's gonna return these books to the kids filled with memories. You can't write stuff down from your life for your grandkids?
It's none of anybody's business.
Yeah, you're too busy feeling sorry for yourself.
She will do it. It's good for her. She realized that. Keep her mind active.
Why do anything if there's not something in it for
I'm
her?
so far resurrecting dead
Don't wave
people's
your hand,
CGI
kidney.
corpses. That's
What are you gonna say from now
true.
on? I never stated those tickets were stolen, capiche? Now, Barb will testify I didn't say it, but you gotta back her up.
I suppose I should have just kept my mouth shut, like I'm mute.
In the future, any kind of deal they try to make, you keep your mouth shut.
Right there too. Right there too. Definitely feels like it's not attached to
You know, for a
anything.
year, I didn't speak to you. Maybe I should have kept it that way. Fuck it, do what you want.
Ah, it was so painful to watch. Both me and Dad were like, what the fuck's going on? Then we later found out, oh, she's dead.
I was probably a
I'm
little
going
over the
back with
top.
my husband.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah.
All the best.
Yeah. And cut. The weirdest fucking stop for a second. Freeze. Like, whoever edited that. Infamous freeze frame edit. But back to Tracy making a porn game.
Golden points. My genius will not be denied. I'm like Mozart. You're like that guy that was always jealous of
Amadeus.
Mozart.
Salieri?
No, thank you. I already ate. You will not deter me. The world is going to remember the name Tracy Jordan.
Who dat ninja?
I've never seen you like this, Mr. Jordan. This project is consuming you.
No, for the first time in my life, I know my purpose. I'm doing this for my children. My geniuses come alive, like toys when your back is turned. I see the potential for erotica in everything around me. This cup, this table.
This table.
Even you, Kenneth.
Well, I am wearing a cuffed trouser today.
Tracy, what are you doing? They need you in wardrobe. I'm inventing a porn video game.
Let this man work. No one is to disturb him.
Don't hold your breath, Pete. It can't be done, or else I would have solved it a long time ago. Yeah, I would have.
He can't handle it. He can't take it anymore.
Is that... Has he finished?
Not yet, but don't disturb him. He can't keep going like this. He was up for 6 hours straight.
6 whole hours straight. Man's gonna die. Oh.
My God.
It's beautiful.
He's a genius.
Duet becomes a trio. A trio becomes a quartet. And on and on. Do you have it?
You go too fast.
There you have it.
I've given my whole life to porn, and he does it in 1 day. 1 day.
That's really good. That's really good. Yeah, I'd watch Twitch's success. What do you mean? Why do you keep disconnecting, you piece of shit? Yeah, it's just Amadeus. That's why it's so good. That's why that whole bit's so good. Okay, good. That's still connected. But I can't watch 30 Rock for fucking, like, Baldwin and, Elaine.
To
I gotta watch it
common
for Tracy
denominator
and Kenneth.
appealing laugh-track-heavy sitcoms.
Are you having a laugh? You having a laugh?
Inadvertently, perfectly predicting the success of 2011's Mrs. Brown's Boys. I would call the man a prophet, but I don't want to encourage him to talk about atheism any more than he already does.
Shut up, Ricky. Just shut up right now.
As the cavalcade of cringe
Please.
rolled through town, bringing with it an acceptance of and even expectation for more subtle styles of comedy, the market share of sitcoms with laugh tracks began to dwindle rapidly. After The Office won its first Emmy for comedy in 2006, no show with a laugh track ever won again. And for the past 10 years, no show with a laugh track has even been nominated. So I ask you, why so serious? That was cringe comedy, and I hope you hated every fucking second of it.
I did. Get your face,
While I
get
was
fat
interviewing
again.
laugh track expert Paul
Please.
Iverson, he suggested that it was actually the rise
Please.
of prestige TV that ushered in the decline of the laugh track. That the release of The Sopranos in 1999 brought with it a seismic shift in the perception of what television could even be.
I'm the fucking one who calls the shots.
Namely, what if...
God, Sopranos was so fucking good when it came out. It truly did just... Like, when HBO initially came out, it truly did shift what people could assume television to be. Man, and every time I see it, I just want to watch Casino again.
If instead
or
of being
Goodfellas.
a less reputable and more disposable
More so Casino.
medium than cinema, TV could be art.
I wouldn't say ripped off, just expanded upon.
Imitators came out, where you had a lot more shows that were like The British Office, and they were willing to try it because they proved it worked.
If I had to define prestige TV in 2 words, it would be production value. If I had to define it in 33 words, it would be budgets and audiovisual quality once reserved for the big screen, arriving in people's living rooms, providing a richer and more immersive viewing experience. Oh wait, that's 23 words. Okay, now it's 33.
I'm good with numbers.
To cement itself as the cable television package to get, HBO began to pump money into making high-quality cinematic productions, and the industry as a whole soon began to follow suit. It's likely no coincidence that this timeline lines up exactly with the rise of the laugh-less single-camera sitcom.
The
as
Wire is
all of a
also a
sudden,
very good TV
television
show
was
that I
allowed
need
to
to
be taken
actually get
seriously.
into.
And sure enough, in the 2010s,
And not just
the
kind of
last
like
notable
peruse a
holdouts
couple
of the laugh
episodes.
track sitcoms died off, with The Big Bang Theory even being followed up by a more prestige...
Which reminds me, do I rewatch Oz? Do I want to watch Prison Show again? It's been a very long time since I've watched Oz. Young Sheldon. Malcolm in the Middle is also good, but I'm going to be distracted by the fact that I'm just going to look at Hal the whole time and be like, man, just get bald and grow a mustache. Just get bald and grow a mustache. Shitty thinned out mustache. You could watch Scrubs and get a lot of guitar riffs, or I can enjoy my time. No, Scrubs is okay. Scrubs is okay. But again, that's one of those shows where I enjoyed like one character from, which was the janitor, and nothing really more past that. There were moments, but yeah. However, rewatching the Drew Carey Show, now that might be something I wish to do. I love Oz. The Wizard was great. Gotta say, don't bother. There's better opinions, even though I've never seen Oz. I mean, Oz was good. I liked it. It was a good time. And I'm not gonna watch anything like Sons of Anarchy or anything like that was coming out not around the same, basically around the same time. Duckman's great, and I feel bad for Jason Alexander because he thought Duckman was only going to be like 40 minutes at most, one-off thing, and then they're like, no, it's a TV series, and he's like, I gotta do that voice all the time? Yeah, that hurt him.
Prestige Laugh Less spin-off. As I mentioned earlier, when a show has to hit a heavy quota of audible laugh-out-loud moments, it can find itself somewhat limited to a certain style of quick-fire comedy. Essentially, the only thing comedy has time to be is funny. However, the rise of prestige TV slowed the pace down a bit more and gave comedy more of an opportunity to be both funny and sad, or sincere, or strange, or dark. Especially
He doesn't say Bazinga in that show at any point.
Drama. I mean, hell, in 2023, The Bear won the Emmy for Outstanding Comedy Series, and that show once got so dark and heavy that 2 separate people I know had to pause mid-episode to go process generational trauma. You know, because comedy.
Because comedy.
This is all to say that in a TV landscape dominated
Another
by
show
the
I need to
prestige
watch.
format, or at the very least trying to follow in.
He does?
and
He says
emulate its
Bazinga?
footsteps, there just doesn't seem to be much room left for the laugh track.
I'm gonna Google this, I'm gonna hate it. That's way too long. It's not just 6 seconds. There we go. That's what I wanted.
Why can't we have a laugh track in a prestige show? Well, I could argue that they are expensive and a laugh track would potentially cheapen them, at least in the minds of a modern audience, but I think that it comes more down to immersion. Suspension of disbelief, essentially turning off
He'd
that
scream
part of your brain
about
that
something,
knows something isn't real and couldn't happen, is a
and then I
pretty
tell him
central
to
part
deep
of
fry his
enjoying
most
fiction,
expensive microphone.
especially when it comes to immersion and losing yourself in a scene. It's the difference between watching something and thinking, oh no, that man's wife is dead. That's so sad.
And I love
feeling
how
feelings
Maddie
and experiencing
Matheson's in it
catharsis.
as one of the
And,
only people that doesn't cook.
That actor is pretending to be a guy
being an
whose
actual
wife has
chef.
died. That would be sad if it's real, but it's not. I'm feeling nothing. And let's be honest, constantly hearing an audience that you know you're not a part of can really only serve as a barrier to that suspension of disbelief. Is this to say you can't become immersed or invested in a scene or a story or a character or a performance?
No, Maddie's
if there is
good.
studio
Maddie's a
audience
bro.
present? Of course not.
How come you don't want me?
Yeah, he smoked a lot of crack.
Sitcoms have been delivering gut punches amidst gut busters for years.
Good luck, everyone.
However, you might notice that when it comes time to deliver those
They should put
heart-wrenching
laugh
moments,
tracks in movies like Rodney Dangerfield
any
and Natural
audible
Born.
reminder of a studio audience is almost entirely absent, as if they want to remove that element entirely to keep
Turn
you
gain up to
grounded
50
and
decibels and
immersed
set quality
in
to
the
14
scene.
kilohertz.
Smothered her own baby.
Or maybe it was just a matter of... You know, with all this talk of murder, I haven't even considered the possibility that the laugh track could have died of natural causes. What if we're just so far removed from the days of having to go to the theater as a group to receive our entertainment that the laugh track is now just distractingly alien, no longer a recognizable comfort, but an unfamiliar annoyance?
Because there's been so much product in the last 25 years that
Oh, it's
hasn't
Kitty.
had that. So it's that type of programming has proven itself, that it's viable and that people are receptive to it.
Despite the ever-increasing interconnectivity of our lives, are we also emotionally and physically isolated from one another that we find any reminder of our solitude to be unbearable, cruel even? God, I'm so fucking lonely.
Kids, could you lighten up a little?
Or, perhaps more likely, do we just find it weirdly outdated and painfully reminiscent of old-fashioned styles
Any
of comedy
YouTuber
and
is reaching for a
perceived
point.
condescension in being told when to
Whether
laugh?
it's like the shelf in front of them
Have
or
you
like
seen what
50
happens
shelves
when they try
above
to
and they have no
revive old
stepladder.
sitcoms without updating the format at all?
I think also the fact that it's a 3-camera laugh track sitcom just kind of makes it feel weird, you know? Like, I mean, this is just something we don't do anymore, and it's just kind of corny now.
While its relevance is declining slowly, half of the UK's total viewing audience still watches traditional broadcast television, complete with all its laughter-heavy panel talk and game shows. But when you look at just people under the age of 35, social media platforms such as YouTube and TikTok come out on top, with streaming services following behind. As is the way of all things,
TV's
we just appear to be
dead
leaving
in
the
7
formats and mediums
years.
of the past behind us.
Let the past die. Kill it if you have to.
And if you hear a laugh track in anything these days, it's usually done for the sake of parody, or to make something feel distinctly separate from reality or out of time. Kevin Can Fuck Himself does all three of those things simultaneously, only turning on the laughs when satirizing the dysfunctional marriages of sitcoms past, drawing extra attention to how unsettling the norm once was. Or, speaking of being an insufferable progressive,
I need to see what the fuck this is. What is Kevin Can Fuck Himself? Two seasons drama. American dark comedy drama television series created by Valerie Armstrong, who also serves as executive producer. AMC Plus, 2001. Set in Massachusetts. Oh no. A woman struggling to redefine her life in an unhappy marriage to her husband Kevin, a narcissistic man-child who's cruel and manipulative. She's borderline domestic abuse. Show presents contracted perspectives and experience. Typical sitcom wife. When she is with her husband, showing multiple camera setup, canned laughter, and as a woman navigating a difficult personal path filmed in a single camera setup, more common in television dramas. That's good, actually. This seems interesting. All right. It feels like it's 7 minutes into Too Many Cooks.
Was it wokeness that killed the laugh track?
It feels like 7 minutes into Too Many Cooks when it
If I
starts to
speak to
get
anyone
really
over the
weird.
age of 40 about the current state of comedy, the response will almost always be some variation of, well, you can't say anything anymore.
Eastbound,
Everyone's
the
so
fourth
bloody offended.
golden age of TV is
Political
now. It's
correctness
streaming.
Gone mad. And look, as someone balls deep into the world of wokeness and social justice, I'll
the
be
premise
honest,
looks interesting
yes,
enough for me to like
sometimes
look
it
at
does
it.
seem like there are people out there who pretend to be offended and kick up a fuss over just about everything simply for the love of the game. But most of the time, when I see some aged comedian complaining about how everyone is so triggered, it's just because
It used to be, you would go home at the end of the day. Most people would go, oh, Cheers is on. Oh, MASH is on. Oh, Mary Tyler Moore is on. Oh, All in the Family's on. You just expect that. There will be some funny stuff we can watch on TV tonight. Guess what? Where is it? Where is it? This is the result of the extreme left and PC crap. And people worrying so much about offending other people. No, TV sucked for a long time, Jerry. I just watch funny people on the internet. No, wait, that's a real quote. I'm telling you that Jerry Seinfeld is autistic. I don't know how much more simple I can put it when he's putting quotes out like this. And he's making Michael Richardson like a week or so after fucking dropping the N-bomb. Harshly, multiple times, go on live, or not live television, but go on fucking late night TV to apologize on a comedy show. It's beyond trolling. It's funny because he doesn't understand the bit he's doing.
when I see some aged comedian complaining about how everyone is so triggered, it's just because no one finds their played out wife.
Eastbound right now, because I'm not playing it again. Look up his movie about cereals. I'm not even kidding. He has a movie that he made in the last few years about cereals. Watch the trailer. Just watch the trailer.
I hate shtick funny anymore.
Pops,
It's
you
not
should get a
offensive.
Wi-Fi box.
It's just boring. But I also
Doesn't
won't
even
pretend
make
there
sense
hasn't
by
been
its
an
own
observable
logic, because
shift
he's just
in the overall
yelling. I
sensitivity
agree
of
he has
comedy and
Asperger's. That's
media
not
in
real.
general. Did this kill the laugh track? Well, it could be argued
like
that
South Park's
for
take
shows
on Michael
reliant
Richards'
on those
thing? I forget
quick-fire
that one.
jokes,
It's been a while.
low-hanging fruit was often a reliable go-to.
The only reason to wait a month for sex is if the girl is 17 years, 11 months old.
Punching down and ridiculing deviation from the norm are easy ways to get the average person to laugh. In short, laugh track heavy sitcoms do set the stage quite perfectly for lazy, regressive jokes. What if your wife was gay?
You're learning and you haven't even seen it yet.
Carol's a lesbian.
What if your lover was trans?
You used to be a man.
What if your friend was fat?
There she is.
Although I must admit, this is one of my favorite lines of all time.
The camera adds 10 pounds.
So how many cameras are actually on you?
Now, to be fair and completely honest, most of the time when a sitcom introduced a minority group for a joke, it was to create a learning moment for both the protagonist and the audience.
And thank you for a lovely evening.
Oh, Three's Company.
But a societal increase in social awareness and sensitivity, paired with comedy being allowed to tell slower burning, more thought out jokes, has made comedy, on average, more selective with its jokes and themes. This is all to say, no, I don't think wokeness killed the laugh track or comedy overall, but
dark place.
it was in the room where it happened. Like from Hamilton, which is woke. Conspiracy?
Conspiracy?
No. So, what was it that killed the laugh track? Was it the laugh
I've
box,
seen a
Prestige
clip or
TV,
two of
the
this, but I have not
unstoppable
sat down
march
and
of
watched
time,
that.
Wokeness? I don't know.
Good, I get to add
Honestly,
more
it was probably
things
a
to the
combination
list.
of all of those
IT
things.
crowd?
The
Oh
truth
yeah,
is,
of course I've seen the
I
IT
don't really
crowd.
care what killed the laugh track because that is not what I'm in jail
I watched
for.
Tech
That's right,
TV
we're bringing
before
back
it
the
got
premise of the previous
eaten by
video.
G4.
It's time to talk about sketch comedy some more. Hooray! While
Hooray!
researching my sketch comedy video, I created a timeline of every notable sketch show I could think of, and
We should
it was
watch
pretty
that
unremarkable until I did this:
Eh.
sketch shows with laugh tracks and sketch shows without. Much like sitcoms, any attempt at making a laughless sketch show in the 20th century would
Yeah,
result in
Matthew
almost
Berry.
immediate cancellation.
Again, reminder, Matt Berry. voice of the villager in the Minecraft movie, was supposed to play Steve, but due to scheduling issues, could no longer play Steve. So they asked Jack Black, who was supposed to play a pig, if he would play Steve. So instead of getting Matt, Barry, Steve, we got Matt Berry as the villager who fucks Stifler's mom. And because we got, of all fucking people, to not play a pig, but ow.
Emma.png.
Hi Emma, thank you for gift sub to Eastbound. Ow, my head, I lost track of where am I? Where am I? Who are you people? Why are you in my retirement home? I guess he kind of looks like Steve from Minecraft, but I mean, that face is 64 pixels. I mean, he looks about as close to Steve from Minecraft as the other guy who played him. But no. Is that why Jack Black looked like he didn't want to be there? No one wanted to be there because they written the script by AI and no one had an idea of what they're doing. No ads here, fair. But yeah. Because of all fucking things that could have happened, we got Jack Black as Steve, and I got the best thing ever.
The Minecraft movie. But something happened. Something happened in that theater that would change him for the rest of his life.
Sex in Minecraft, the movie. Jack Black had sex with me.
Yeah.
You said it wasn't him, but I could smell him. I smell him.
I got sex in Minecraft, the movie. Yeah, he's my Kamiyoshi.
Friendship is the wish you make. When I'm blowing on the creeper and I see his cake. Don't be a bully and don't be a brute. On the creeper's face I will shoot. Oh shit, I'm finna blow.
But the real reason I put this on. Where is it? Is it this deep in?
Well, Bubba, hey. What the fuck are you? He's the best. Fell off my Minecraft pixel.
I should have just let it play. Fuck.
Keep it.
Dude, Joel's real name is Joel Johansson. He's an IRL judge. I know. Yeah. So because Jack Black did not play a pig, but instead played Steve, we got Sex in Minecraft the movie, and we got this cover.
This is the greatest game in the world.
There's only so many timelines I can live in where this happened.
Tribute. Long time ago, me and my enemy Mike here.
Yeah, he's my Kamiyoshi. He's
We
the
was
funniest man in
down
Sweden.
A long and lonesome stream.
Who doesn't want to sound Swedish,
All of a
which
sudden,
understandable.
The shiny one guy in the middle of the screen. And he said, play the best game in the world, or I'll report your streams.
So he still says just.
Well, me and Mike, we looked at each other, and we each said, fuck off. And we played the first thing that came to our heads, just so happened to be the best game in the world. It was the best game in the world. Look into my eyes and it's easy to see. And a 1 make 2, 2 and 1 make 3. I got a
Queenie.
Once every 100,000 years or so.
I'm horrific.
The sun does shine and the moon does glow and the grass does grow. needless to say, the beast was stunned. A whip crack with his whippy tail, and the beast was done.
Eastbound, have you heard his other band? God, let me pull that up.
And we said nay. We are but streamers. Fuck.
The fuck said.
Couldn't remember, and I was gonna get grandma medicine. Saw the Minecraft movie and said,
No, okay, hold on. I'm listening.
but I saw the movie.
It's funny music? No.
Grandma is dead, she's burning in hell.
It'll be more closely to Scythe Lord serious music.
It's Minecraft. Look at this. Look at Chicken.
Another.
Oh my God. Chicken jockey.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, thank you, Joey. Thank you, Joey, for always being funny. All right, now let me put on his newer band. It is Chronoseeping Warmongers. Chat. Yeah, that one. Chat, it's really loud. I'm giving you so much forewarning. It's really loud. If anyone's passed out right now, they're going to be woken the fuck up. This is really loud. Yeah, he dropped this July of last year, Emma. This is the kind of music I love. Okay, I'm playing it. Cover, no. That person did the art. Joel did it all. Guitar, rhythm, bass, vocals, drums. Cody, I was trying not to make that joke the whole time. Scandinavian man on the planet. Yeah, he just shit out this band. You get 5 tracks. I hope he makes more. Oh, these slow parts right here, so good. Hey, sick, welcome in. This shit makes me want to power lift big weights. Yeah. Hi, Rhubarb. Yeah, and this is your band. Very good, very good. too soon. For a second I thought you were listening to Sex in Minecraft again. I don't know why. We just were, because... Same guy! Rhubarb! Same guy! God, I love my Kamio. She's so fucking good with music. Hi, Hoodie with the Goodie. We're listening to, you know Joel from Vine Sauce? The Swedish? Yeah, this is another band he shit out. Thank you for follow. Oh, it's 1,000% what it's doing. Hatred for peace. Bolt thrower warship. Bots HM2. Metal, old school death metal. Turok, Warhammer 40k death metal fantasy. Sweden. Time to Mirko slip into this. Yeah. Alright, what's another good one? I'm not showing you all my goddamn bookmarks. No, not that one. No, wait, where is it? Wait, where did I put it? Bandcamp, where are you? No, I'm not. There we go. Oh, it just pops up. Cool. And then here's Joey's cover with his other band with Frank, the guy who lives in Florida. This is Scythe Lord, and this is their cover of Sodom's The Crippler. that Slayer. No, bolt thrower. Or Sodom like this. I'm not confident, but I'm not 1,000% confident, but I'm pretty sure he also classifies Slayer as one of those bands where it's like, yeah, this is a cover. And it's a cover of Sodom. Arguably one of the better of the thrash metal bands from back in the day. Besides the ones that got super popular. Again, I might be misremembering, but it's more... Slayer's got some good songs, but holy fuck, the fans are just too much. That and Kerry King fucking sucks. That's my opinion. Yeah. Soulfly? Soulfly last I can remember is good. I don't want to get too far away from what we were doing, but... Oh, it's something ancient. Bleed. I'm not playing all of Bleed, I'm just playing a little bit of Bleed because I know Bleed from Soulfly is gonna get fucking VOD muted. Yeah. Oh my god, hold on, they had to fucking censor him giving 2 middle fingers? Like it's fucking SmackDown? Oh my god. And also, Fred Durst. Look, it's Fred Durst. Look, it's Fred Durst. That's just Fred Durst. Tell me it's anybody else and I'll tell you no, that's Fred Durst. So true, Eastbound. I think it might be because of the type of game too for me personally. Oh, that's fair. Like, rip Fred, what do you mean? Fred's not dead. Emma, that's understandable. Like, PoE and all those, like... I'll play Diablo 2. I'll play Diablo 2. I want to play Diablo 2 again. Hopefully when Roof's recovered from the removal of the tumor, and other people are up to it, then I can bug them all and be like, hey, we should go back to playing Diablo 2 multiplayer. Did I mix up people? Fred Durst? Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit? I have a tumor? No, I don't have a tumor. No, someone else I know, another streamer. Nothing major, just something they're getting removed and they've decided to understandably kind of step back from doing all the hubbubaloo that this is. So when they return, then I'm gonna poke them and a few other people and be like, let's get back into playing Diablo 2. Because we haven't played since, check note, 9/11 of last year. Also checks note, we did not understand that we made the collaboration on 9/11. It just happened. Pennies? No. Also, I'm gonna just needle drop about 1:30. Yeah, I fuck with Soulfly. And that groove's why I fuck with Soulfly. Yeah, what was this?
Secret money. Thank you. You are welcome.
You are welcome.
Oh, Jack Black gives me a cream pie. I used to wake up and pray.
Emma, that is so cute. Jack Black giving Joel a cream pie. That is so cute that you're responding to that line from this, and not anything else that happened. All the time. Hell yeah, shut the fuck up. No, why are you loading? Never looking back on sex in my craft.
I'm having sex inside my mind. I'm having sex in my craft.
You fuckers thought I was done with the sex in Minecraft bit, but he keeps giving. Joel keeps opening up that well and he keeps getting another bucket full.
I'm having sex with the creeper. He says push it deeper. My dick's ready to.
Vinesauce still messes with me. It's an unfortunate naming convention that they both happen to have something so close. Why the fuck is the Ender Dragon not in the movie? Oh yeah, AI wrote it.
Having some fun, fucking around the love. I'm creaming up Jack Black. I'm
never ever looking back on sex in my craft.
Jack Black is in every movie.
It's so true. Can we be free of Jack Black and everything? And The Rock? And Kevin Hart? I don't...
Grandma's not alive. Get a laugh at the sweetest joke. We need to work it out. The creepers scream and shout. They start her overload. Then my just explode. God damn, listen to that pitch rate. When you remove the vocals to a tool, it really sounds good. God damn!
Alright. Now to hurt you all. While I wait for something else to load, here's a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is Logan every time, every now and then. Logan being Wolverine. In reference to how much of a fucking weeb he was in the comics. DF tag? What? What? Dill fucker? Joel's got that dill fucker tag now? Is that what you're explaining? Dwarf Fortress. You dumbass. Yeah, what about it? Alright. Yay! I got back to the right spot.
But at the turn of the
Logan might be why I turned into a
perfectly in
weeb.
line
It's
with the rise of
understandable.
prestige
Konnichiwa,
TV and cringe
Bakken
comedy,
Gaijins.
the laughs steadily began to
Oh yeah, I
disappear.
gotta
And
add
don't think
that
it's simply a
image
case of both
to
of
the
these things
scene so
dying
people
of the same
understand what I
causes.
mean.
I believe, and you know I'm about to argue, that it was the death of the laugh track that killed sketch comedy.
Where the fuck
It's important
is
to
it?
understand that when they're there, the audience and their laughter is its own character. They serve as much of a function as the set or the actors or the props, be it on stage, in
Where
a
the fuck
sitcom,
did I put
or
that
a sketch.
silly
So
picture
many routines, so many
of
jokes
Logan in
work
Japan?
because the audience is there to laugh at the punchline before it's even happened. If you've ever been to drama school like I
have too many
haven't, then you may
images
have
in
heard
this
about
goddamn
dramatic
thing.
irony. This is when the audience knows more than the characters, and it makes certain moments so much more impactful, so much funnier. In Friends, for example, when Monica and Chandler are secretly a couple, sorry for the spoiler, but it has been 27 years.
Yeah.
Ew. When Joey finally figures it out, the audience explodes with laughter, and we laugh along with them. The audience being ahead of the characters makes this moment, this plot line, so much more enjoyable, so much
What
funnier.
did I name it as? What did I name it as? There's no way in fuck I got rid of it.
It makes it a
Omicron, Nodders,
communal
Pride
experience.
Flag,
In sketch comedy, you have something called the game. This is the identifiable hook or gimmick of a
Oh
sketch
shit,
that
I
is
might
likely
have
going to
accidentally
repeat
deleted
or
it.
escalate to
That
a
or I forget
ridiculous
what
point.
stupid
For
fucking
example,
name
you can
I
have a sketch where two or more people are finding creative ways to
gave it
one-up
that in
each
the
other. You
moment
may
I
not know what the next
understood,
joke
and
is
now I'm
going to
just like,
be,
wait, what?
But you do know that the next joke is going to be them trying to one-up each other.
Glue. Why do I have 4 different eat blues?
Without milk or sugar.
Donnie
And
fucking
similar
Planet.
to the
No,
concept
Donnie
of dramatic
Planet's there.
irony, this enables the audience to often get ahead of what's going to happen next and find it funny before it's even happened. For example, the game in this Mitchell and Webb sketch is that you have a brain surgeon who is going to take every opportunity to say,
It's not exactly brain surgery, is it?
to make it clear
God
that
damn
he,
it.
a brain surgeon, is smarter
Hey,
than
the
everyone
who
else
died
at
and mixed
the
up with
party.
Fred.
That
Fair.
is
Did you mix
until a rocket
Chester up with
scientist
Fred?
arrives.
Maybe Chester Bennington, actually.
And laughter floods the scene in anticipation.
Not exactly rocket science.
Part of the punchline is the audience laughing at what they know is coming.
Related
Now, you might think that a
assets.
sketch like this doesn't need an audience laughter
is
to be
it? Where
funny.
is it?
Funny
Where
is
is it?
funny,
Where is it?
right?
Where is he?
You don't need
Where's
other people to
Donnie?
get the joke for you to get the joke. But let me play it for you again without the audience laughter.
I don't mean to boast, but I'm a brain surgeon.
Brain surgery.
Did I accidentally delete the funniest fucking image of Logan that I had?
It simply doesn't hit nearly as hard
Nope,
and
there it
limps
is.
over the finish line. It's more of a than a ha-ha. You know? But there are,
Welcome
of
to
course,
Neon.
countless hilarious comedy sketches that don't have a laugh track. So, what am I even saying? Well, I'm saying that you can't just simply remove a laugh track from something and have it still be good. Much like those clips of sitcoms with the laugh track removed, it just
He's
immediately
shorter
falls
than.
flat. And does this
Like
mean that it was
sometimes
never
I
funny
feel
to
he's
begin with?
shorter than the
No, of course
average
not.
fucking
What it
Asian
means is that
person.
you removed
And then I remember
integral
he's like
piece
what,
of something
5'2", 5'3"?
and broke it. Removing the laugh track from Friends or The Big Bang Theory doesn't prove that
Wayne
it was never
Static?
funny to begin
Oh,
with. In the
maybe.
same way that removing a key ingredient from a recipe wouldn't prove that it secretly tasted bad all along.
Do you even pay
Yeah, Wayne
attention?
Static died a few years.
Honestly,
Fuck,
less
not
and
even a
less.
few years ago. Like
Laugh tracks
several.
aren't a garnish. They are an ingredient. They're not sprinkled on top to sweeten something. They are baked into the very foundations of a comedy piece. When a stand-up holds for audience laughter, that's not an inconvenience. It's an integral part of the performance.
Eastbound. Visually, how much does Paul Gray and how much does
So, if you do remove the laugh track,
Frederick
much
Durst
taking
look
a
like?
key
We gotta
ingredient out of a
lean
recipe,
more
it
Frederick
has to be
Durst
substituted with something else.
expected.
But what? Option 1, production value. In the case of something like Key and Peele, you add in fancy camera work and visual
I know, I'm
effects.
spitballing,
And
that's
you fill
fair,
the
but
otherwise
you're-
awkward
you're-
silence
you're
with
spitballing
music
good.
and sound effects. In other words,
Godsmack was good. And then I seen them in 2019 beg and plead for people to put their girlfriends on their shoulders to show titties. And it was like 7 minutes of the most pathetic shit that I've ever seen an old man beg a crowd. Oh, you didn't hear about that? All right. It's Heavy MTL Montreal 2019. It's either late July, early August, somewhere around there. Bud and a few of his compadres, well, friends of Frog, honestly, we're all going up there. And we happen upon, don't let me, that previous statement negative. They're friends of my brother Frog, and I'm by proxy friends with them. But they are all a little bit younger than me. That's Quebecois. Nah. It was like a 15-hour fucking goddamn drive. That was bullshit. Anywho. We see on, I think the first day was Steel Panther. It's a 2-day festival, so memory's hazy, but I know for certain that Steel Panther played before them. I don't know if it was the day before or if it was within the same day. I'm leaning more towards it was within the same day. Regardless, if you don't know what a Steel Panther live concert's like, it's everything theatrical hair metal, including debauchery. Debauchery is really the main focus. He died 11 years ago. Fuck, it has been that long. And ironically, that's exactly when I got into Static X and I looked at Frog and Gahimli and just went, fuck, I missed a good band. Why'd I wait until they died to look at them? Anywho. So you see Panther. Panther's great. Panther's great live. Lexi Fox was still the bassist. Good times. So you're bound to see a lot of titties in that. Because it's like kind of if you get on stage with the band, they basically say, if you're not showing your tits, get the fuck off stage. I've been to enough of their concerts. I've had enough of those moments where girls would get on stage and they're like, I'm not showing anything. And then vehemently just get screamed at, like, why the fuck are you on stage then? Leave. You have to expect going into the atmosphere that's what you're signing up for. Especially when they have songs called Glory Hole. And if you look up the video, you'll understand. Holy shit. I'm getting off my point. So, go see Godsmack, because we're walking past it. I'm not hating on Godsmack. I don't mind Godsmack, but after this experience, oof. So it's not even midway into the set. They just kind of interrupt it. They stop playing, and they start well, now the drummer's just keeping a beat, basically, but the vocalist is just essentially just going, "Hey guys, we haven't seen any titty." He does this weird build where he starts insinuating, like, you know, guys, we're at a concert, and, you know, everyone's getting wild, and Steel Panther played a good show. Like, he name drops them. God, can I find no, I'll just have to recall as best as I can. And there's a little bit of a drum roll and a pause as he's like, so what we can ask you to do is, if you got a girlfriend or anything, you get them up on your shoulders, guys. And then girls, you know what we can see? And then the drum roll hits, and he's like, titties or boobies, something like that. I think he said boobies. I literally think this, like, 40-year-old man, after a drum roll, said, let's see some boobies. And, like, the crowd was dead. I have never seen a festival crowd enjoying music all fucking day long, metal music, go from energetic to as if they watched a puppy get hammered and they're kind of just stunned at the moment, that second before it washes over you. And one buddy was just so excited to see him. And the audible sigh that came out of this guy, it was, for a second, almost as heart-shattering as just the realization that that band really needs to just pack it in. Whew! So yeah, Godsmack did the worst first impression I've ever seen a band do, which was beg for tits. Instead of just allowing it to naturally happen if they're deserving of it.
Words, you make prestige TV. Option 2, up the pacing without a bed of laughter.
What did that have to do with anything? I don't know.
Fill the silences. You have to tighten up the pace of a sketch massively and often provide a hard punchline. No more fading out with the laughter.
Emma, did you find out which artist that died that you mixed up with Fred Durst yet? Or is that just going to haunt you? Whoa.
Or option 3, change the tone. If you don't want to tighten up the pace or shoot a sketch that looks and costs the same as a movie,
you'll find
you're going
out
to have
later.
to lean into those awkward silences. And that's how you get something like I Think You Should Leave.
I feel like you're just.
I love I Think You Should Leave. I need to watch more of it. Jeb Bush, please
And
show your
that
tits.
is our old pal, cringe comedy. So if you can remove laughter from sketch comedy and have it still work, what is my point? Well, look at what we're left with.
Look, nothing.
Prestige TV sketch shows, which are extremely expensive to make and largely unaffordable unless they're massively successful, which, for reasons I explained in the last video, is nigh on impossible these days.
They're not bad.
Cringe comedy sketch shows.
Hi, Eddie. Hi, Reggie. Hello. Welcome in. Hello. How is Sons of Forest? You're playing with Mavis, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, there we go. Hi, Mavis. Hi, Raiders. Shit, it's like clockwork. Hello. I hope you had a lovely time playing the video game. Hello, hi. Hi, welcome in, bud. I'm your dumb little elf that you want to hit with a hammer. Understandable. Also, oh yeah, I forgot. Put Jester back. There we go. Oh, shit, and you know what? Because I took that one thing down. This is how bad my brain is today. No, it's watermark. It's under watermarks. Live leak logo.
Note to self.
Gone too. There
I don't want to live.
Hi. Welcome in. I hope you had a lovely time. Thank you for the raid, Eddie. Thank you for the raid, Mavis. Welcome in, Wavy. Quasis are coming. Surrender your snacks. I don't have any, but I have Monster Punch Rio Punch, which If you like papaya, white grape, mango, and apple juice, you might like it, but it has like an aftertaste that I can't kind of get past, but I still finished the damn thing. So that's not really a shining endorsement nor a negative one. Take that information as you will. Anywho, we're watching a Tom Ska video in regards to the death of the laugh track, and then I kept randomly interjecting it with shit like Sex in Minecraft, the movie. But welcome in, and I think that's been just long enough now that I can give the second shout out. 20 more seconds. Fuck you, Twitch. Let me do as many slash shoutouts as I want. Chicken Jockey. An aftertaste? Tumska. Okay, can I do it now? There we go. Wasting our time like usual. Me turning the fucking go live button on is wasting anyone's time, wasting bandwidth, watching me waste bandwidth. It's a double bandwidth waste. Bro, I haven't watched Tom since Edgeworth ended. Zam. Good morning, Omni. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah.
Which can be great, but at the end of the day is only one type of comedy. I love Tim Robinson as much as the next guy, but there's only so many times I can see that man be awkward or inappropriate at a social gathering or workplace.
Alright, fuck you, Tom. Fuck you. I can't sit through an entire sketch of this because I have that, like, that weird cringe empathy where I'm watching something cringy and I want to stop it. I can't, like, go on. I'm feeling it inside. And this shit's so funny, but also, like, oh, that's why I haven't watched all of it. It's like a gut punch that's slowed down. Like they stuck out one knuckle and they're starting to twist it as it's going in. That's like watching every one of these fucking sketches. But they're so funny. But I can't sit through the entirety of it. Because if I have control of watching it, it's like, ah! I love painful comedy. Same! It's just I have to be Clockwork Orange strapped in the chair to sit through an entirety of it, because if I have control of the clicker like I have currently, like we've been attempting to watch this 35-minute video for what, an hour and a half now?
And fast-paced
I want
internet
to make an
style
Office
comedy,
reference, but I
which
know
is great,
you
of
are an
course.
Office
It's what I
hater.
do for
Well,
a living.
Kadath, you
But
can
as
still
I
make the
mentioned in
reference.
last
I just
video,
won't get it because I haven't
kinda
watched
feels
it.
like a bit of a dead end now, unless you're on SNL, I guess.
Your face isn't even moving when you laugh, dude. This is so bad.
I'm sorry, what did you do? Oh my god.
And I'm not
Ooh,
moving to
hands.
America. They've got Americans there.
There.
The laugh track probably isn't going to make a comeback. I know that, at least not in the world of sketch comedy. And if or when we lose shows like SNL and Studio C, it'll likely be gone.
I can't wait
for
until we
good.
lose
I
SNL.
think our audiences are just a little too cynical to really accept that in any mass form like we used to have.
But I would like us to remember the laugh track
Please
for
kill
what
SNL.
I believe it was. Not a cringe
Lauren Michaels, stop.
ingredient of comedy past that we are poorer for losing. A once necessary feature that was tossed aside in the name of progress. Yes, it had its ups and downs, its strengths and weaknesses, but so many great comedy moments, so many jokes would have never landed without it. The sad thing is, we still clearly yearn for the laugh track. Deep down, we all know it's missing from our lives. Contagious laughter, reaction content, and streamers. And just try and tell me you haven't heard this fucking sound added to at least something you've watched in the past few years.
True.
Whether we want to admit it or not, we long to laugh as a group. In plenty of ways, though, the laugh track is still around. And, of course, it can be found in the place it's always been. The theatre. Live comedy shows with an audience still provide a sense of communal and contagious laughter that is easily better than anything a laugh box can imitate.
The only way that streaming could equivalent that, get any sense of that, is a disjointed Discord call where the laughs are like 3 seconds apart from everyone else. Was an American-born sound engineer who invented the laugh track. Yep, he was brought up earlier in the video that we're watching. Welcome in, Widget.
This is the part of the video, of course, where I announce my own live show, but
no.
Crippling stage fright.
That sucks.
Don't want to get up in front of a crowd and get it wrong, so there's no live show. Despite this video being this long, I've been filming it for hours across days. I don't think I'm very good at this. So there you have it. The internet didn't kill sketch comedy. It was the death of the laugh track that did it.
Yeah.
Case closed. Oh, God!
What do you want, prisoner?
I didn't kill sketch comedy. I'm innocent.
Sketch comedy? Mate, you're in here because you killed all them kids.
You know what? That actually makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. The end. I want to thank Eddie Boley for helping me research this video along with...
Alright, well, why did Tom Scott murder all those children?
Bazinga. Bazinga. Bazinga.
Bazinga.
Yeah, I'd murder children too if that's what I had to hear. All the ones that I have left are incredibly long. Oh no, I didn't do the intelligent thing. I didn't rotate accordingly. How much do I have left in me versus the fact that I don't need to do anything tomorrow except for eat one meal and do laundry. Watch my video. Where's your video? I'm scrolling up. I see no link from you. Oh, this is some bullshit, isn't it? Let me look over it. It's 1 minute. 14 seconds. And it's not sex in Minecraft. I mean... Same. Oh god, that looks like that thing's gonna explode. Juice.
I'm a cactus. You love to see you thriving. Alright.
Juice. Big sippy. Thank you, Emma. Now I want a big sippy. Yeah, that thing gonna blow the fuck up. Yeah, big Nicky back. Go. Go. Yeah. God, I love drag strip video. Shit, 1326 for the fucking bus? That's not bad. Ooh. Jet Bob. Go. It's got a fucking jet engine on the back. There goes all your fucking sponsors. This is the funniest thing because he was not supposed to be anywhere fucking close to that. But then you look at it and you're like, no, that needs to burn. But he's way too fucking close. You'll see by the fact that they have to run out and get the fire extinguishers. But one more time. That thing's burned through. Yeah, it's like Rammstein concert. Woo! Gone. All the money for those advertisers. Gone. When do you go? Okay. Let's get him a little closer to actually kicking off. Go. God, I miss going to fucking racetracks and shit. Oh my god. The Bob Brickface Show. Thank you, Sonny, for reminding me. I meant to look at this a while ago, actually. He hitting the griddy. He hitting the griddy. And zippy doo.
It is the Bob Brickface Show. It's a really awesome show. We'll have fun and you will too.
Spampton, Jay Spampton.
It's the Bob Brickface Show.
Hi, this is Ray. Hello, hello, welcome in. New neighbors. I should look into if local public access is still a thing. I mean, you're just saying Twitch.
I'm home.
But yeah, that might be still a thing in
Oh, wait.
I don't know, but actually, because it's digital signals now. And not local analogs.
You silly goose. You know you're
Seriously,
never
they're
replace my
banned now. Too many
desire
people
to
died
be in a
driving the things.
relationship with women.
I wish Bud would have a public access show like this. This is my public
Hey,
access
listen,
show.
buddy, you're only supposed to talk when it's important.
However, if I had to physically walk around, I'd be hitting a lot of things, and they wouldn't like me.
I'll get it.
When I was in high school, I had a public access show with a friend of mine. Neat.
I wonder who.
There are
I
videos
wonder who
of
that
me
could
very
be
young
over
on
at
YouTube
the door.
somewhere on
Let's go
a
find
long
out.
dead account
Public
from high
faces
school.
show.
And I'm not
I wonder
elaborating
who
any
that could
further.
be at the door.
Dr. Steve, bro.
Hello.
The hunt is on. Good luck. I think they're actually all deleted now.
I'm Fred Farthing. I just
Especially given Google was like, hey, if you don't have access to any, if you don't log into any account, they get deleted.
I'm Bob. Let me introduce myself. I'm Bob Brickface. This is my roommate and best friend, Zippy Doo.
Nice to meet you, Bob. Zippy?
The pleasure is all mine.
Would you like to come inside for a visit?
Well, I'd love. This is a fine place you got here.
Oh, thanks. It's been in the family for generation.
Generations?
No, just one generation.
Oh.
Generation.
Let me get you something to drink. Do you like
He
water?
did all these videos like Mike Huncho.
Yeah?
I'll be right back with the water.
with the water. Ugh. Well, that's nice. So the default random image that comes with the frame.
What do you do for a living, Zippy?
I don't work. I mooch off of Bob.
Warning. This is not a test. Please pay close attention to the following messages paid for by the San Francisco Emergency Potable Liquid Anti-Terrestrial Organization.
That man's clearing his nose because he did a lot of cocaine. Because this song's supposed to represent the 80s.
There are organs swimming in the ocean.
Organs?
There are organs swimming everywhere. And I know my heart is swimming to ya. Because I love you so much. Because I love you so much.
I love that he's using a Blue Yeti.
There are organs swimming in the ocean. We do not know how they all got there. But we think it has to do with the aliens. Because we just met the queen was accidentally killed.
This statement is not an admission of guilt of nuking the giant alien queen.
No, love is in the air. We know you are probably scared. So don't drink the water and don't
Drink
touch
the
the
water
water.
and
Don't drink
drink
it, you will get real sick. It's contaminated. It's contaminated. It's contaminated.
This emergency message was paid for by the taxpayers of San Francisco.
Your hard-earned tax dollars at work, America.
I'm back with the water.
But what about you, Bob?
Plot relevant.
I'm in sales at Business Incorporated. How about you?
Well, funny you should mention. I'm actually a detective with the San Francisco Police Department.
Oh?
Yeah, I just got
You
transferred
should have
to this
advised.
area.
Oh, never mind. Oh,
Where were
you're
you
not
at
on call.
before you moved here?
What's that?
Where did you live before moving here?
No, I just moved here.
But from where?
Oh, from...
Oh, must not be important then.
How was that not...
Sorry.
Sorry.
Didn't mean to ask an offensive question.
No, it's... I'm sorry, I'm just...
Plot hole relevant.
Hey, well, you know, I actually should probably get going.
Hold on, you can't leave yet. You just got here.
Well, I've got a cake in the oven.
Oh, pish posh. It's not
Let
like
your
your
house
house
burn
will
down.
burn down. We want to get to know you more. Besides, we haven't sung the new neighbor song yet.
The new neighbor
I don't
song.
care about these
What's that?
losers. Cut back
fact,
on the little freak
I
on the
can hear a song coming on right now.
Oh, you'll have to get used to this. Bob always has a song ready for any situation.
Oh, well...
Yep, here we go. Yep. There we go. Yep, all right. Let's turn it on. Okay, here we go.
Zippity doo. Zippity doo is the little man on the couch.
I'm gonna have so much fun with my new neighbor Fred Farthing. We are gonna do so much with my new neighbor Fred Farthing. I really hope that things turn out better than they did for our last neighbor. I really hope that things turn out swell. I guess now only time will tell.
Wow.
He's
wow, that
gonna
was
murder
wonderful.
his neighbor if it doesn't turn
Okay, Fred, now it's
out
your turn. Take
to
it
the
away.
conclusion that he wants. All this is early scenes of him plotting his demise, that he's not grabbing the mic. The rage is building, the rage is building in his heart. He wants to kill Fred Farthington. Farthington. His name got fart in it.
That was awful.
Yep, there it is.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what song you were singing.
Okay then.
He's gonna cut his heart out while he sleeps and then feast on
I
it.
should really be getting going now. You know, the cake in the oven.
Let's smoke a fat bowl, and this is perfect
great,
shit to
Fred.
consume right now.
Please
Yeah.
remember to stop by again.
Hey, Bob. If you ever are having any legal trouble at all, you can give me a call.
I thought you were a cop. Oh, he's a detective. Oh, he is a detective.
His number is 911.
Oh, maybe I should get your telephone number just in case.
Oh, do you have a piece of paper or something to write down?
Oh, let me write this down.
Ready?
No, this pen is out of ink. One moment.
Pencil.
Okay, ready.
My number is
9
1
1
Count again. His number is 911.
Thank you, Fred. I'll be sure to use this number and give you a telephone call should the time ever arise that I need to call you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now.
He just skipped the fucking door animation.
Yeah, much nicer than our last neighbor.
Yeah, our last neighbor was crazy.
Good thing she's in a mental institution now.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll
He's gonna.
see more
This
of
is
Fred after
foreshadowing.
this?
She's gonna break out
You
of the
seemed
mental
a little put
institution
off
and
by
kill
your
Fred.
song there.
Oh, don't worry, Zippy, old buddy, old pal. They always come around eventually.
Voice of walls. Voice of walls. The new neighbor is Fred Farthington. Missing horses report. Frim for Fred for himself. That's good. Oh my god, memory lane. There's a bunch of this shit in there. I don't know what it was. You told us the news of Fred Durst having health problems, and I somehow thought that he died. Sorry, my brain is fucking scrambled sometimes. No, it's okay. Yeah. So what you're in reference to is Fred Durst having health problems, and then stepping back from doing a European tour, I think it was, and then focusing on his new marriage. Understandable that hearing health problems as a celebrity could lead to the idea that they have passed. Also, my brain never works. Yeah, do I want to get up and move my legs? Because I've been sitting here for about 5 hours now. Or do I want to continue within a vegetative state, not fully grasping or understanding that I have a corporeal form, but instead I am but a brain? We'll take a mouse mist break. Oh no, this was years ago. Yeah, I know. I believe he's fine now. Fuse to the chair. Fuse to the chair. Fuse to the chair. Nope, a break hit, and I've not done an actual BRB in a bit. I'm gonna get up and scream and piss. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Full Metal Malcolmist.
Fucking butt mongrel. Die, boob lady.
You slug.
You're filth. I'm gonna rip you apart. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your whole motherfucking family.
You're a poopy head. All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas.
Want to see two big men with big with big chests and big muscles bumping meat. That's why I'm here. That's why I watched wrestling as a kid. You want your 5-star matches? You want your 30-minute classics? Not me. Big meaty man slapping meat.
I think I'd leave aisle 2 if I were you, sucker. Look at this! St. Austin! He got hit from behind! Booker T man not smart enough, Austin King! Shut your ass up! Uh-oh, not Austin. Wait a minute! Who was that guy? This is Sharper. Who the hell are you? Oh, no! Oh! I can't hear you. Austin! Austin attacking Booker T! Somebody better call the police! Not the produce section! Get up Happy holidays! Do you have any grapefruit, boys? Here's some grapefruit. What's that? Like potatoes, look. And potatoes. What's up? Come on. Not right. See what you've done? You see what you've done? Flour, bitch. Oh, the flour. There you go. Let me make you a cake. Nice fresh cake. As they say, nothing says oven like something from the oven. Get up. I like shopping cookies. Let's go find Let's go find some more bodies. Get some more bodies. Yeah, we just got started. Shopping gets me tired. Shopping gets me tired.
Full Metal Malcolmist.
Shopping makes me tired. Lord have mercy. Me too, Stone Cold, me too. Hi, chat. I've stood up. I drained my balls of piss. And then I got a soda, and by the time that I walked into the kitchen and touched the handle of the door, my stomach went... Because all I've put in it today was... 1 piece of chicken, a little bit of fries, and like 6 popcorn chicken, because somebody got a whole like family-sized bucket of KFC at work, and they're like, I'm feeding everyone on tonight's shift because we had a lot of people. Can you make that sound again? Wait, why did I do that for free? What the fuck? Harful, I'm gonna reach through this goddamn screen, put both my hands around your throat, and choke until you can't see light anymore. Actually, no, I take that back. You like that too much. David Carradine. David Carradine. See, the flushed into flush to woo. Continue to payment. Continue. $14.63. God damn, thank God I got that nickel. That nickel from selling whatever the fuck that thing is on Steam. Okay, and pay. How big is it? Install. Oh, it's not even a gig. Oh, it's not even a gig. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Alright, let that churn for a second. David Ketamine? No, not David Ketamine. Oh, and then touch my phone because several emails and notifications are screaming, going, "You spent money! You spent money! Why did you do this?" Bungo belly bungo. Oh, you said Carradine. Yeah, David Carradine in regards to choke jerking. In regards to if I reach through the screen to choke out Harful would instantly dig their hands in their pants. That thing. Mm-hmm. Anywho, the main attraction of tonight's viewing is the thing that Ajingus sent me a little while back that I've been meaning to watch. Too late. Get your hand put again. Harful 10 and 2, both hands on the desk while you're watching streamer. Eyes locked. Don't move your hands away if I start counting down. Pay no attention to that fact. Okay, are we ready? 10. I just don't care for Aaron. Guess what? You're in good company. This should be an interesting... Oh, no. Okay, I don't want to alarm anybody. But the stream just crashed for a second and dipped back up. So I gotta do 2 things. One, I gotta look at Task Manager and see how much the computer is screaming at itself. Oh, that wasn't just me. No, that was me. Harful, thank you for the 3 stream watch streak. Your FOMO is not big enough. I want that FOMO increased. Pump them numbers up. OBS isn't doing that much. OBS is doing 9.5, 10% CPU at most. It's not great, but it's not a lot. I'll faux your mo. Blushes. Actually, hold on. There you go. Okay, so my CPU's pinging around 60, anywhere from 58 to 69. Actually, it's even lowering more. Perfect. Now for the fun part. Let's do some ping tests. Nice. 20, 19, 18. I don't like that.
Domain expansion, immaculate crank prop. Domain expansion, immaculate crank prop.
Hold on, I'm hacking. Hold on, I'm hacking. I'm getting deep into Google server. I want to get so deep into Google server. I'm touching it. I'm touching it. That's why I am domain expanding immaculate crap rock. You don't need to. If you want to, that's fine. You don't need to. Shack it back down. The crack helps with the hacking. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Okay. Everything looks good at this point. I'm going to assume because I downloaded one thing off Steam. Steam probably just did a bunch of updates randomly and grabbed a bunch of shit that was about to be ready to download and just went, well, he's downloading anything else, so here you go. Important reminder while I have people's attention and here. I got a Discord. Ooh. Nightbot disconnected. Oh, never mind. That's slow as shit. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, that was slow as shit. Anywho, I've got a Discord. Unfortunately. Such many cases. Third joke. In that Discord, you can find below, just below general chat, there's one thing called voting for porn. Now, I know that the rules say no porn. No porn. Well, specifically it says no prawn. But yeah, no porn or anything super graphic. I can post goatsy, but you can't. You can only allude to it. There is one area, the vote porn thing, and you can't do anything in here but react. And you gotta react to which of the 8 tags you fuckers are picking when I'm getting future not safe for work art. Your options are slime girl, tentacles, choking, even though it says chalking. Don't worry, I can't type sometimes. Blindfold, collar/leash, BDSM, which is a blanket term, I know. Shibari or hidden sex, and for clarification, hidden sex is involving like you're banging someone under the covers in the living room and everyone's kind of around, but you're real quiet about it and no one knows that you're fucking. That. So you can go vote in the Discord what your favorite is. Or text 555-555 Family Guy. No harmful armpits are not one of the tags, but you can sniff as much as you want. Although if Slime Girl wins, which so far it is, I don't know how much odor that is when you're getting suffocated in the gooey pool. Gooey. Wow, not a single person voted for Blindfold. Understandably so. It's kind of... You don't get much out of a tag with that, except for the fact that you just don't see the lack of eyes that I already have. Or pregnant. Harful. If you want to commission an artist to draw pregnant elf art, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to stop anybody from doing any variation of art. I'm just going to look at you poorly if it's really fucked up. So yeah. But I'm not making the pregnant art anytime soon. I mean, never say never. Never say never. I'm eventually probably going to do that as a funny bit. But the closest you get is the King Ass Ripper 1-to-1 that Not Emotion made for me. That is the soup emote. So that's the closest you'll get to pregnant, because I'm pregnant with sausage gravy on my pizza. Someone should commission NSFW art of each tag streamer doesn't like. You mean the ones that I said go to jail? The ones that I would infer that if someone were to apply to I'd want to hit you over the bat. Where? Not emotion. I believe they have a day job now, or at least something in reference that doesn't allow them to be active at the wee hours of the night that I'm currently on. They pop in every once in a while when I go super, super late into the morning, or like if I do an incredibly insane afternoon stream. They're still here in every emote that they've made, in every little addition. Here, you know what? I'll get my hat on. I was gonna save this for the next time that I play a Mario game. There, the hat they made me. Oh, god damn it! Pinned to my head, you piece of shit. There we go. Can I shift it? No, that's shifting me.
Hey kids, if a stranger comes up to you and wants to fuck you in the ass, that's no
good. Okay, I'm just gonna stop fucking with things. Hi, Ghosty. Hi, Ghosty. Welcome in. You're just in time for us to watch an 1.5 hour long video about how Game Grumps became basically the most hated channel. Like, don't step on the hat, lady. Nice person gave this to me. Don't step on hat. What the fuck?
The Game Grumps is a Let's Play channel.
Hey, I'm Grumps. I'm not so Grump.
And you're conditioned.
One that has been active for more than a decade. Its co-founder, Aaron Hansen, has been an online content creator for more than 2 decades. This means his online footprint is older than YouTube's, but not older than Newgrounds, the website where he got his big break through animation.
And he said
but
the
also
N-word a lot.
hatred that came with it.
I was tremendously and horribly bullied, and it was encouraged.
This animosity would remain a constant
You
in
kind of
Aaron's
walked
and
into
Game
it.
Grumps story. The other half of the Let's Play channel was John Jafari, known online as John Tron.
Oh, Jesus. This is John Tron. Hey.
What started as a somewhat unserious
This is so sad too, because in reference to the two individuals, it's John meeting the guy who probably was the biggest influence in him making content, and he really did look up to Aaron, versus Aaron not really giving a shit about this and then realizing after it got popular, oh fuck, I don't ever have to draw again. I can just play video games on the internet. Which, I mean, understandable. He never was an artist to begin with. He only started drawing so he didn't have to go to school. Hello. What if they kissed? Sloppy with tongues, or like passionate? Well, I'm vanilla, I should say. Not passion, a passion of being holy and Christian-like. Not passion of wanting to shove each other's tongues further down and slap their uvula in the back of the throat. On the penis? On the penis.
Hey!
What started as a somewhat unserious venture exploded in popularity, and then a conflict.
I'm not really going anywhere though, just shifting focus. So, I don't know, thanks.
Game Grumps will continue without John.
That was still the fucking weirdest thing ever, where he just left. He just let a little peck, a passionate but sensible kiss, or tongue fucking. A little peck, just a little peck on the lips.
But we wish him well.
As John Tron left Game Grumps so unceremoniously and abruptly, only theories could fill the lack of a satisfactory explanation. There are a few videos exploring this topic in depth, and a subreddit that continuously discusses it. That also stands as a community distrustful of Aaron.
Is this a poorly played rendition of In This World in the background on the guitar? I can't quite get it. I said, give me your cocktail, fruit.
Hansen, a community that is kept alive through the many controversies the Game Grumps have been involved in. This intensity of interest goes both ways.
The people that watch Game Grumps fucking suck.
A typical Let's Play channel is innocuous
Just smiling
in nature,
through
but
it.
the Game Grumps are not a
'Cause he
typical
knows.
Let's Play channel. As such, this video will attempt to understand what sets them apart, why there is so much contempt for them, and how much of it truly is Aaron Hansen. In the late 90s,
That is absolutely
animation,
his world
even
from
in its
Sonic
simplest
06,
form,
okay.
was no easy feat.
I'm not
In the
insane.
grander scale, movies could take thousands of hours over several years to hand draw. But with improving technology, CGI, computer-generated imagery, was becoming a feasible alternative. What was once only used selectively in films, or even for experimental music videos, can now be used for feature-length films. This process was still expensive, partly due to its experimental nature. From the software needed to the specialists hired, innovation was not cheap. And once everything was in place, the work was hardly easy.
Hard copy.
Models had to be created in a 3D space, from barely perceptible items in the background to characters seen throughout the film. And then comes the lighting, textures, and other
Kadat, that's one of those
necessities that
sentences where I don't know
require
which word you're
collaboration,
replacing.
Meaning that while this form of animation required
Fantastic.
less manpower per
Evil
se,
Baby from
in its current
Pixar.
state,
Ugh.
as was true with the rest of the industry,
King
there
vs.
was little one person could do besides be inspired. And for young Aaron Hansen,
I
that
want to be
came in the
reminded
form
of
a cereal
Kimba.
box. Inside that box was a flip book of Toy Story and a bit of inspiration.
I feel like I had experienced flip books before, but for some reason that one really like spoke to me, where I was just like, this is amazing.
They Disney just
looks
stole
like
it.
it's moving, but it's just pictures. Around the house we had one of those like post-it note stacks, and I was like, this looks exactly I could just make my own flip books with this. And so I started doing that.
Omni, thank you for the 10 gift subs. What the fuck? Very based of you. Who'd you get? Majora's Io. You got Eddie. You got Nido. You got Spike. I like the hills. Sleepy Skit. Gween. You got Gween. Rock Lobster. Mr. Faceless and PTDLSD341. Bleh. Shrimp. That's what you are, Harful. That's what you are. Although it's more of a Hamlet thing. I think Simba and Kimba just look alike. Disney definitely took heavy inspiration from Kimba the White Lion. Heavy inspiration.
With Aaron understanding the fundamentals,
But yes,
of
it's all
animation
just
and
Hamlet.
that
It's
it
all
is the
just Hamlet
illusion
at
of
the end.
frame-by-frame movement, he found other ways to animate.
And then there was an episode of Muppet Babies where they got Nanny's camera and it had like a button that would take one frame.
I actually remember that episode.
Yeah.
Of Muppet Babies.
Oh, and they
With
did
this
stop
camera,
motion.
Aaron would make claymations by rigorously starting and stopping the camera, making sure to capture as little frames as possible. These small projects would remain at most in circulation within Aaron's family, but as technology was pushing animation forward, the internet and its evolution, its constant improvement allowed for file sharing beyond images. Napster was a peer-to-peer file-sharing service, one infamously known for allowing users to share music, foregoing any payment. In other words, piracy. But that's only if
It was
you're
great.
looking for music.
It was great.
Maybe you're looking for this.
The one thing that really left a mark on me was, I don't remember who made it or where it's from, but it was Star Wars in 30 seconds. So it was just like, Star Wars, do clean the droid. Oh,
Why do you keep handing off eggs?
Now, we will show you who's the most powerful.
Why are you
We're the
taking
most
the
powerful
egg?
because
What
we're
egg are
very
you
strong.
taking?
Oh, yeah, well, we're very strong too. Isn't that right, Frieza?
That's good times. Fuck Metallica.
You can't defeat us because we're strong and our
Yeah.
power levels are above 1 million.
I have
The
returned
Lionel
Dio.
Clip's
Oh,
audio
Bud
was
is
recorded by
Budio or
13-year-old Aaron
Luigi.
Hansen parodying Dragon Ball Z. Using software to speed up the track, he uploaded this onto Napster as
Not
a
Emotion got
rapper
brought
and
up,
company.
and this was
The
one
origin
of
the
the
username was a
most
misspelling
recent
of the
things
Eoraptor,
they
a
provided
dinosaur
me.
Aaron learned about through his interest
So I was
in
like, I
Jurassic
was gonna
Park.
wait until I played
As
another
for his
Mario
parody,
game, but I'll
it
pop
was
it on
not
now.
always credited to him.
I was like, I wonder if people have downloaded it. And so I searched it and I got 100 results. And I was like, whoa.
Then he started freaking out.
Holy crap, dude. People have this now. And they heard it. This is amazing.
Here he got his first lesson in search engine optimization, as he found out that someone had renamed the audio to Invader Zim Does DBZ, that was substantially more popular due to its searchability.
Yeah.
A more shocking fact was that this was not even its final form. There was finally a program that
Then
allowed
he
animation
freaked
to
it
be
out.
relatively easy.
No.
This program was widespread.
Aaron and I were
Tom Cole,
friends
the
on
creator
there?
of Newgrounds,
Bah.
Flash was the
You've been on the
creative
internet
tool
long
I had
enough, yeah,
always
I'm not
been dreaming
surprised.
of, unquote. Flash was vector-based. A simple explanation is that it utilized shapes rather than a bitmap. This means one could do something like enlarge these shapes without losing their quality, and one could move individual shapes frame by frame to create animation. This created a less time-consuming way to animate and allowed for easier file sharing as the Flash files were smaller in size. This confluence of ease of access, combined with an internet to support it, was not absent of Aaron Hansen.
Now, we will show you who is the most powerful. Oh yeah, we're the most powerful, because we are very strong. Oh yeah, well, we're very strong too.
That was not Aaron's animation, but it was his audio.
There's a website called newgrounds.com where you could like upload Flash cartoons, and Dragon Ball Z in a nutshell was like #1 on the Newgrounds portal for a while. Somebody had taken the audio and then made a cartoon out of it.
Aaron then reached out to ChannelCat, the person who animated his audio. At first, ChannelCat, fearing that Aaron was displeased at the use of his audio, told Aaron he was going to take it down. But after Aaron clarified that he was impressed with ChannelCat's work, asked ChannelCat if he would animate a second cartoon. Reluctant at first, after listening to Aaron's recording, a second DBZ in a nutshell, nearly 2 years after the first one aired, found its way to Newgrounds. Though Aaron did have an interest in animation, his passion lied in voice acting, as more and more people were reaching out to him for roles in their works. But not everything was going well for Aaron. Unbeknownst to him and his parents, he was redistricted to a less favorable high school, a discovery that had his parents drop him out of school.
I didn't even finish high school.
No shit.
Yeah.
You're a high school dropout?
Yeah.
Even so, he still worked a job, but continued to pursue his passion of voice acting and a future with his at-the-time girlfriend, Susie Burhow, a girl he met at a convention in their home state of Florida. Though they lived in separate towns, they remained in constant...
I always forget that he's a Floridian man! Oh, it makes so much sense when you remember that Aaron Hansen comes from Florida.
Communication and would see each other for at least 1 week a month. The couple shared the dream of moving to California, one that did not seem so far off now that Aaron was trying his hand at his own animations.
One of us, Gooble gobble, Gooble gobble.
Can I take off this suit? Yeah, whatever, but it's pretty fucking cool.
Hello, Solid Snake.
Oh my god, hotness, I want to bang you.
Oh, I can't believe I'm
When is he gonna say the N-word?
Okay, shut up.
That was Metal Gear Awesome, uploaded on February 23, 2006. It currently stands at
Come on,
7.5
YouTuber.
million views.
Play the
Aaron
clip.
was
Play one of the
initially insecure
many
with his work
clips.
that relied on the traditional frame-by-frame drawings, and so was surprised at Metal Gear Awesome becoming a hit.
Right out the gate, it was huge.
Floridian high school
The
dropout.
creator
Yeah,
of the
that's
website,
Muggy.
Tom Fulp. He,
I
like,
believe
put it
that
right on the front
what
page,
you
like,
stated
#1.
is more
Wow.
the
He went
more
on
the norm than
Attack
people
of the
actually
Show on
going
G4
through high
and, like,
school and graduating.
Specifically talked about.
Yeah,
this,
that's
like,
just a
nobody's making
Floridian.
cartoons like this on
Come
the
on,
platform.
Bart,
Tom Fulp
say
was
the
hardly the only one
line.
impressed with Aaron's work.
The G-hole.
MTV reached out to Aaron and asked if he would make short animations for them, which he eagerly agreed to at a rate of approximately $300 a cartoon.
It's stupid little child. $300 a cartoon?
Aaron was being paid for his work with a few caveats. These did not air on the television channel MTV, and only existed in MTV's web show known as the G-Hole. And as Aaron was told by the MTV producer he was working with, he almost wasn't paid.
He was like, "Look, I gotta be honest with you. Like, my boss didn't want to pay anybody. Didn't want to pay you. Didn't want to pay any like
I don't care. You
contractors
gotta
that
pay
we
me."
got. It was me that fought for it because I knew you guys would, you know, like you needed.
You remembering the multiple times they
Yeah.
censored things on
And it was like, this is the
Goofa
budget that I could get.
There were about 18 of these shorts made for MTV, and like this contract with them, not all was stable.
I was a top creator. Like, literally by the ranking of Newgrounds, I was #1 for like over a year on the website in terms of like being a creator. I think it's like likes. You can like a creator or something.
Yeah.
But like I was.
Hi, Tyrion. Welcome in. Hello.
On that website.
What's your
and it was
nostalgic connection to the Game Grumps?
Yeah. You know, like.
Is it present?
People would.
Has
make
it soured over the
collaboration
time?
that would take months, and there was like immense talent behind it and effort just to shit on one person.
Sonic
you know?
06, Lava Cat.
At minimum, Aaron was told that Susie made an animation for.
This is my Susie.
Lego shoes.
As you can see, she's the most beautiful girl on.
Remember as clearly as yesterday. Okay. So on my ancient accounts online, one of them is just called Goddamn Banana Shoes. That's all I need to say.
Planet Earth. Well, you are. You see, unlike most girls, Susie is smart and cute and funny and adorable. I think that Susie is definitely the one for me. She is definitely someone I can see myself being
Is
with
Lava Cavern
forever.
where Bart
She's
says
my
the
love,
line?
And I love Susie Burhow.
Aaron moved to California
I'm
without
not gonna
Susie
answer
and
that.
continued to post on Newgrounds by expanding his awesome series.
I remember one day Aaron was just like, we should move to California. Like, that's where all of our friends are.
Aaron,
Like, Aaron wanted to be a
what
voice
did you
actor.
mean
at
by
the time.
that?
Right.
And we were
What
like, well,
did
that's
you
where all the
mean by
voice acting
that, Aaron?
happens. And I was into modeling, and I was like, well, I'll get more modeling work for there. So we were
Eris
both
has a melty
selling
and
all
almost
of our
says
worldly
slurs in a fit of
belongings
rage.
to California.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, that's when that happened?
Yeah. Dick move, Aaron.
Come on. Come on,
But we were
teenage
young.
Aaron.
Yeah. whatever. I'm not mad about it.
No way.
Aaron would also parody movies and continued collaborating with other animators as was highly popular on Newgrounds. These videos were sponsored by Newgrounds, but not with life-changing money. Some of his animations could be found on YouTube, but not through the Egoraptor channel that was established in 2006. Instead, these re-uploads of significantly lower quality, often due to the capturing method, but also due to the compression algorithm, which was why Aaron was so opposed to uploading them on the website.
Metal Gear Awesome isn't on YouTube. None of the awesome cartoons are. They were meant to be seen on Newgrounds.com. Click that link on the right to go watch them how they were meant to be seen. Crystal clear without all this fuzzy compression bullshit.
That video was uploaded March 30th, 2008.
Yeah, no one cares.
And
It's
it was
easier to
only
watch
3
it on
months later
YouTube.
that Aaron uploaded his first awesome animation onto the platform as to compete with his animations that were already being uploaded regardless of how he felt
Edwin.
about YouTube. But in reality,
Yeah,
it
Eris
was
is
only a
that
single
funny
video in
guy
the
with the
series
beard.
that would sit on his channel. It was not until 2010 that he began
No,
uploading
because
his animations
you'd rather
onto
watch
his
Avoid
channel,
the
going
Puddle.
as far as to
Chilling,
remake
you'd rather
some.
watch Avoid the Puddle.
I partnered with a company called
Yeah,
Machinima, which isn't around anymore.
Haha, Machinima mention. All right, I can't keep doing this, but I'm gonna keep doing this. Let's watch it. This is 2 months old.
Car chase? Oh shit.
We need to put water in his lungs immediately.
Whoa, it's not even a car. Oh!
It's
Are
motorcycles.
they chasing a motorcycle?
Yes! Yes!
Are they chasing the... Oh my god, the cops are chasing... They're on the sidewalks! Grand Theft Auto!
So let me explain. Me, Frog, Goblin, we've been watching Eris for a long time. It's almost like it's a Christmas tradition when we're at Mom's and we're all gathered around to pop this guy on and hope that we see a cop chase, or we just say fuck it and go to Google and type in avoid the puddle cop chase.
Oh, they're getting off the sidewalks!
Oh,
no
yes!
way! The cops are chasing 2 motorcycles in LA. 2 motorcycles. Why are they staying together? They're on the sidewalks.
Yeah, why the fuck are they staying together?
They have 0 chance of catching these guys? Well, one of them... Dude, they don't look like they're... Oh my god.
Whoa.
They're trying to... Oh my god.
Are you goating
I've never
them?
seen this before. They're trying to
No,
block
bro,
them
left
off, and
behind.
they're just
No,
swerving in and out
the
of-
dude,
It's like a movie. This
I
is a
swear to God, the
movie
dude
car
in blue
chase.
doesn't know what he's doing. The white guy's trying. The guy
This
in
is a
white,
movie car chase.
the guy
Why
on the
are
white
they
bike's
together?
trying to
I
leave. The
don't
blue
know.
guy's just following, not understanding they need to
Wrong side
separate.
of the road. Thank you. Oh Lord, what? How are you supposed to stop a motorcycle without killing the guy? They have no helmets on? These guys are crazy.
If your moves are sick
Union
enough,
Pacific
the LAPD
Avenue,
will just
Boyle
let you
Heights.
go. I'm not
Wow.
joking. Yeah, we've seen it enough times, literally, with this same watching Eris watch fucking car chases.
The cops usually
I'm just gonna pit him. I think they're trying to like just block them and force them to break.
They don't pose that much of a risk to the public other than to themselves. So
Just let them go.
they're probably gonna be down to be aggressive, right? Oh shit! Oh my god, look at these swerves! It doesn't even take that much speed. Even 30 miles per hour on a motorcycle, that's fatal. Between the cars. I mean, that's very
What's the range of a
common in
dirt bike?
California. It's legal to lane split in California. So a lot of the time, motorcycle riders, they just go hella fast between lanes. That's not
Size of that
illegal.
tank?
The dude is on his phone. He's probably like planning his getaway. Pick me up on the roof.
Can't be
yeah, these
that.
are dirt bikes. I don't know how the fuel consumption works on these kinds of bikes, but
a motor officer with the CHP, which
And it might be an enduro too.
dirt bike looks like a kid's bike, right? It looks small.
Yeah, the guy in blue looks like
kid.
an actual
They're
kid.
gonna be hard to catch. It's weird that they're sticking together. It feels almost like they have a plan. They don't want to show their level 3 super yet, but they probably have some kind of grand plan. It can't be a kid. I mean, he's riding that bike pretty well. I guess it could be a kid, but seems like a skilled bike rider.
He's heading out until they're out of gas.
That's what I was imagining. You know how horse jockeys are just little Mexican dudes?
Whoa!
Whoa! There's that.
Whoa! He just slipped into that.
Pace. Get out of here.
Go boys, go! Go boys, go!
Man, look at that.
Yeah, no, that fucking dude behind him is a kid. Like, they're both kids, but that one is a kid.
Let me tell you something. If you are gonna be a parent, it's your job to not fuck that shit up, dude. It's your job. That's it. You have to. I mean, imagine being these kids' mom. Horrifying. Running from the cops.
Just put the fear of God in your children. Beat them. Beat them. The worst thing that happened, well, not the worst thing, but a side effect of beating your kids is they get a spanking fetish.
Yeah, they are. Oh.
Are they finally splitting?
Oh my god. Wrong way. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Oh my god. Did he crash?
I thought he did because of the light. Oh.
That was insane. That was insane. I felt like I was about to watch that guy die. Oh, there's Ed.
Whee!
There's Ed.
He is gonna bump.
Yeah,
no.
Really. You're either gonna kill him or you're not gonna kill him. Yeah, they can't even spike them. You'll kill them. Wow.
We're just waiting until they run out of
You can't
gas.
use a spike strip. You can't use a pit maneuver. What the fuck can you do? We gotta do a wheelie pop off? You think these guys got the guts, dude?
Oh, that'd be so funny.
Domain expansion. Immaculate crack rock.
They don't got the guts, dude. Wheelie pop off would be super sick though. Dude, you're gonna get hit by one of these side
Different in Georgia. Yeah, because they don't have 50 billion people around with fucking cameras.
Is that a Samaritan? It's not gonna work, dude. Is that a Samaritan? That was just another guy running from the cops? Hey, bitch, this is my chase. They look so young, dude. Oh my god. What if one of these kids dies, dude? Stupid fucking morons. Dude.
Yeah, you said it. Stupid fucking morons.
That sucks. These guys
Or
look
potentially
super
plural
young.
morons.
Not that it's any better if they're old, but when you're young, you're exceptionally stupid. So it's like they don't realize how, like, the type of danger they're in.
God, sometimes I do wish I could go back
No
in
helmets
time and
is
punch my
absurd.
younger self for how
They're
stupid they
planning
were.
Something. They're definitely talking to each other. Are they low on gas?
They gotta be low on gas,
I mean,
depending on how
there's-
long this has
I
been
don't
going
know,
on
I'm not
for.
familiar with dirt bikes, but there must be a fuel gauge. I mean, even like everything that has fuel has a fuel gauge, so they know how much gas they have, right? Oh, they're gonna rob someone? You think they're armed? I mean, at this point in the mission, a gun is gonna do more harm to you than good, because it's only gonna make the cops want to kill you. So it's not really gonna help you. The gun
So
is important before this point, where you need it to commit a crime. But now that you're being pursued by the cops, a gun is so dangerous. Unless, I guess the only use for a gun would be to rob someone new. Whoa! Whoa!
No, fuck off. Fuck off. There's more of them? Holy shit!
Way!
Jump on someone else's thing. Jump on someone else's thing.
They called the Ninja Turtles,
Abandon the bikes.
No way, dude.
Abandon the
They're
bikes.
all blue bikes. I have never seen some shit like this in my whole
3
life.
blue bikes.
What is this?
3 blue bikes.
The whole fucking gang of street
Holy
cops.
shit.
That's what he was on the phone doing?
This is
No
incredible.
way.
This is actually incredible. They killed the whole neighborhood.
There are like 20 motorcycles that just showed
They're
up.
just gonna slip in. They're just gonna slip in.
Excuse me. Oh, he's doing a wheelie
Yo!
pop-off! Wheelie pop-offs everywhere! They're all doing wheelie pop-offs. These are Kia boys.
These are Kia boys. Oh my god.
They're just hype about being on TV. This guy's doing a wheelie down the street, dude.
Bro, is that it? Bro, we got the helicopter on us. Get down
This guy's
here.
doing a wheelie. He's gonna get laid. That guy's gonna get laid.
Now, Ram, how come in by hi? It's wheelie pop off time.
He's either gonna get laid if he gets away, or he's about to get laid in the ass by the law. Uh-oh, wrong side of the road.
What? Why you guys? No, why you guys breaking away?
guys.
Oh. Oh my god, this is insane. Get around the gas station.
Gas station. What the fuck is this, dude? Dude, fucking 360 wheelies? Just for TV. That guy with the fucking...
He's fucking that bike.
Can't ride a two-wheeler or what? It's like Fury Road. That's crazy. They got gas.
This is incredible.
I've never seen this shit in my life, dude. There's people videotaping. They're doing
wheelie pop off. Do a wheelie pop off. Do a wheelie pop off. Come on, blue bike. Oh, god damn it. This is wild as shit.
What if he falls?
Oh, it'd be funny. I'd laugh.
This is insane, dude. These dudes are pros? Well, I mean, it looks like it. I had a
Really
feeling
pop
that
off.
they knew how to ride their bikes.
Butt hash.
Butt hash.
Fuels.
How you guys liking
They put a chain across the road if I cared to stop them. No, that'll kill them. They ain't got helmets. That'll kill them. They can't spike strip it.
1 foot wheelie.
Oh man. Then they all showed up because Buddy on White was he just called in the whole neighborhood and they just coordinated.
That's crazy. This guy's doing a wheelie pop off.
It's so good.
Unlimited wheelie. Damn. How the fuck did the
No,
cops
there's no
not
danger.
catch
Hold
them?
on. There's no danger they're opposing to anybody. As a collective, maybe, but like individually, they fucking hit someone else's car and then they bounce off the pavement. And the car goes, oh, a bike hit me.
Doing wheelies. Have you ever seen anything like this? I don't know if I've ever seen it. There's like 3 fucking guys doing wheelies right now. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, I am not
40
super
years
angry
old.
about that. No, and no one truly should be. This is peak
cool.
entertainment.
Hey, those guys are pretty cool. Hey, you guys are pretty cool. I've never seen this episode before.
You know what? Fuck it,
I've
the
never
Running
seen
Man.
this episode
Fuck it, the Running Man. This is TV
seen a lot
now.
of
This live TV is shit like this.
Guys showed up.
Oh, he said it. He said it. He said 18 guys. He said it.
Look at this guy.
15 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd driving carts wanted to be
They're doing wheelies. Hi, Gravy. Hi, Gravy. Welcome in.
They just do wheelies.
Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees.
There they all are. They're driving back to Ram Ranch right now. Really rocks.
This is so weird. I don't even know who the original 2 were, but did you notice how all the bikes are the same? They really are part of a gang. They're all the same bikes.
Now, Muggy. That was an AI rendering. That wasn't her singing it. That was AI.
You think that's him?
I don't think she could hold composure that well throughout the entirety of it. Unless sung in parts. No, she has for karaoke.
That's like the #1 score you could get in Tenchu, right? Head ninja, dude.
Head ninja.
In charge.
If we inserted AI Mario into Skynet, would we be doomed? Well, the second you bring up Skynet, we're kind of fucked. That part just makes it more gotcha oriented. We gotta get real Mari and to sing it. Zarkodia, she already has via karaoke.
Stood on top of the car.
You just gotta look up any of her karaoke's. It's probably in there.
This guy's doing fucking parlor tricks. It's the craziest car chase I think I've ever seen. It started out as two guys,
right?
One of the guys made
I tried to get her to sing Dr. Worm when I randomly caught her by doing karaoke. I think she's done Dr. Worm too. Hold on.
Insane.
They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, Howard.
Good morning.
Dr. Worm.
Thank you, Plague, for these handful of random ass AI. Yes, of course that was AI. Just like this one. That goes on for 1 minute and 33 seconds because it's the Mario screaming bit. And then Lamar, Letter to My Crush.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That sounds like Mario.
I've never
AI is a powerful tool for evil.
They refueled.
Can I get a link to these Mario covers? No, I don't have a link. I have the files.
Just wheelies all over the place. Everyone's doing wheelies. Look at that. Another
Yeah. Pop wheelie, pop wheelie.
Wheelies. 3 wheelies. The guy on the ATV in the back. Yes. They all do wheelies. How did they all know how to do wheelies like that, dude? How could you all know how to do wheelies? There are 5
AI could be used for good
wheelies
memes
going
and
on
for
at a
evil.
time
Generative
now.
AI
This
art.
is
Yeah.
insane, dude. This is insane.
I started fucking around with AI like a month ago, but I mostly was just focused on getting them to Super Slide.
The wheelie boys don't break
Ah,
the
he's
law.
talking to them to corrupt them. Was waiting for the ATV to pop up. The ATV has to pop up.
Yeah, who's the first dude? Oh yeah, there's a fat guy riding a bagger. Did you see that? Thank you. There's a fat dude in the gang.
They're a dirt bike gang,
streaming on
Eris.
Instagram
That's
right
what they
now.
do, wheelies.
Whoa.
Wait, they're live streaming it too? Oh
Watch
my
that. I
god.
don't have an Instagram. Motor units from the police.
Now the riders are aware.
Ooh.
They probably see those motor officers there, which are probably making them really worried now because
I miss Tay. I miss Tay.
So worried they're gonna do
They lobotomized that AI and then just paraded it out in front of people.
Fire with fire, as they say, right? Sometimes, I mean, this is at the point.
How the what is the cop gonna do a wheelie too?
I
That
hope.
would be so tight.
Oh, I fucking hope.
If the cop
Cop pulls up beside him, starts
that would
going.
be the sickest shit. You guys are scrubs. Look at how far away the helicopter has to be. They can't follow them anymore. Damn, I have a feeling this is gonna be a bad
He's
end
talking
for
so
us.
much shit about
We are
Muskrat.
so
Oh.
far away from the action, dude. This
Are you
sucks.
strangling a little Gronk? Is that it? Is it
They're gonna
Gronk?
go to LAX. Oh my god, it's a street takeover. They're street taking. Oh.
Street sharks?
Opportunity for the cops?
but they are right on their tail. So
Oh! Are the cops gonna try and stop them? They got real close for a
Oh,
second.
oh, oh,
Oof, I'm
oh.
back. They're doing another gas
What do you
stop
mean
at
they're
the
filling
Chevron.
up
You think
again?
They're using their rewards points?
Can beat me when I try.
This is amazing.
Hey, would you shut the fuck up? Break time's over, dipshit.
Looks like they're back on the move.
They're on the move. 20 ninjas, dude. That is unreal.
There he is.
All my fellas.
Got him northbound.
They just get gas. All
And
of
they
these
are
guys
just
are
going.
criminals now, right? Like every one of them is equally under arrest.
Strike a motor officer that was pursuing him.
Well, he swung at a cop? Oh, he's fucked.
That's a lot of ninjas. How are you gonna arrest everyone? Someone's
Paddy
gonna
wagon?
get away. Do people on quads normally split lanes like that? You're not allowed to drive a ATV like that on the road.
Period.
You can't drive that car on the road. So no. I've never seen someone drive an ATV on a
XAI.
ever. You can't.
Just north of the 105 freeway.
Forcing the character AI is to inject their loved ones. Defense is fun.
Sure some of these dirt bikes are also not
Every time May kicks Goku in the balls.
Why? It's against the law.
Every time May pulls up her Goku AI and just say, I kick him in the balls. Hey Goku, hey Goku.
There's a fucking
Wheeling, wincing in pain on the ground. Oh, why did you hit my balls?
Like
Yes, what do you have to say? I kick him in the balls again.
That car has no
So good.
amber
The ATV are allowed on the road if registered and has road tires,
backup camera,
which is very
license
rare.
plate. I mean, the list of compliance to emissions, compliance to road safety. There's just like an endless list of reasons why. Shut the fuck up. That's why.
Yo, top.
The wheelie boys are doing wheelies, and I'm talking.
Go back. Tib emote. Tib Pog. We got it, boys. We got it.
The wheelie boys are doing wheelies, and I'm talking to you. California's tight? I'm trying to tell you, dude. Cali is fucking sick, dude. I mean, you don't want to roll your map with burning ground. That's true. But other than that, shit's tight.
It popped by, and I went, I know that emote.
Dude, they're multiplying. This is like
How in the original Sex in Minecraft, you'll see the Hinobo Bina Wuya every once in a while.
It's so
or
crazy
a meat
how the guy on the
headbang.
ATV did a wheelie too. That's like the sickest part because I was getting ready to make fun of him. He's like the only guy that can't do a wheelie. And
Nah,
man,
you
he
can do a
fucking
wheelie on
showed
ATV.
me. That was sick.
Fat
Even the
wheelies.
fat guy did a wheelie. Dude, this is crazy. They're just really good at riding motorcycles though, so they're not crashing. Damn it. Lucky bitches. The refueling is insane. I can't believe
Best Donkey Kong
How
game.
could the cops have not been able to stop
Oh,
them
no.
from refueling? That is fucking crazy.
Diddy
How
Kong
could that
Racing.
have
They
happened?
meant Diddy Kong Racing.
Twice. They refueled twice mid-chase. How could that be?
Wait, did they lose him underneath that?
Hey, thanks for all the subs and donations. Sorry, I'm not thanking.
Wait, did they lose them under that?
Very tricky spot here.
What? Did we lose them? How do you lose 20?
They lost him! Holy shit!
20 ninjas, dude. The helicopter was following me. That broke off. Oh. They straight up got away. Yeah, they probably have like a secret lair around here and they just entered through the secret entrance. Man, they're about to arrest any random dude.
They lost
As
30
usual.
fucking
They got on
guys.
the bus?
No way they
What
got
about
on
the
the
bike?
bus.
I guess they're kind of disposable at that point, right? They're following the bus. This movie is pretty good.
Simon does Sky 5.
Did he just get off the bus? Is that him?
That guy right there.
That guy right there? Oh! What's going on?
You guys see him?
Two nuts in one day. That's a wheelie boy? Is that a wheelie boy? Or is that just a regular
That's just a
Mexican?
regular fucking
And
dude.
they're being bigots.
They're
That's
being-
a wheelie boy? He's going into the 7-Eleven.
The
7-Eleven.
fuck would he be going into a 7-Eleven?
Zoomed in on the guy on the scooter? Did you see
They're
that?
just desperate for
Another
anything.
wheelie boy,
What?
get
What?
him. The guy on the scooter is a wheelie boy too.
Go get him. Go get him, cops. This is incredible. They fucking lost 30 dudes.
The cops are pissed.
They lost 30 dudes.
Everyone's a wheelie boy. There was 20 ninjas. Everyone's a suspect.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, game over.
Holy fuck, that's so embarrassing. Oh,
police chases ever. That was a fucking masterpiece, dude. All the other news choppers left. That is fucking crazy. So these 20 guys just ran amok all through LA.
Refueled twice during a cop chase. They refueled not once, but twice.
They didn't crash into
during
anyone.
a cop chase.
They didn't hurt anyone. They just did a bunch of wheelies, and now they're.
There was only ever one guy and his shadow clone.
Damn. Those guys are pretty cool.
Oh.
You think they'd let me in?
Like, how did that work? Okay, so once they got to the overpass, they probably just drove directly under the overpass or, like, ditched everything and hopped a fence. And then, no, the gas part? Because they didn't have cops, like, ahead of them. They were just following behind. They just rolled up, fucking paid, pumped, left. Beautiful,
That
beautiful.
sounds tight.
You be a wheelie boy, Eris. I believe in you. They won't let you in. That far behind? They're on bikes. They were able to jump fucking traffic and shit. They were able to hop shit tons of lanes. There's only so many cops you can really affordably... Like, it wasn't a high enough priority. They had the cop. They had the bike cops. The bike cops have big, heavy Harleys. Also, cops are lazy in general, but those were dirt bikes. Dirt bikes are way more maneuverable than big, heavy fucking police bikes. Those fuckers are intended to be able to, like, not take a hit, but kind of have some bulkness to it. Those fuckers were on dirt bikes that they could just... I'm not saying you can lift a dirt bike easy, but you can lift that one way easier than the other. Bleed roasters cannot off-road for shit. Yeah. Welcome in, X-Rock. Those things are basically certified Harleys.
It was very simplistic
back to
then.
Game Grump.
As to compete with his animations that were already being uploaded regardless of how he felt about YouTube. But in reality, it was only a single video of the series that would sit on his channel. It was not until 2010 that he began uploading his animations onto his YouTube
really
channel,
did take him
going
until
as far
2010?
as to remake some.
I
Six
partnered with a
bikes
company
couldn't
called
do much to
Machinima,
20,
which isn't
30 dudes
around
at once.
anymore.
That too,
It was
honestly.
very simplistic.
They could
back
try to
then. It
keep
was like,
pace, but
if
the
you
second they
get
start,
1,000 views on
they
this
outmaneuver
video,
them
you will
completely.
Make $2. You know, like just very. That's just how it is.
His partnership with Machinima, in tandem with his re-uploads, assured Aaron his first big break. It helped that YouTube videos could be uploaded at the same quality to those of Newgrounds.
I had my first like
Chicken
big hit on there, which was Awesome
Jockey.
Reach. I think I uploaded it to Newgrounds as well.
It says audio and I didn't click it. Oh, there is no audio logo. I got tricked. Thank God there wasn't anything horrendous right here.
Oh, but it was kind of made for YouTube. That was like the most money I'd ever seen in my life.
It was at this point that making videos on the internet became Aaron's full-time job.
I remember riding a $10 knockoff Razor scooter to like a local car dealership, and like I bought my first car like cash just because I had the money to do that finally.
At the start of 2010, the Eagle Raptor channel had
I go with a
28,000
Razor
subscribers.
scooter.
By
I
the end
leave
of
with the vehicle.
2011, that number had inflated to just over 400,000. It was around this time that Aaron was back with Susie after writing her a letter every day for a year to win her back. As for his channel, some of his other notable series at this time were Lemon and Bill, rough sketchings of a bullet and lemon that would exist in a single area of a retro game using only rudimentary whole body movements to represent who was speaking. Then there was Girl Chan in Paradise, a video series that satirizes anime tropes, whether they be part of the story of the anime or infamous moments in anime due to things like localization.
These donuts are great. Jelly filled are my favorite.
pass the flapjacks, Kodabaru-san Sama? Don't forget the syrup! How could I?
Aaron was well known for his parodies, but his talents were hardly ever limited, from voice acting to animation to a genre of fast-paced comedy that he dominates in.
All the way on the 78th floor! No match for me! Yeah!
He has proven himself to be capable. Through these means, Aaron's personality comes off in his videos, though he hardly ever addresses his audience directly. That was until Sequelitis, a series that is critical of game sequels, often criticizing game design choices.
A good thing he
Things are meant
did.
to elongate a game. They're made to manipulate you into thinking you're achieving something more than you're actually achieving.
What? Huh? What?
A good thing
Other
he
times
did.
entirely positive.
See, this is a sequel. This is a fucking sequel. You thought I was gonna talk about bad sequels all the time on Sequelitis? Fuck no.
The series highlights the changes made from game to game, and breaks down both the thought process of the choices and players' actual experience. In a space full of those seeking to replicate
Nintendo
what is
shit
successful,
cube.
like the countless clones of the angry video game nerd, Aaron was carving his own path, adding this unique spin on game
Yeah,
examination.
no, it was good. It was something he was
combination
actually
with his
passionate
trademark
about, and he gave a
animation.
fuck.
Mega Man 12 was this Land
He
Before
sat
Time?
down and he
Capcom
actually
was
committed
like,
himself.
Even with all this hard work and continual growth, there was a genre that was always present on
Bud, what
YouTube,
have you
but
done?
in the
Cuts
early
to
2010s was taken over the
himself licking his
platform
own
by
eyeball.
force.
How's it going, bros? My name is
The Let's Play had been unleashed in full
Current
force on
owner of
YouTube,
Japanese
once
land,
restricted by
PewDiePie.
litigious game studios in opposition to having their
Hi,
games
old
showcased for
Bud.
free and a lack of monetary incentive. The genre of videos where one would provide commentary while playing a game was arguably the most popular form of video on YouTube. These were easy, cheap, and fast to produce. Viewers would hop from video to video, which increased both click-through rate on said video, increased watch time, and due to consistent uploads possible by the ease of creation, made it easier for viewers to form habits in watching daily uploads. To YouTube, this translated to one thing: more money. Whether it was by decision of the algorithm or YouTube themselves, these were being pushed, and pushed away competing videos. Videos like animations that, unlike Let's Plays, were often less than 3 minutes long, took much longer to produce and created less habit-forming viewership, and were often not in a series format. For these
Basically,
reasons,
if you
animators
animated,
like
get
Aaron
fucked.
were not fans of the genre.
Quote, "If I ever make a Let's Play, please kill me." Unquote. This was tweeted on February 8th, 2011, a time when Aaron was seemingly exhausted with his back catalog of animations, meaning if he persisted in animation with the same pace he had in the past, his growth would not have been as explosive as it once was.
He's
But
exploding!
Aaron does have a history of creative exploration and collaboration. Around 2010, Aaron contacted rising musician Dan Avidan of the band Ninja Sex Party, who he co-founded with Ninja Brian.
I had an idea to
Sex
do
Bomb.
like a video game parody song, and I was like, who better to
Yeah.
collaborate with than them? So I reached out to them and I was like, hey, we should do this song together, and they were into it, and so we wrote this song, and we went into a studio and recorded it, and that whole experience was completely new to me.
This video game parody song and the band that was a collaboration of Ninja Sex Party and Aaron Hansen was in the works but not public, and their association was not a secret. As in 2011, Aaron promoted
Dinosaur
one of Ninja Sex
laser
Party
fights.
songs in which he did animations for.
The reason
Yeah, he
I
actually
plug it
picked up a
is
fucking
because
pen.
Igor did some animations, as you could probably see in that little thumbnail, and they're pretty good.
Aaron was openly reaching out to content creators whose work he appreciated, such as John Jafari, known as John Tron, whose
John
reviews
Tron.
were being praised and as such celebrated on websites like Reddit.
It was number one on Reddit. I was getting like an influx of subscribers. Like, got like 10,000 a day or something, right? And I was just like, oh my god, because that was like really
Know
big.
what
So, like,
to do.
my position back then.
What?
Like that was huge. It was like doubling
What?
more of my subscribers overnight. So I saw
Killed the boy?
Ego Raptor. Oh, it was like
Too
back
late
on
now.
YouTube when you could like see this easier. It was like on your page. I have it saved actually. It says it's. I was a big Ego Raptor fan, but what can I say? It said Ego Raptor has subscribed to John Tron Show, and I was like,
It was then that John Tron
No,
messaged
that's
Egoraptor.
understandable, that's
As
fair.
it turned out, Egoraptor had messaged John first, but John had failed to see the message.
see, you messaged me. Yeah, I messaged you. I didn't see it. I didn't see it until fucking like a year later when I was going back. And I was like, oh my god, you sent me a message? I just sent you a message independently of that, and then you got back and like, oh, I didn't think I was going to get a response from you. I had no idea what the fuck you were talking about, but you were referring to the message I didn't see. So, then we agreed to play Choo Choo Rocket, drink Dr. Pepper, and high-five a lot. Yeah.
The pair would later live stream, which is where this 5-second clip of Aaron slapping John originated from, with Gerard, the completionist Khalil, sitting off on the side, and it was moments like these that inspired the creation of the Game Grumps. The one that Aaron retells that inspired further collaboration was an argument while the pair played Super Smash Bros. Whether the character Wolf was a clone of a different character, Fox. The boisterous nature of the argument made Aaron realize that there was something there.
Hey, I'm Grump. I'm not so Grump. And we're the Game Grumps.
Hi, I'm Eagoraptor. You might know me from... Have you ever wanted me to play games on your computer screen? With somebody
Why
that
his
you
feet
may
out?
know? Oh, Jesus! This is JonTron.
Why his feet out?
Play games together on the channel called Game Grumps.
Click the link everywhere.
Go subscribe or else.
Grippers.
Game Grumps, as Aaron
Game
describes
Grippers.
it, was a bit of a farce. It was a side project that Aaron did not see doing as well as it did.
Feet were sexualized nearly as openly back then.
John would show up to my place.
Muggy, that's a
would
goddamn
record,
lie.
like,
When did
7
Quentin
episodes or
Tarantino
something
start making
like that
films?
in the morning,
Shut your
and
goddamn
then
mouth
for the
and
rest
get
of the
back
day,
into
he
the
would
media
edit the
history
episodes,
class.
and then I would work on
High
one
frontal.
of the
I always wondered why they broke
With
up.
the pair dedicating only a day a week to this channel, the Game Grumps
TLDR, it was because John didn't want to continue making Let's Plays because he viewed it as not good long-form art towards what he was doing. And Aaron's a man-child. 1992, by the way. Yeah. So even further past that, because clearly Tarantino had to be influenced by something else. I'm not clicking that link, would you?
immediately became a hit, mostly because there was nothing like it. There were channels that approached Let's Plays as a group. And
The voice! Yo, it's two best friends play. Yeah, that's a good one.
Group, and there were many Let's Play channels.
More
of a similar
specific, I ain't
format,
clicking that
but
link
the Game
either.
Grumps stood out, not only because they had their previously established audiences, but also because the pair inherently approached.
So, degree of separation. It's the first con John does. One of the first cons John does. Hi, Corn Syrup, welcome in. It's not venereal disease. It's Vermont. One of the first cons John gets back to also happens to have the best friends. All of them. Collective 4 when they were still together. Me? Frog. Omni, thank you for gift sub to... Why the fuck?
Fructose corn syrup. They have given 175 gift subs in the channel.
You're supposed to be connected, but you didn't throw a thing. What the fuck? What the fuck? I hate this. I hate this. You know what? Yeah, quit tits. What? Boot it back up. Public keys changed? No, ever since the API changed, they had to update to a new variant, and now watch, you'll see the bot like reconnect and say, "Hi, I'm here," or some dumb shit. There it is, and now it will work just fine. Tits is borked for everyone. No, Fudgy, Tits isn't borked. Watch, I'm gonna click this right now. Tits was borked when they changed the API. See, it's fine. It's that, it's just... Which is borked? No. It's just that the new update that the guy put through just constantly disconnects. It is the $15 program that I spent money on that's fucking up. The API change didn't help. Twitch broke your tits, apparently. No, they changed the API to a new one. It's shit programming. Tits has always been shit programming. It's It's good. It's a nice system set up, but it could be a lot cleaner. This is being told to me by other people who know how to code and not myself. I don't know how to code. Let's blame Twitch. You can't blame Twitch on everything. Also, FM Towns, welcome in.
Content creation in ways that
And
were
thank you,
unique
Frontal,
yet
for the 5
captivating.
more streak.
More the
Enjoy
Let's
your
Play
points, eat
genre
them.
was leaning more towards horror or games that were
Oh, yeah.
released.
Remember, the first Let's Play was done by CWC. That's right. They started filming themselves play. What the fuck was it? That Sackboy game.
John and
Bum, bum, bum. Was it Animal Crossing?
Tell me why I'm
It
stuck
was
as a virgin with rage. Tell me why I never wanna hear
2003.
you say I have a boyfriend. And that was inspired by a real thing.
A real thing?
Start. Oop, she just went in. Oh, here's another neighbor, Cookie. She just went in. Alright. There's Aunt Cootie. She just went in. There's Elmer.
Yeah.
He just went in.
And that's Chris Chan.
So let's see.
Playing it in
Is there anything else I
2003.
need to cover?
Filming their screen.
Well, I guess not.
Putting it on the
Anyway,
internet.
this is City of Quickville. And don't forget the Sanchi website if you want to go see it. So, we're going to end this documentary by obviously leaving.
My bathroom spider is growing powerful. Oh, that's good to hear. Are you feeding them? You just gotta get the local kids soon so the spider can grow up big and strong.
Aaron instead played retro games. They were a comedy duo that leaned into absurdity because they already understood
Frontal,
that
if
they
you
needed
don't know,
great entertainment.
I'm not getting into it.
I haven't really watched it. Everyone just compares it to everyone compares it. Yeah, and I saw like one episode and I was like, they're not really the same. And I just didn't.
Yeah, they're Canadian.
I mean, nothing but respect for the guys who do this.
When
Honestly,
watch Prison play?
I mean, I always say this.
I can't give the date away.
It's hard to be on all the
sooner than you think.
That was Aaron talking about his active commentary. This understanding of a continual conversation by actively finding ways to be engaging in conversation could make Let's Plays appear deceptively easy when the active challenge of continued engagement is not entirely obvious. This is best highlighted when even fumbles are made entertaining rather than something to cut out.
When he
She throws you like a mushroom.
Yeah. She doesn't even throw it, it just comes out of the thing. As if she has a... Did you just reset it? Excuse me?
Wait, what? Do not go into that rabbit hole. Stay away.
How did that happen? There's some way on the fucking controller.
Yeah, the select button.
I'm gonna speedrun it.
Yeah, it's the select button.
Fuck. Oh, boy.
Huh? No.
Oh,
Game over.
Oh,
We're done. We didn't beat it.
Oh, Oktoberfest is coming early this year.
Where some may tune in to Let's Players for the sake of experiencing a newly released game, viewers tuned into the Game Grumps dependent on how
Oh
the
god,
game
the
react.
ancient
John
fan
would typically
animations.
burst out in laughter,
The
making
ancient
him the
fan
Nazi grump,
animations
where
are coming
Aaron
back.
would react in anger as the grump.
Ow!
Well, that makes it okay then. Let's keep playing.
Which is why Sonic 06, a game infamously known for its lack of polish and thus frustrating nature, was a perfect game for the grumps.
You have to like do. Oh.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Waiters.
Okay.
this? Wait. And now.
I love you.
No, I'm fucking done.
I'm fucking done.
You're not.
This is bullshit.
I'm gonna.
This is fucking bullshit.
I can't get off.
What is this?
I can't get off.
What is this?
I'm stuck.
What is my life?
Sonic 06 is also where the name Lovelies, as a reference to Game Grumps fans, originated from.
We've had this talk. I don't like it either, but what the fuck else are we gonna call them?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna call them Grumpettes or something.
Grumpets.
Viewers, audience.
Yes.
Lovelies.
I know a guy who can beat this game in like a couple hours.
Dude,
Do you guys like being called lovelies?
I got a new lease on love.
The Game Grumps commentary and the Lovelies who followed it propelled the channel to heights Aaron's own animation channel could not reach.
Never
in just
touch.
a month of uploads,
I think
the
Lucky
channel
beat
had
this in
nearly
like 3 weeks.
200,000
I'm never
subscribers,
touching
Yet it
06.
took only a fraction of the work
I
Aaron was
don't
used to.
wanna.
By
I don't
April
wanna.
2013,
I don't wanna.
10 months
I don't
into the
wanna.
project,
Also,
after hiring an
most
editor, and during
importantly,
the Sonic 06 playthrough, the channel was at 945,000 subscribers, while the Eagle Raptor
I don't
channel
wanna.
was at 988,000. The Game Grumps was an undeniable success, enough so that Aaron had changed his focus from the animation.
Yeah, Aaron
of
just
Eagle
dropped
Raptor to the
animation
Let's
completely
Plays
and
of
was
Game
like,
Grumps.
cool.
But was it
I make money
creatively
now.
fulfilling?
How much time do I really have to devote to putting so much fucking focus into this thing that's going to end up being a minute and a half? It was a realist approach. And like, I think for a while I was sort of ashamed of that, but I'm not anymore. Everybody's got to fucking pay rent and everybody wants to have a better life for themselves. So, I'm fine with that decision.
For John, it did not seem like it was.
He had expressed a lot of interest in just like focusing on his solo stuff because I think that's really what made
Yeah,
him
it was
creatively-
fun to do the I can't take it anymore. No.
doing Game Grumps.
No.
But there definitely was
This
a sense of
continues.
like, I don't know how long we can
I
be doing
need
this.
to go through
I
the
felt like it was
suffering.
like really like trying to share my past experience with these games, but then it just got so like every day this is it, and it's like okay,
It's a job rather than like
just like it's just like okay, then you're just gonna exhaust this eventually.
On June 25th, 2013,
That's very funny. That's very funny. This has happened on Sleepycast that John is explaining it. Only for later Oni plays to be similar to the Game Grumps, only it continues to be funny.
Okay, then you're just gonna exhaust
They're
this
not a
eventually.
shell of what it's
On June
formerly
25th,
was.
2013, Ode to John was uploaded to the Game Grumps channel,
God,
announcing
that
John's
was
departure.
2013.
So all in all, I just
Jesus.
want to say thank you all for the wonderful year that you've given me. I'm not really going anywhere though, just shifting focus. So I don't know. Thanks, and your viewership.
That dog he's holding is dead now. Just like the original Game Grumps.
I'm gonna miss him so much. Who on earth am I gonna be playing games with now?
You Piccadilly whore!
Piccadilly whore.
Those two clips were from the same video, though it does not appear it because of the difference in quality and approach to delivering the message, with John taking an impromptu approach to addressing the audience, and Eagle Raptor approaching it through a skit to introduce Dan Eviden as a new host of the Game Grumps. All fans had to go off of for this sudden separation was this 2-minute, 40-second long video where the reason provided is that John wanted to focus on his own channel.
Hi,
The
I'm
suddenness
leaving,
of the
bye.
separation, the disjointed nature of the video, and John's simple explanation was hardly satisfactory. What's more, Aaron, through John's desire to work on his own channel, kept ownership of the Grumps, and immediately had a replacement ready. This all made it seem like Aaron had more power in this situation and was possibly the orchestrator of his and John's separation. But was it really planned this way?
There was one night where Dan was over at my place and we were coming up with song titles for the album, and we were just like literally on the floor laughing. When we were naming the album, I had already started Game Grumps. So I had the thought where if something ever happens to John, like he gets sick or something, like this would be the guy I would ask to be my co-host on the show.
Wow.
And then
Let's play
John
walks
wanted
of
to pursue other
VTubers can
things,
run.
and
No, Omni.
that's the chance.
Following
Doug
John's
Walker,
departure, there was an immediate
risen,
sub-loss of around
so everyone
10,000.
else could
There were
have
many
their
feelings
attempt.
about the Grumps during this time. Few of them
We
positive.
all pay homage
there was
to
a
Doug.
distrust towards Aaron and a hatred of Dan solely for replacing John.
Bring John
Some viewers
back,
wanted the channel to
please.
fail, which made this transition even harder.
They
Those were
have
scary
their sword.
times. Just because I felt like, you know, if I blow this,
And what only plays mixes things up
all
and
my friends
sometimes
are out of
has
a
like
job,
more constructive
you know,
videos.
and like
oh yeah,
friends'
fuck. Actually, it's been a long
artistic
time
careers
since I
will
watched the
suffer
Space
because
Station 13
Game
video,
Grumps
so I'm not gonna
bring
act
so
like
much
I remember it.
attention to the stuff that they do individually.
This was a highly stressful time, but as Aaron predicted, Dan was a good counter to him. Though he was not as boisterous as John, he was very easygoing and not a terrible conversationalist. It helped that he was open
What
about his
is that?
struggles.
I'm not.
So I guess I'll share
pushing
my
on it.
story.
Only played
which
Space Station
I've
13.
never really told before in a
No.
any kind of
No,
like,
I'm not
public
getting
forum.
distracted. I'm
Dan
finishing
goes on
this.
to talk about how he got really sick from mono and the mental toll it took.
Like it was my first experience of like real like sadness like over a long period of time, and I guess it was depression. But then I noticed like even when I got physically healthier, I was still like really struggling like mentally with a lot of stuff.
Dan's upbeat attitude was so consistent that it could be perceived as disingenuous, but he really was that happy.
I'm just so happy now, like all the fucking time, because like I know what it's like to be sad.
It did not take long at all for the pair to fall into the rhythm of things, laughing at on-screen happenings.
I forget that Dan is not negative, but that simple, and that he's like, I was incredibly sad, and now I just want to be happy. Like the bits when they try to make Tamar have a schizophrenic break with reality. Tamar, the end.
You know what I mean?
I've done that before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Have you docked with Barry?
No, not with Barry.
Oh.
It was with another man.
Really? Like swordplay?
Yeah.
Just like fucking like knock your junk around together?
Yeah, it was funny. We had a
Yeah,
club.
it was funny.
Okay.
Called the
Oh,
D
yeah.
Club.
D Club.
Okay, now you're fucking.
Seriously, you can ask Susie.
The D Club.
So we were like, I have an idea.
I have an idea. Let's touch
create a club where we
penises.
just show each other our tits.
This is not real.
I don't know. I don't remember what started it, but we just started fucking sword fighting, and it was like,
my god.
yeah, and we were like, haha, it's funny because it's like a cockfight. Go out right now.
I'm gonna do it.
Ask Susie if the D Club is real and what it was.
Got to dock at the space station.
Oh my god! Are you fucking serious?
Dan and Aaron had succeeded in keeping the Game Grumps alive, and a new
Susie,
commentator,
what's the
Robert
D
Ross,
Club?
helped
The
bring
D
even
Club
more
is
diversity
where
into the mix through Steam
they
Play,
show
a
their
series
dicks to each
focused
other and they
exclusively
knock
on
them
playing
around.
Games available on Steam.
We bought too many games.
Oh, that was such a good arc.
So what about the Steam train?
And then Ross understandably left.
Regardless, the dissatisfaction with John's departure was no longer just lingering. It was growing.
Space
On
Quest
August
was so
25th,
good!
2013, this manifested into many subreddits
King's Quest
critical
was
of the
fun,
Game
yes.
Grumps, one of which was
Space
the
Quest with
Conspiracy
Ross was
Grumps
also
subreddit.
fun.
By the end of 2013, this subreddit hardly had over 100 followers.
Conspiracy
a little less than a year later,
Grumps.
a subreddit that should have faded into obscurity now had 923 members. By the
And it
end of
kept
2014,
growing.
well over a
And it
year
kept
since John's
growing.
departure, this subreddit had ballooned to 2,415 members. In November, there was a post
It
pinpointing
swelled
the
up and
fallout of Aaron and John
ballooned.
to E3 2013.
I hate saying these
citing John's
statements, but it
appearance,
swelled
then
up and
lack of
ballooned.
appearance, then silence from both parties, to then announcing one episode of Game Grumps a day until John's sudden departure. This does not provide any more of a satisfactory answer, but it did at minimum.
Well, your
shrink the
answer is
window
that
of
he
John
only
and
had
Aaron's
so much
falling out. As
footage
John stated in the post
before
comments,
he
quote,
dipped.
"Damn, you guys are good." Unquote. The Conspiracy Grumps Reddit was a mix of serious posts and silly posts. One of the wilder theories is that John left because he punched Susie, Aaron's wife, who Aaron married in 2013.
Ah, yes, the,
It does not appear that this joke
the
conspiracy
strike.
originated from the Conspiracy Grumps subreddit. But what is true is interest in a deeper reason why John left was high. Enough so that these theories and their absurdity would reach large creators and John himself.
You know, what happened in the John Trent episode? Well, we recorded it. It was myself, John, Niall, and Corey.
Yeah.
And
Corey.
it was vile.
Well, you're going to talk about it. You're actually going to talk about it.
I'm just going to go into a
we
second.
might air it. I don't know.
Because I did read on conspiracycast.com that it was because John Tron punched Niall in the face.
Punched my girlfriend,
He punched my girlfriend, Niall.
Published that episode.
His girlfriend.
So we're going to talk about it.
Definitely going to become a thing there.
It was Charlie from Spidey Friends.
It seemed
Wow.
that she was becoming far more disliked
Charlie.
than Aaron. There was this post by Susie explaining why she used the DMCA process to strike a video. This is the entirety of her footage in the 10-minute video she struck down.
And a lot of you wonder where I'm at right now. This is my guest room. The video from London Fashion Week, that's our actual bedroom, but this is our guest room. And I film in here because it's obviously quieter, and it's away from where everybody else in the house is filming when they film stuff.
This was not planned.
The rest of the video is full of moments of John and Aaron being loud. Susie in her post claims she took the video down because it was monetized, and that the user did not ask for permission. She goes on to say, quote, "There are lots of videos online about me and the Grumps. Some don't put me in a positive light. Do I take those down? No. I took this one down because it was monetized. Was this a rash decision? Yes. Will I be doing it again? No." Unquote. Side note, the video uploader claims he never monetized the video and also states that Susie struck down another of his videos. As for Susie's post, she claims she apologized and stated that he could
Thanks
re-upload
for the
his
Reddit
videos
gold,
if he wanted to. Then, in the comments,
stranger!
Susie
No,
posted,
fuck
quote,
off! No, fuck off! No, fuck off! Holy shit! I'm remembering that I need oxygen to survive.
And stated that he could re-upload his videos if he wanted to. Then, in the comments, Susie posted, quote, "They could not remove them if they were not monetized." Unquote. This is a lie and a clear misunderstanding of how the DMCA process works. Then, in 2015, there was the Etsy scandal, with the pertinent information centralized in a post on the Conspiracy Grumps subreddit that also made the point to mention the copyright situation. This begins with this post on the Vent Grumps subreddit, which is smaller than Conspiracy Grumps. The poster opens by talking about Susie's Etsy page, where she was selling an amethyst with a decorated snake coiled around it for 105 Australian dollars. The overview states that this piece is handmade, and that it has a sterling silver chain. This is the second screenshot shared of a Google search that shows not just a similar piece, but also a series of pieces of different gemstones. Upon further inspection, these near-identical copies, only lacking the chain, were being sold for $3 USD each. The poster also attaches additional examples
Hi, welcome in. Hello.
Susie responded to this accusation on the main Game Grumps subreddit. Quote, "I have never found crystals or any of my specimens at that price before, so thank you. I actually go to local shops and buy my specimens in person. I use lots of expensive unique items and imported sterling silver chains from Italy on my pieces, so please do not think of me as just selling a $3 charm for $100, because that is not the case." Unquote. Unsatisfied with this response, the original poster who discovered the reselling of jewelry made a second post with even more examples. That's when Susie made another post. Quote, "Hey guys, before I say anything, I just want to apologize for some things I said. I claimed that I buy parts locally, and that isn't true. I guess I was just scared. I can proudly stand by many of my previous claims though. The chains I use are absolutely
You said
from
you made
Italy,
it, not
and the parts
bought it
or
locally.
accessories I outsource to use in my products are always what I deem to be high in quality." Unquote. Some were open to Susie's
Hey
apology,
guys, you
while
kept
others
you
were
kept
disappointed
poking
with
holes
how
in my
long it
story.
took. Quote,
I'm gonna
"Unfortunately,
keep
I think for a
slowly
lot of
pulling
people,
back the
it's
curtain
already
to the
too late.
truth.
Coming clean was the best thing to do, but you had a chance to address it a month ago when it was brought up, and you told a lie instead. You're sorry, but mostly it'll look like you were sorry you got caught." Unquote.
Yeah.
Among the comments responding to Susie was one from Egoraptor. Quote, "I'm absolutely impressed. It has been my sincere effort to approach the subreddit with positivity and encouragement, and I apologize for the tone I'm about to strike, but I don't know any other way to phrase it. I read that all people want is an apology. There is an apology, and now it's like the apology is the worst possible thing that could have ever happened." Unquote.
Yeah.
Aaron goes on to state,
Yeah. Because you're selling a $3 charm for $100. Yeah, Aaron, she lied. Like, you can be... So the thing is, an apology doesn't equal forgiveness. Someone can be apologetic. Everyone can accept the apology, but no one can remove the fact that the lie happened. And that still reflects poorly on the individual. Your actions have... What's that word I'm looking for? Consequences. End quote.
State that the person who's
So
criticizing
every
Susie has been
pony,
harassing
I
her
showed you
customers and possibly
Tamerlane.
fabricating evidence. He also states, quote, there's no text anywhere in her store stating her parts and accessories were bought locally, and
So she publicly stated so in regards to defending herself to accusations. Why am I arguing with a Reddit post?
she apologized for claiming they were elsewhere. All the descriptions in her shop are honest and fair. If you have a problem with the semantics of claims like quote,
Never
unquote,
heard of them.
handmade,
It's
then there
a
really is no
Spanish
arguing,
dish.
unquote.
Very
Aaron
spicy.
also makes note of Susie's
Like the
taxidermy
videos
shop.
of
Quote,
people spray
this sort
painting
of
silicone
micro-releasing
caulking
is absolutely
to look like
ridiculous.
wells.
Reveal all of her
What?
sources
Oh,
for
that's
parts
new to
and
me.
specimens. One
Sorry.
has that ever been
I
common
shot
practice among
loose
product
30
makers,
babies
aside
out
from
of a
marking
cannon
stunts,
at
which
the
are mostly
side of
lies
that
anyway.
barn. I'm
Unquote.
sorry.
There was also the
I'm
displeasure
Spanish.
of
We
the
don't
Game
have
Grumps
those.
influence to promote the shop. Quote,
Consequences?
what I don't think anyone understands or knows is that Susie has refused again and again to post about her shop on her channel. And
How fucking long did you type this? Holy shit, Aaron. This is more effort than you've put in Game Grumps.
it wasn't until I hounded her to do so that she reluctantly did it. She did not want her sales to be influenced by her fan page.
She did not want a massive pool of people to investigate the fact that she was scamming people. Not even AI generated. No, this was all real and from the butthole.
And she wanted her success and business to be as a result of the skillful handling of her shop.
He
Unquote.
was probably
This did not do
honest
much to
and got
improve
to
Susie's
pay-
reputation
oh, yeah, of
among
course.
those already distrustful of
That's
her
why
and
he was
Aaron.
hassling
But
her to
apology
fucking...
and Aaron's
No,
comments
put
were
it public.
overall
You have a bigger
well-received.
audience. You could make
The
more money
Conspiracy
off the
Grumps
$3
subreddit was
charm.
also discussed in the shop had nearly doubled in size from December of 2014 to April of 2015.
Woo.
This is both a
That's so fucking lame.
size from December
2,374 readers.
2014 to April of
4,495 detectives? Oh, they're all gonna circle jerk each other with Reddit silver.
2015. This is both a product of the building controversies
before AI
and a side
chatbots
product
can make
of the
anything
Game
barely
Grumps
comprehensible
consistency. While
for
not
more than a
true for the
sentence.
majority of viewers, there exists a small
They still
subset
can't
of
really do
viewers who grow
much.
highly attached to the people they watch. If a creator uploads or streams daily, they have a higher chance of attracting these people as they become ingrained in their lives. These super fans and detractors are certainly not large in numbers, but they are very loud. It is not
Large
uncommon
and
for these
schizophrenic
people to go to great lengths to
attitude.
appease or harass the
Check here
creators
for
they follow.
clues.
An example of this is the
Alright,
Lightfoot
Chief,
incident.
spread
In
'em.
August of 2015, the Game Grumps were playing Sonic Adventure DX. Sonic Adventure receives much praise for its varied stages, utilizing different characters alongside additions like the Chow's Garden. But it is also panned for frustrating sections, like its fishing minigame, or the labyrinth-style area that is the jungle, an area where the music has an incredibly short loop.
This stupid fucking repetitive jungle song that never ends and is 5 seconds long keeps looping endlessly.
While Aaron did get flack for criticizing this game, as was becoming more common as he was expressing his dislike of Sonic games, the controversy here came from a guide they had been following throughout the series.
This is how the game's gonna
I
be.
can't fucking believe this walkthrough.
What? Where it's like, oh, you'll figure it out.
Just a stage overview for the next stage that we haven't gotten to yet. This
Yeah,
stage
you-
isn't particularly large, so you shouldn't have
Yeah,
much
you
trouble
get it, yeah,
locating
yeah.
emerald pieces. That's the only thing it says about the stage overview.
Because you're using a walkthrough from a time where people didn't give a shit to explain themselves, and most walkthroughs were just one dude being like, somebody's gonna have to read this. Better make it wacky funny, TM. God, I hated fucking walkthroughs back in the day.
Like, what a colossal waste of time. and
Just
energy.
fucking explain what you need to do or
Make a
fuck
walkthrough
off.
Like that.
It was not until
To be fair,
episode
people
32
who write
that they were
walkthroughs
fed
aren't
up
real
with the
humans
guide,
and
particularly
can be
the fact
haunted
that
for
it does not
sport.
point out the location.
Okay, so to pierce through all that, and it's not really the right time period, but it's close enough, there are autistic individuals who make a walkthrough as supposed to be stated properly, legibly, direct to the point, and then there are people who are trying to make a Tumblr post out of a walkthrough. And there's too many Tumblr posts and not enough autistic factoids.
Of the emeralds or how to get them because they are randomized. A fact the
Back when
Grumps likely
walkthroughs
did
were
not know.
text
Here's what
only,
this
at
says.
least the ASCII
Sure, you
art
can use
was
the lit up
cool.
panels on the wall to
Yeah.
climb up, but why
Lucky
bother?
thinks I'm
Just glide
artistic.
into the wall and climb up. There isn't a lot to say
You're
about
on
this
the
stage.
internet, most people are going to assume that, but it
isn't
doesn't
particularly
necessarily mean that
large,
it's
So you
real.
shouldn't have much trouble locating the emerald pieces.
But checks
What the fuck is
out.
wrong with him?
I know.
Like, what is actually wrong with this guy?
Hold on, I'm fucking...
What the fuck help does he think he's providing anybody?
I'm gonna say the name out loud because people are gonna think that, yeah, it's the fact walkthrough by
Pizza.
I only say this because people will think we're making this shit up. He wrote this, by the way, in 2004.
Oh, yeah?
So if he gets a wave of hate from our fans, won't he be surprised 11 years later?
This was from a re-uploaded and censored version. The original episode had Dan and Aaron naming the guide's author, who goes by Leadfoot. This is his guide, and this is him on Reddit reacting to the upload. Quote, "Ha, hey, I actually wrote this damn thing over a decade
development
ago
was
when I
brought
had
to my
nothing
attention.
better to do, and had completely
I
forgotten
was
it
12!
until this development was brought to my attention." Unquote. Leadfoot goes on to say they wrote this guide at the age of 12, and they were updating it to include the information that the emeralds are randomized. A Redditor then asked Leadfoot if he is getting harassed, as rumors were going around that his address and phone number were being spread around, where Leadfoot replies, quote, putting my name anywhere was a rookie mistake. Nothing too bad, unquote. Realizing his blunder, Dan posted an apology to Reddit where he clarifies, quote, "At the time, I thought I was being funny, but I should have absolutely had the foresight to realize that some people would actually seek him out and harass him. I'm not going to make any excuses, other than to say that if you talk nonstop on a show every day for years, you're bound to eventually do some stupid shit that you don't fully think through. I really regret my action, and hope that this blows over with the walkthrough author getting as little disruption in his life as possible," unquote. Leadfoot responded to Dan's post with, quote, "Just to offer some closure, Dan did reach out and apologize. The fact that the vast majority of you guys thought that this wasn't cool right from the start is also appreciated. Never thought I'd see YouTube comments not only about me, but actually defending me," unquote. This became a meme of sorts on the Game Grumps subreddit. By the end of the Sonic Adventure series, Dan shared his appreciation at how Leadfoot took it.
Oh, I guess it goes without saying, shout out to our boy Leadfoot.
Oh, Leadfoot.
You turned out to be fucking awesome. And
Don't worry, Dan. You'll do much worse in the future.
Some, still displeased, claimed that Dan doxed Leadfoot, but that was not the case, as he only drew attention to the guide in where Leadfoot had made his email and such public.
Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. He used his real name as his fucking email to put a walkthrough online. What a 12-year-old move.
And since then, Dan has seemingly avoided any similar public comments that could cause targeted harassment of that extent. This was a hiccup in a time of explosive growth for the Game Grumps. The monthly viewer counts were in the millions. In 2015, the Game Grumps channel was receiving triple the viewership month per month than it was in the JonTron era.
His real name.
At the peak of 2015, viewership rose as high as 93 million views in a month. On November 30th, 2015, celebrity Chris Pratt tweeted, quote, "These dudes at hashtag Game Grumps have a lot of loyal fans. After listening, I can see why. So funny. Hashtag F Bowser," unquote. What's more, Starbomb, the initial collaboration between Ninja Sex Party and Aaron, had finally taken form. Their video game-themed music videos were a massive hit. But even with all these successes, some fans longed for a different
Chris
time.
Pratt is a Game Grumps fan.
What are the odds that we might ever see John and Danny on Grumpcade?
Oh my God, 0! No.
We hate him. We want to kill him.
Oh boy. It's the same with any of our friends who are on the other side of the country. Yeah. It's like totally a question of like logistics and like whether we can like just line up our schedules right.
The only barrier.
Aaron laughing so hard knowing it's never going to happen.
In New York. This news quelled some of the more extreme conspiracy theories that something terrible happened between the two. Little did fans know that there would be a collaboration, just not through a Game Grumps episode.
Yeah.
John, you're a friend. An old friend.
A friend?
Oh my god, everything's fine.
This was the finale of a series known as Starcade, a collaboration between John and Maker Studios, where through 9 episodes, John would go through Star Wars media, whether it be
Remember when
games or the
JonTron made
infamous holiday special.
videos
This
about
opened a window
games?
to what would optimally be more collaborations between the two. It was shutting down
Yeah,
the
you thought.
conspiracy theory era. That, interestingly enough, Aaron for a period did not even know if there was animosity between him and John.
The first host I had on Game Grumps was John. We started the show together. And then he left, and there was just this sort of like weird period where we weren't like acknowledging each other, because it was just kind of like, it was weird. Like it was a little weird.
Is it like family leaving?
Yeah, kind of. It was.
Yeah.
It was just kind of like, I don't know if I'm mad or not. And then it's like he
Remember
was
when
the same
John
way. And
made
so we just
videos?
didn't really
No.
talk to each other for a while. But then like we were just.
I
kinda
remember
like,
Game Grumps, and
Let's go
then
get coffee, and then we
Yeah.
did, and we were like, things are cool, right? Yeah, things are cool.
John on a live stream expressed that he missed working with Aaron.
That shit made me miss working with Aaron. Our chemistry.
Yeah,
is
you
like-
guys, I was surprised by that. You guys really haven't worked together in what, like 3 years, and you guys walked the stage. You guys
British contact,
immediately
Zach
just
Taylor,
had the
second person
chemistry.
speaking.
It was like nothing ever changed.
No, it was really exciting.
It was during this time, from 2016 to 2017, that subreddits like the Conspiracy Grumps received very little growth. A time of collaboration with other channels and celebrities.
Welcome to Game Grumps. This is the front door of the area.
That was from the Game Grumps 2017 office
Welcome
tour.
to
It
the
was not
place
so much
where
the
we're
size
gonna
of the
make
office
a
that was meant for
shit
Let's Plays
fucking,
that was impressive, but the detail in
weird
every corner.
video game.
Aaron's office was themed like a toy store.
A bunch of
with his
straight guys are gonna make a,
The office had a portal
video
bathroom,
game
a Japanese-style
trying
bar,
to
and
sex
also
up
part of the mix
men.
was the open-air office.
And they're not gonna take any points from the 2 gay people on staff.
To make Dream Daddy a
And
dating
instead, yeah, there is.
access in the
Wait, are
creator
we
space
get?
is not
Will we
common.
get into
There
the
are also
fucking
not many creators
Ding
who
Dong
produce
and Julian
games, have
shit
such
in
a
this?
large employee roster,
Oof.
and have editors such as Super Mega who still film for their own channel.
This is the Grump Room. Come on inside. So this is.
No, they're both very straight.
Now Super Mega's recording.
This all only
Aaron
scratches
thought
the
it was
surface
funny
of
to
the
sword
around
fight and
18-minute
stuff,
long
but-
office tour that has custom gadgets like this switching system.
This is fucking magic right here.
Before I get further into this, so there's the whole thing where Super Mega's a piece of shit, and Aaron and Brian and everyone in charge of Dream Daddy, not working on, but in charge of Dream Daddy, were pieces of shit to Ding Dong and Julian while they were here in this area. And it gets real bad when Super Mega, and I hate talking about this because Ding Dong made it clear that he expressed it on the internet and then wanted it to be done. But yeah, Super Mega was basically telling Ding Dong to kill himself because it'd be really funny if he did, and it would be a spiteful thing to do against Aaron at a time that was not great in their life. Yeah, there's a lot of shit. You can find it online, and it might get brought up in this because we're only halfway. But there's a reason why I do not like the people in regards to Game Grumps anymore, and I really don't like Super Mega because I appreciate Ding Dong and Julian a lot. God, the whole Oni camp continues to be the strong, powerful core of my internet upbringing, and everybody in that area, real edgy fucking humor with them, but at least they're not complete psychopaths. I miss you, Stamper. I miss you in your mess smoking ways.
Here, this is the new switching system for the console. So all the consoles right now are hooked up at once, and all you have to do is press on the touch screen. So get a Y to this so you can see what's going on here, right? So we got the Wii U turned on, and we got the GameCube
Stampy,
turned on,
my
right?
beloved.
So if I want to check out the Wii U, all I gotta do is press the button, and it switches to the fucking Wii U.
This office is a clear representation of the Game Grumps' success.
What's the
Everyone
Fujos?
pretty much in our group,
You have Google.
has success in life. Not mostly, but in part.
I can't be
some way
bothered
because
watching
of
any
him.
YouTube
I
at
just
this
can't
point.
express it into words. I don't know how to say it, but yeah.
I feel
You
the
watch
same
it
way.
through
Very generous guy,
rant
and,
sonas like
I feel
myself.
he gets the most shit
He does.
out of any of us, and he is the one who is responsible at the core for everything else that's happened.
It gets to him too. Like he won't.
Switching
admit it,
system
but,
was
like,
cool. Yeah, I like the more analog
he has
one
to,
though.
like,
I don't
look
like the
other way,
idea of a
because otherwise
touchscreen.
he'll crumble.
Even with the heights that were being reached, the
Like an
amount of
analog
work
switch
through
would be
Starbomb,
better.
Touring and Let's Plays did take its toll.
We went to El Paso and we recorded a whole new Starbomb album.
Oh God, yeah.
That was crazy.
That was crazy. Sent me into a little tizzy afterwards.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What does that mean?
Heavy depression.
What? Really?
Oh yeah, man.
Why?
I think I was just overworked.
Well, interesting.
Yeah.
To add to this was the persistent
that was just
dislike
actually
of the
dropping
Raptor that was bound to get a little better, but much worse
Ujo is a
after
lady
the
who wants
infamous
men to
JonTron
kiss
Destiny
and
debate,
fuck.
where the two discussed
Mhm.
socio-political issues, which John later stated he performed.
Oh, we're
and
getting into
for
all
some,
of
this
it.
changed how they viewed John, depending on whether they aligned with or despise what he said. After this, John clarified his feelings while also rarely engaging with this level of political discourse again. At the end of 2017, Aaron addressed the question if John would ever appear on Guest Grumps.
No.
I've talked to John. We're not on bad terms. We're on fine terms. It's just that he lives across the country. Questionable if he'll be on the show on Guest Grumps due to recent things that have been said.
Yeah, very questionable. Do not agree with any of those things.
The roaring crowd, caused by Aaron's clarification in that he disagreed with what John said, reinvigorated this division.
Danny, I feel, came from a point of actual, like, because you can see. I'm no body language expert. I'm just autistic, and I have to forcefully read body language to understand it, because I can't natively do it, so I have to be hyper vigilant.
It's been a long time since I've talked to John.
You can just kind of see how he's reserved. Would be the best statement.
Questionable if he'll be on the show on Guest Grumps.
And then he's silencing the crowd with that statement. It feels like he was about to interject, but then he kind of more silenced the crowd to let him finish.
Due to recent things that have been said. Yeah.
And then you could just he was just waiting for the crowd to respond. He's like, yeah, I'm with you, one guy clapping.
The roaring crowd,
but I don't think Aaron gave a fuck,
caused by Aaron's clarification in that he disagreed with what John said, reinvigorated this division. Those that value creator beliefs when their content is not inherently political were now disliking Aaron for the same reason they dislike John. Then there were those displeased that those statements were enough to bar John from appearing on the Grumps. There was likely not anything Aaron could have said that would have pleased
This
everyone
one
in this
divided
situation.
reaction. I mean,
Regardless,
honestly.
this was another angle the hatred of Aaron was building from. There was also the view that he was a hypocrite, with clips like this one spreading.
We've had a shirt available called, it's the Run DBZ poster. It was designed by one of our great guys, Vernon, here. You should go check it out. It's a funny shirt.
That's the stuff that bothers me the most, when like two pop culture things are mashed up together.
Right.
It's like, all right, it's harmless, but like, I don't know, it's just annoying.
Yeah. It's like, oh, two things that are cool combining to be lame.
Yeah, it's like, oh, one of those
Brony
wasn't good
jump
enough for you?
scares.
Just one? Just Star Wars wasn't good enough for you?
There was also Aaron's usage of the N-word in the past and his changing of perspectives that would
we
hit
got
its climax
there!
in the coming years. Those not interested in the social.
Oh, that's a footnote. Oh, that's just a footnote at 49 seconds or 49 minutes in.
In his sequelitis or his frustration at games that often comes from his lack of engagement or impatience.
Frontal, do you really not know? He used to defend saying it. Hard R. I really want to find that clip of him and Susie just dropping it, but like, someone will get mad. It's not like I'm positive towards the statement. I'm more just showing it, but yeah, there's just, how old are these people? Kadath, it's Aaron Hansen. Yeah, classic the Floridian fucking entity. I'm sad you never really know a person. No, just remember, unless you personally know someone. This is from Pat. Pat stares at the best friends, Castle Super Beast. Now Castle Super Beast, former best friends. Unless you personally know someone, don't look up to anybody. Because you don't know if they're a piece of shit or not. Like, I appreciate the actor Walter Goggins for the stuff that he does, and he looks to be like a down-to-earth dude, but I've never sat down and talked to the man, so I can't be certain about that. Some people in my life, though, I've interacted with them long enough that I can look up to them and be like, yeah, this is somebody that I feel like other people should aspire to, but I can't really directly, like, make that direct assumption to other people because they don't know that person. But I'm not gonna look up to some jag-off celebrity. Game Grumps N-word compilation. Anyone else can click that if they want to, but I'm gonna go a step beyond Muggy. I'm just referring to Aaron on the internet in general, just using it a lot, even past the Game Grumps stuff. I'm not even referring to when Game Grumps was a thing. I'm just talking about Aaron Hansen just saying the R word. Or sorry, saying the N word with the hard R at the end of it. He said rhubarb a lot too, but that's expected.
With them.
I love heels. I love buffoon characters. So it's a natural inclination for me to play that kind of character if I'm doing.
I wasn't saying the N word because I like it. I was just
so like
being
I
a
just
villain
because it's very easy for me to do that.
Yeah.
Aaron goes on to expand on how he plays this character to enhance the show, but also had a frustration in that people viewed him as an idiot, rather than understanding the character he was playing. In December of 2017, there was an over hour-long compilation of Aaron raging at video games that now has over 3 million views. In this case, as per the supportive comments, his exaggerative and angry nature is praised rather than countered with further frustration. However, there exist moments that this anger doesn't seem like it's coming from a character.
It
Clearly, I can
seems
fucking do it without getting
extremely
hit. Until your
genuine.
stupid asshole game gets in my fucking way and wastes my goddamn time, and I have to do this stupid fucking bullshit again for 3 fucking minutes.
CC?
It's a masterpiece. 10 out of 10.
That came from a video titled, "This is how you don't play Ocarina of Time with Game Grumps." This is a style of video borrowed from detractors of infamous Let's Player Dark Side Phil. The point of these videos is to highlight
Diaz
incompetence, with this one at nearly 400,000
But you're highly
views,
regarded.
likely being the most popular of the style.
Yeah,
connected
I'm
to
slow
Aaron.
as fuck.
This also plays into Aaron's sequelitis of Ocarina of Time, that while overall well received, is the most disliked of the series, and is the weakest video.
A book can tell you the main character's a hero with dialogue. A movie can too. But in a game you can feel it. You can experience it
I
firsthand.
think
You
we're
don't
all
need
very
dialogue.
regarded
Why was the
here in
inclusion of
this
so
chat.
many semantics necessary? And I don't buy the argument that they're only need dialogue. Why was the
Chat, you fucking the fish? When they grow up, are you fucking the fish? I know a lot of people played the Ocarina of Time. I'm looking at you. I'm staring at you. You know in your heart, fish titties. 2 out of 3. Which fish? Brother, that's my first wife. I like Majora's Mask more.
inclusion of so many semantics
Of course I'm
necessary?
fucking the
And I don't
fish.
buy the
We're
argument that
Costco
they're
guys.
only
Of
there
course
to
we're
enrich the
fucking
world
the
with
fish.
story, because adding those context to the situation is devaluing design aspects. The game literally stops for you to complete some asinine story task.
Aaron makes the point that bottlenecking or slowing down progress through interacting with the correct NPC detracts from Ocarina of Time, while negating a major aspect of the game are the 2 versions of the world. The uncorrupted version Link lives in as a child, and a ruined world Link experiences as an adult. The game forces this lore on the player to emphasize Ganon's destructive role. There are also critiques of how the game builds up anticipation versus Link to the Past, or how enemies can be slower to fight in that they will block attacks, forcing a slower exchange of shielding and countering. This last bit matters, as a
What
major
fuck's the
criticism of Aaron's
Fishman
approach
from,
is Ocarina Let's Play is
Breath
his
of the
lack
Wild?
using a shield. But also, there is a frustration from Aaron in the
Well,
correct
I
nature
don't.
of audience members that seemingly bleeds
I'm
into
pretty
the
sure
real
he's bigger
world.
than me.
When you greet somebody, you're like, hello.
And he can
right?
pick me up.
Or like, hey, how's it going? Or like, great to meet you.
And
I
I'm
like the
not
ones that come
finishing
up to me
that
and are
sentence.
What is this? Ooh. Why don't you use the shield in Zelda?
That was from a video of the game Grumps
But also, I
playing
wanna play
Paper
Paper
Mario:
Mario.
1000 Year Door. Also within this
I wanna play
episode was
Paper
Dan
Mario.
selecting in-game badges dependent on
It
the
doesn't
given
help that I'm
answers
wearing the
in a
hat
Q&A
right
he
now. I want to play
posted.
Paper Mario.
I went into my Reddit AMA that I did on the plane while I was bored.
Yeah.
And found this super helpful thing. So thanks to Going Greener on Reddit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And thanks to everybody who emails me. I know I'm salty, but
yeah, they're just trying to help, man.
I appreciate the feedback.
Totally.
It's very kind.
Badges in Paper Mario vary in what they can do, from increasing your defense when blocking to unlocking different types of attacks. Only a select amount can be equipped dependent on how many badge points a player has available. The Quake Hammer, for example, is an excellent badge as it serves as an AoE attack, meaning it hits all ground targets, though the majority of badges that are attacks lack versatility, which is why passive badges that increase
There we
things
go,
like
perfect,
attack power
okay,
are
okay,
preferable,
okay.
and can make the game significantly
Oh,
easier,
yeah.
which is why
I'm
Dan
grumping
posted
it.
that AMA.
I'm grumping
What's
it.
more, the response he's reading from recommended essential
hey.
badges to where Dan
So
could fill in the
grump.
rest depending on how you wanted to play.
I mean, I don't want to.
Cody, I don't like how that triggered in my head from that sentence. Stop that. Get out of there.
HP, that's good.
Hey Dan, also,
Quit influencing
when
the
you move
fucking
around, you
worm
should
that's
go
in my
right,
brain. That's an offshoot of
in a perfect straight
the
line instead of
RFK
going
worm.
up and down because that wastes time.
Oh,
And
fuck, the last
also,
piece of gum.
When you fight, you should go to the right instead of the left to get to the menu item because that shaves off another 2 seconds.
Ow.
Dude, shit's falling on you like crazy.
I noticed.
You're poisoned, you're dizzied, you got shit falling on you. Mario's fucked. Maybe you shouldn't have changed those badges, dude. You're in a really shitty position now.
Please let it go. Oh my god.
While Aaron's
You're
jest
so
could be
salty.
targeting the overall corrective nature of commenters, the comments in this video were particularly frustrated with him because it was Dan who was seeking advice. Some of the comments read,
Sonny, let go
quote,
of that.
Aaron, it's our game, we should choose how to play. Dan had literally put out an AMA wanting help, of which someone responded kindly and respectfully, unquote. A different comment points out that this is expected from the channel. Quote, wow, it's almost like Aaron's a grump and Danny's not so grump. Wait, what's the name of this channel again? Unquote.
I have no idea.
And then there is a comment that speaks to the building frustration as a whole, one that is not isolated to this video, but rather the grump's use of walkthroughs in other games. In a way, this video and its comments capture the expected nature of Aaron to play a character that speaks to the frustrating experiences in games with some levity, like the Sonic 06 Let's Play. But when he takes a similar approach to games that are considered cult classics, with issues that are unique to Aaron, these complaints do not resonate with viewers, and it can appear as Aaron is critical of a game when in reality he lacks the ability or patience to approach it. This is only part of the annoyance with Aaron, and is a far cry from clips such as this one.
This is probably like the best I've ever done in any game.
Is that right?
Because just the level of hardness. Come on with the fucking jellyfish! I shot it like 3 times! I shot it like 3 fucking times!
It's all coming back. It's all coming back. The rage, the animosity.
By 2018, though viewership was mostly steady, there was a downward trend. This appears to be true for a fair amount of Let's Play channels, with gaming streamers gaining popularity and an era that allowed for even higher interactivity. But the Game Grumps were no longer entirely game-oriented, as they started a new series known as 10-Minute Power Hour, where Dan and Aaron would use products or enjoy other activities in front of the camera. There was also the short-lived YouTube Brett series, Go to Game, with Dan and Aaron playing characters that are involved in an esports team. This show was panned, and like many YouTube Red shows, it was discontinued. The Grumps were becoming out of favor. From late 2018 to the following years, there would be a series of blows that would strike at both the reputation of Aaron Hansen and the Grumps. This is from a mishandling of conflict.
I totally forgot about the Serpilo drama.
From late 2018 to the following years, there would be a series of blows that would
Aaron took Twitter and commented saying that the animation was mean, that he was bullied in the past, the animation analyzed all new ground set that Aaron got start from. Philo apologized to Aaron, said that he meant no harm, so Aaron's own new friends to defend Philo, so his new ground
strike at both the reputation of Aaron Hansen and the Grumps. This is from a mishand.
God damn it, Ross. If you didn't go ground, you would God damn it, Ross. You get the side, and demands money. What? The fan later donates money and apologizes during the stream. Danny Ross said it's fine. It doesn't happen again, but Aaron says that it is only okay if he makes fun of his friends, because his friends are not so bland on the internet despite selling God damn it Ross t-shirts.
handling of conflict, possible hypocrisy, the many failures of the Grump employees,
I love
and even their
Pilo.
game, Dream Daddy, that while
yes,
the many failures of the Grump employees, and even their game, Dream Daddy.
Chris, aka Only NG, host of Only Plays, was a friend of Aaron since Newgrounds, yada yada yada, yada yada yada, yada yada yada. The main point of drama comes from Chris's previous co-hosts Ding Dong and Julian. In a stream, Ding Dong and Julian expressed their opinion of Game Grumps. Then the upcoming game Dream Daddy, which advertised itself as a gay dad dating simulator. Ding Dong and Julian themselves being gay, and they basically didn't like how it was pandering, and everybody told them to fuck off, basically.
Daddy, that while already released, the infamous events around it are still being discussed. This all begins with Aaron's tweet on November 11, 2018. Quote,
Fuck, I
"Dude,
didn't think
if
he
you
was
don't
getting
think
into
you're
it."
cool, forget it. You're cool." Unquote. A fan responds, quote, "Unless you're Ross, then you're not cool." Unquote. To which Aaron responded, quote, "Bump you. Ross is great. I don't appreciate you talking smack about my friends." Unquote. The fan then apologizes and later donates on stream.
Love
This
you,
is
sir.
Aaron.
I'm
I hope you weren't
sorry.
really mad about my Ross not being cool tweet. I was just joking in homage to the old days of Damn It Ross, but I got hate from people when you responded. Love you guys.
Just don't like it when people make fun of my friends.
Fair enough.
You know what actually does bother me about it?
Tell me, Aaron.
It's just that, like, just because it's a meme, it's okay to like shit on somebody, but it's not.
Right.
It's like it means the same when you say fuck that guy, whether it's a meme or not.
Although
it's just fucking uncool.
Although yes, Ross, I agree. You want to say something? Ross is
Here,
coming
Ross,
up.
let me hand you the mic.
Here we go, buddy.
So last night, I discovered that people make compilations of Game Grumps. I didn't know that, and I found out some guy had made a compilation of all the times YouTube shit talk me on Game Grumps. It's an hour and a half long, and it ends, no shit, with you guys in Dark Souls saying, "You know what's really funny about this? Russ doesn't watch Game Grumps. He's never going to see any of this." And that's what it ends with.
This is the meme the fan was referencing.
God damn it, Ross!
One that the Grumps sold shirts in the past to promote. Aaron's displeasure towards the fan in that he did not accept the fan's intent of jest and an
Aaron's
old meme
bipolar.
sourced from the Grumps was odd.
That's a
Odd,
bad
like
statement
this
to say.
Instagram post from the Grumps captioned, "Who killed John Benet Ramsey?"
But he's got something
The
wrong with
comments,
him
while
mentally,
somewhat
'cause he's from
mixed, do
Florida.
express the displeasure in editing Aaron's face.
You have
who
that
looked like
shirt?
a brutally
Ah.
murdered 6-year-old.
I'm very upset with myself that I did not go out of my way to get the Two Best Friends Play Jason t-shirt where they're driving with a taxi and they hit the kid. Like, oh my god. But at this point, I probably would have fucked up the t-shirt or like put a burn hole in it or something. That's the one thing. That's the one thing out of that entire channel I wish I would have gotten.
Whose case had gained recent traction through the true crime genre. This post was shortly removed and was sourced to Alley.
I should cut it out and then slap it over this model to deny you all, Tommy.
Was this video titled "The Hypocrisy
That
of
shirt's
Aaron
been
Hansen?"
mothballed
It
for a
opens with
decade.
Dan talking about his
Understandable.
displeasure of Axl Rose of Guns N' Roses, particularly the song "One in a Million," where Axl says the N-word, where Aaron then states,
I just can't imagine the context of like this super white dude just dropping N-bombs.
You can't, Aaron? You can't understand the context of a super white dude? Just dropping it?
In a fucking rock and roll song?
Oh, in a
The
rock
video
and roll.
then
Oh,
cuts
in a
to
rock
some
and
of
roll
the many
song.
times Aaron has said the N-word in the past.
No,
as
no,
well
no,
as Sue-
no. He said in a rock and roll song. He preferenced it. As the Florida high school dropout. He did say he preferenced. He was not expecting super white dude to say N-word in a rock song.
Susie when quoting Aaron saying it. A more
Internet's
complete
different.
compilation is this one that is 5 minutes in length, titled
Hey, Buggy, look. Daddy D's! Daddy D's! Shit. Without going in depth, unless he must be building. Yeah, no, the next thing's okay. The next thing after this Let's see, how much is all this? Oh, this is just wave of controversies. I don't want to skim ahead any further, but if there's the chance they go over the Ding Dong and Julian bit, it might be a little bit ugh, but not like ugh bad. Just like ugh, you'll get a further understanding of why I really don't like some of these creators
Game
anymore.
Grumps and word compilation. It has
Waiting for
racked
them
up
to mention the
several number
Danny
of
fan
views
stuff.
of the aforementioned
That's probably
video.
right at
It was
the
around this
end.
time that Ellis Mark released a video critical of the game Grumps.
Oh,
with
Ellis
Ellis
Mark.
Mark's character placed in a guillotine, understanding the flack he was going to get for making this video.
I think it's pretty obvious that Game Grumps, the main series
Game Grumps.
is on its last legs with a dwindling viewership, which I think is entirely down to oversaturation. They used to upload 3 times a day, and big surprise, not everyone wants to watch 30 minutes of Aaron screaming like a child every 24 hours. I'm gonna quickly compare Game Grumps to another very similar Let's Play channel, Oni Plays. Oni Plays was created by an old friend of Aaron's, Chris O'Neill.
Oh,
and he
there he
manages
is.
to do what Aaron could never accomplish, be funny. The hosts constantly work off each other, hitting the viewer with joke after joke after joke, and are completely aware that they're just stupid Let's Players.
The main host of Only Plays at the time were Chris O'Neill, Ding Dong, and Julian. Chris appearing in the video was standard as it was his Let's Play channel. Just like Aaron, Chris was an animator from Newgrounds, one that collaborated.
No. Oni is an animator, and a musician, and an artist. Aaron just attempts.
With Aaron, as well as various
No,
other
well,
well-known
used to
animators
attempt.
from the website. Their approach to their Let's Play channels are far different. Aaron, through Game Grumps, takes a strict approach. He releases videos daily with a single co-host. This in itself will guarantee exhaustion and a lower quality of video.
Just do it. Otherwise, it's baiting.
As having the same 2 people force a conversation over the course of several years, will more often than not have conversations devolve into nonsense.
And when they do it, we'll just say
What's
they're
more,
pandering.
The strictness of seeing
They
Let's
win.
Plays
They win
through
nothing.
makes Aaron frustrated at a game he does not have interest in, which worsens the viewing experience. Oni Plays, especially in its most recent episodes, has a changing cast of guests, most of which are recognizable, but at times exist away from the channel, which means when they do appear again, they may have more interesting opinions or stories to share.
Yeah, you
Rarely
get the
does
clap.
the channel dedicate itself to a complete Let's Play, as they will play it either until the guest leaves or the interest of the host who plays said game has left. Oni Plays
Like how
is
I
far
play
more
games.
relevant to the story of Game Grumps than drawing the comparisons of channels.
But if Aaron is anything like how the stories I've heard describe him, then it doesn't surprise me how many people have joined and left Game Grumps. Like how supposedly after 2 of the hosts, Ding Dong and Julian, from Oni Plays said that the game they were funding was pandering, which it was. Aaron bumped up their office rent, basically forcing them to move out.
This new wave of hatred toward the Game Grumps and Aaron Hansen is what
That bit is just a little fraction. But yeah, I don't like Aaron Hansen.
possibly caused this infamous tweet chain. It starts with Aaron listing off the 5 jobs he's had, from working at Blockbuster to becoming the owner of an entertainment company. To this, a Twitter user responds, quote, "Entertainment company, yeah, sure. Unquote. Aaron retorts, quote, "We produced over 6,000 episodes of the 4th most watched gaming show in NA, co-produced a 6-episode serial with Dan Harmon, produced 2017's second best-selling indie game, produced 3 #1 Nielsen charting comedy albums, multi-million viewed 6 episodes reality series." Unquote.
Negativity sort of at least gets to me when
Well,
it sort of taps into something.
you
that's
said
going on
entertainment,
with me.
though.
Then I'm like, oh, that hurts, because it sort of reinforces this idea that like other people think what I think about myself, which is negative.
This could explain Aaron's response, especially during this period of negativity around him. As a counter to this, the subreddit Positivity Grumps was established on April 30th, 2019, but it did not take off and currently sits at 217 members. The Rant Grumps subreddit, however, was getting increasingly more popular with its 8,200 members.
Well, yeah, hate
Even so,
stirs
the
the
actual
pot
Game Grumps
easier
subreddit towered above
than
it all
love.
at 196,000 members, though it was just as critical towards Aaron during this time. Then, on May 3rd, 2019, Super Mega announced they were leaving the Game Grumps. Coincidentally, the same day, Chris O'Neill tweets a 2-letter word, ha. The responses are mostly referring to Super Mega leaving. 7 days later came the announcement of Ben.
So now we have the delightful new Ben. Ben, say hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Pony.
There were some growing pains. While some may think the job of an editor is to stitch together clips, their job is far more important and often less understood if done well. They are gatekeepers, knowing what to throw away and what to keep, knowing what tone to take with any which section of a video. They are meant to amplify and not distract, the latter of which is what Ben was doing. This is Dan's solo let's play of King's Quest IV. This is a very slow and quiet game. It complements Dan's relaxed demeanor and is something viewers could relax or even fall asleep to, only to be woken up by Ben's editing.
Ben will cut back in once I've found that unicorn. Here we go. There we go.
The
The
fuck
comments
was
that
that?
discuss Ben's edits in this video are displeased with the disruptive nature of it. That's why someone uploaded a version of this Let's Play absent of Ben's edits, titled King Quest IV Stop at Ben. The displeasure with Ben wasn't even at its maximum.
YouTube. King's Quest 4 : Stop it, Ben. Oh yeah, top result. 3 hours, 11 minutes, 16 seconds. Alright, I'm gonna boot that up.
Hey, I'm Dan. I'm also Dan.
King. Alright, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna fall asleep to that. I'm gonna fall asleep to that later. Dan. Oh no, I might feel gay and nostalgic.
This is a 2017 Instagram post of Ben with Jacob Sartorius. Then, this is a 2019 tweet of a picture of an around 16-year-old Jacob Sartorius.
What?
Ben continued to tweet at Jacob, getting reprimanded by Twitter for tweeting at him, quote, "Let's do meth and drive off a cliff," unquote. This came to a head late 2017 when Ben tweeted, quote, "Is it okay to request a 17-year-old male YouTuber post nudes to the timeline if it's a joke?" unquote. It wasn't until later that Ben was getting flack for these strange tweets. Yet he persisted. Until it became too much and he apologized.
Scroll. Just past that.
Flack for these strange tweets. Yet he.
Me jacking off, doing a handstand butt naked at Trader Joe's in front of the frozen turkey section. That, I feel, is just a funny bit. Hold on, this is just a funny joke tweet. Like, the shit in between it? Horrendous. Horrible. I want to hit him in the face with a hammer. But that feels like something that every one of you in chat, look at that. Think of the streamer you like. Would they tweet that? Would they tweet that? I know this right here is a bit. Yeah, this right here is a bit. The shit before it and the shit after it, heinous. Hit him with a brick. Hit him with multiple bricks. Stone this man like it's the Jesus time. My Oshi would never. It wouldn't be a Trader Joe's, it'd be a Buc-ee's.
Persisted. Until it became too much and he apologized. Ben in his Reddit post apologizes and explains his initial chance picture and following tweets were a combination of messing with a young family member who was a fan of Jacob Sartorius alongside ramping up his character-driven Twitter account that is part of a comedy rap group that quote-unquote trafficked in edgy humor. It was not until later that he realized his jokes were not being taken as such, and thus came his apology and explanation. As for the Grumps, in mid-2019, they were getting flack for a different reason. They were trying to stop swearing in a bid to not get demonetized or lose favor of the algorithm. Fans were not pleased that there was no official post of this. This was part of a grander issue of poor communication and frustration towards their community manager Ali, as the only place this was announced was in the middle of an Undertale Let's Play.
For those of you who are wondering, we're trying to not swear anymore.
While this is relatively innocuous as far as criticism goes,
don't swear
what
for the
made it
first
matter
minute of
was
the
just
video.
One day after critiquing the lack of communication from the Grumps was the mishandling of the Grumps garage sale.
My name's Wacky Aaron, and come on down to Game Grumps garage sale this weekend, the 29th and 30th. Wow!
This Reddit post alleges that they had 800 RSVP'd, likely through the Facebook event post that is no longer available. The issue present here is that those people did desire to attend a free event, and it is harder to measure an event that is not capped by tickets. It took only a few hours for a line to build up due to a venue that could only serve a fraction of those people at a time. It got so bad that Vernon, an employee of the Grumps, was going around giving water to people waiting in line. The event was not entirely organized inside either. Quote, I showed up at 8 a.m. I got in line for merch the moment I walked in because it was required to buy merch to get a signing. But lines were all over the place. They were only there from 10 to 12, and they kept the line at 11:15. Maybe next time don't sound so condescending, unquote. This was in response to a tweet that was in defense of the
This
Grumps
might have
that in
been
turn
when it
was
was
part of the
unclear
Grumps
how
post
YouTube's
announcing,
censorship demonetization
quote,
worked.
Unfortunately,
For a time
we
after a
went way
huge
over
shakeup.
capacity today, and we will not be open
Fair.
tomorrow, unquote. Aaron quote-tweeted this response with additional information. Quote, I want to apologize to everyone who couldn't make it, was planning to come Sunday, or was after the cap, unquote. In the thread, Aaron explains that they worked at a similar event and the capacity was not so bad. Thinking the numbers would be similar had them underestimate how many people would show up. The garage sale lines were so long that they wrapped around the building. As such, the Game Grumps got a call from the city informing them that it was akin to running a parade without a permit and a huge safety hazard. This is why they had to start turning people away and why the city canceled the second day. Finally, Aaron commits himself to improve. Quote, this sort of thing won't happen again, and we're already thinking of how to do this better.
By
Unquote.
never doing it
there were a few
again.
more hiccups that people took displeasure with. Like this fan who found the game he gifted being resold with a note the fan wrote still inside, implying that the game was never opened. But the fan clarifies that he is not insulted by this. Though some were insulted by Aaron selling figures that were from a deceased friend, but others saw it as selling these figures to someone who would appreciate them more. A possible reason for this garage sale was because the Grumps were moving offices.
Will the new office be as decorated as the old one? No.
Oh.
It was very expensive. And not a good idea.
Oh.
Because it's not ours anymore. See, the new buildings, it belongs to us. But the office we were in, we were renting.
This move came with a new channel, known simply as the Grumps.
Hey everybody!
Oh yeah, when they did the
are you
live
seeing
stuff,
right now?
so they
It's a channel trailer!
My name is Dan Avedon.
And I'm Aaron Hansen, and this is the Grumps.
This would host 10-minute Power Hour and would also host any in front of the camera videos.
Nah, bro,
they
you
wanted
should
to
be
do.
insulted by that.
The Game
Yeah, a
Grumps
little
channel
bit.
will continue to host Let's Plays and animations. On that topic, there was a particular...
It reminds me of when it was outed that Crunchyroll was just handing out mail that should have been sent to people doing voiceover work. And instead it was just being handed to people within the office. Like gifts that fans were sending to who they would assume would be then rerouted to the person in question it's meant for, was instead being opened in Crunchyroll office and then handed out to people that worked there. People's stuff that they bought or made. Fan art. God, I hate capitalism so fucking much.
animation that Aaron was not a fan of. On July 30th, 2019, animator Senor Bello premiered a video satirizing Storytime animators. This uses the avatars and styles of popular animators that tell of relatable and often innocuous stories through the medium of
Right there. God, I was so close. There we go. Yeah, I didn't mute myself. I was focusing. I figured out at this point in the video, especially given Aaron's, hi Sil, What did I come in on? Anytime that I see what could be a Goatsy-like image, I have to capture it. There's a good one in the Discord. Somebody grabbed it earlier. Of the Michael Richards bit. When we were... and open link. And copy link. Gift. Open a new... Whoop. Yeah, that. Anytime I can capture one, anytime I see it, I just go, that. Oh, well, it doesn't help that I've got the double Goatsy. Yeah. Yeah. Don't give me that face. I literally have the hands as fucking bookend emotes. And I made sure to spell them incorrectly, like backwards, to piss off people who are like, no, that's not right. I doubled down on the brainworm trauma. But yeah, no, I've discovered while watching this, I have put that back. I've discovered while watching this that Aaron Hansen is the equivalent of Linkara, in that this motherfucker can't take criticism. He fucking shatters. Like the tail end of is it the Rupert's drop? Is that thing that can crush a fucking hydraulic press? Sag. You'll get over it. You'll get over it. Yeah, Prince Rupert drop. Ah, sorry. See, when I think Prince Rupert drop, I was getting it confused with Prince Albert, and I'm like, wait a minute, that thing doesn't go through a penis. Anywho, back to the Game Grumps
Animation.
One day I was at the school.
Oh, wow! That is relatable!
They're fun, and the story is...
Hit it! Chat! Hit it! Hit it! Hit the thing! Hit the thing! It happened! It hit the thing! If you know my redeem, hit the thing! Fucking hit the goddamn thing! Yeah!
Oh, wow! That is relatable!
Thank you, Muggy. And also thank you, Asian, for making that.
Bella's video is then ruined by channels that are more critical on YouTube,
Turkey
as
Tom,
the
no!
innocent nature of Storytime channels. Some of the top comments from this video are from Storytime channels depicted, appreciative of Pella's adaptation of their animation style and Pella's overall approach to the subject matter. Pella posted about this video on Twitter, to which Aaron responded, quote, "This is mean. I got made fun of like this."
It is me! God, I'm just slipping into the Palo voice that was just happening. It's my story. It is me. I got made fun of like this.
All the time when I made cartoons, and it fucking sucked. It didn't give me a thick skin, or make me a better artist, or make me think about what I was doing. It just hurt. The fact that all the people patting you on the back for this cartoon are old school and Newgrounds types, with very few quote-unquote STAs, commenting speaks volumes. You can use this thread to pretend it's all in good fun, but it's not fun. It's mean. It hurts. Unquote. Aaron goes on to say that this video only segregates. Bella responded in surprise.
Ooh, cough so hard my nuts hurt. What video is this? This is how Game Grumps became a uniquely hated channel. We are an hour and 11 minutes and 2 seconds into the hour and 33 minute and 47 second video. Ooh.
That guy's a cyber character. He's not real.
And stated he did not mean harm, and the
Motherfucker
last thing he wants to
tweeting
do
up a
is hurt.
storm.
He even apologized if Aaron took it that way, and states that he can explain every joke in the whole video. Besides,
he's being sincere. Palo's being sincere. But man, that fucking tweet alone by itself is really fucking funny. Aaron, I can even explain you every single joke in the video if you want me to sit you down, buddy.
besides the bullying reason, a different reason Aaron was displeased with this video is that he toured with some of the channels in Senior Pello's video, like Jaden Animations. Not
Okay.
everyone was as nice as Pello when responding to Aaron. like Chris O'Neill, who stated, quote, "Newgrounds made you, and is probably the place with the least hate you've ever gotten anywhere online. You say you don't read comments. Maybe that's why you think it's better. It's the internet. You laughed hard at SF Chode. P.S. Bello's cartoon is funny jabs. Christ almighty, grow up."
Thank
Unquote.
you, Chris.
A different animator known as SpazKid, who is friends with Chris
Spaz
and many
Kid.
other Newgrounds animators, also responded
God, I
to
love
Aaron,
their porn.
stating that Senior Bello's video was lighthearted and confusing if anything. SpazKid also refutes that Newgrounds was as toxic as Aaron depicts it, and that Tom, likely Tom Fulp, the founder of Newgrounds, has only ever
Tom.
wanted to support him, and that Aaron needs to, quote, "stop pushing everyone away and wake up," unquote. Overall, Aaron's reaction was not well received. It was even turned into a meme on the Game Grumps site.
This is me. I got made fun of like this all the time when I made cartoons and it fucking sucked. Oh, what's is it Sonic Adventure 2? It's the city theme. That playing in the background while someone's doing a half decent Sonic impersonation, reading all that. That's what flashed through my head for a second.
Subreddit. With word of Aaron's critical stance spreading, a resurgence of Aaron's old, not so
No, I'm not
advertiser-friendly
doing the voice,
content
though, 'cause
began
that's gonna fuck
spreading
my
to counter
throat at
Aaron.
7:27
That's why on
in the
August
AM.
1st, 2019, he posted 2 images of his statement,
Also, I'm really bad at
opening
doing
with
a Sonic.
acknowledging
I'm
that
really
he has
bad at doing
appeared on
voices
the
in
Twitter
general.
trending tab as a topic of conversation, and the clips of him saying controversial things in the past are spreading alongside it.
Like the N-word.
He denounces his history and states he used to be an angry kid. Piss and vinegar, anything goes. Now he resents his former self and wants the young folk who look up to him to not want to think that, quote, using hurtful words and making hurtful jokes is okay, unquote. This was Senor Bello's response to the drama, expressing a desire to move on. Aaron's approach to Senor Bello was not well received. This mishandling and or lack of understanding was the theme of 2019. From the
That was the
garage
theme
sale
of
to his
Aaron.
tweet about running an entertainment company to all the other smaller things that happened in 2019.
Brother,
Aaron,
just
the person who previously
turn off
stumbled into
the
success,
screen.
was now choreographing
Walk
failure,
away.
and Soviet Jump Game was no exception. On November 16, 2019, Aaron kicked off a series of videos where he played imitation NES games. These are a mix of counterfeit and or modified cartridges that were distributed by anyone but Nintendo for the Dendy system, an unofficial
Dendy.
Russian console that could play NES games and its own assortment of games, which were mostly Russian bootlegs of existing NES games. Within the first video, Aaron plays Dendy games on a different console known as the Retron 5. This system can play far more than NES games and is somewhat of a catch-all for various retro consoles, except the Dendy. This is why the cartridges either did not work or were interpreted incorrectly. But there was one game that somewhat worked.
Okay.
Dendy.
I don't know what this says. Apparently there's an error.
FP19.
It's nice that there's like Dendy branding. That's kind of cool.
Dendy
Unable
brand
to proceed
error?
with
That's
whatever
pretty
game
neat.
this is, Aaron moves on. In the follow-up video, Aaron uses the original Dendy console and can play the bootleg games without issue,
The Lion
except
King.
for one.
Whoa.
Okay. Still has the error screen.
All right.
Got the little elephant boy. And I don't know what
He's
it
kinda
says or
cool.
what it means, but
The
let's
little
move on to the
elephant
next
guy.
one.
Okay, great.
By the third video titled Lost Piece of Gaming History
He's like the egg
Uncovered,
dude
the ruse
from
was
Cold
up.
Ones.
Hey Aaron, I saw the episode of Game Grumps about the Dendy games. That weird one you couldn't figure out, the one that I couldn't get past the whatever the screen was that had like an X on it.
Oh,
it
real
said it
Russian
needed an internet
translator.
adapter. I didn't know there was an internet adapter for the Dendy.
For anyone familiar with retro consoles, especially those manufactured before the 2000s, knew that this was not what it seemed, and those familiar with ARGs or alternate reality games knew exactly what these videos were. ARGs are not easy to define. Put simply, they are media that presents itself as non-fiction. They offer a puzzle of sorts that can be solved through examination of footage and largely rely on the uncertainty
The
in whether it
ARG
is
for
real, which
Cloverfield.
spurs curiosity. But the end of this journey was an ad campaign, which some saw as unsatisfactory. especially for those that did not know what ARGs are.
And his team are getting close to being finished with this game, which we're now calling Soviet Jump Game, and we're gonna do like a pre-release to make sure everything's working, to make sure all the networking is working, because it's a 30-year-old game, and there's probably a lot of weirdness.
The trailer for Soviet Jump Game released December 4th, 2019. The comments are a bit mixed. Quote, I literally remember thinking when I saw the quote-unquote documentary, haha, wouldn't it be funny if this was all just like a super elaborate plan to release a new game? For real though, this looks really fun, lol, unquote. A different comment reads, quote, I'm a little disappointed in myself
I have no
for getting
idea about
invested in
this,
this ad
because this
campaign.
is
Unquote.
long past
in January
me
of 2020, Aaron
looking
released
at
an apology
anything
of sorts while still
fucking Game
participating
Grumps.
in the ARG in a video where he gets kidnapped by the KGB.
I went to bed at normal hour and missed a butt stream.
You
Woe
made
is
a
me.
mistake in how you presented all this. I wasn't aware of how it would come off, so yes, I guess I made a mistake in that way. And also, I think I made a mistake in not reprimanding
really.
people who were being mean to people who were just
You'll make it.
participating or who didn't really know what was going on.
I still haven't
But if I
presented
backpedaled,
balls
then
yet
no
on
one's gonna be
stream.
happy.
That when you
Not the
miss
people who
that
liked the
stream,
bit, not
then
the
you're
people
gonna
who
be
wanted to
disappointed.
apologize.
I really should have just announced this normally.
Yeah, you should have.
This was not the first game from the Grumps to be criticized for events outside of it, nor the only
Oh
ARG
boy, are we
used to
getting
market
there?
one of his products, like his book. A book that, as part of the ARG, claims his uncle wrote, and Aaron's mom is demanding that Aaron promote. With Aaron framing this as being disinterested in his
Aaron, stop with the lies. Stop saying your uncle from Nintendo writes books now.
uncle's project, but bending to family pressure. Twitter users were trying to comfort Aaron through understanding. Quote, sorry you're being forced to do something for a person you don't really care for. I know
seen
it's
enough
like to have family
VTuber
members you don't
balls.
really want to associate with. Unquote. This
Singular
was the
or
largest
plural?
problem with this ARG. As with Soviet Jump Game, those unfamiliar with ARGs approach this with genuine
bit I
concern,
love,
only
the
to have their
uncle
feelings
character.
betrayed. Even so, this ARG was not
Yeah, but when he's trying to sell something and it's the presentation. It's like how the previous ARG was presenting a fake game from Soviet Russia 30 years ago, but it turns out it's just a game that he's helped produce and is releasing. It's leaning too much on the fact that he's not being transparent. Just like how he's claiming that this is a book his uncle wrote. Some people would understand that it's a bit. Other people will go, oh, he's actually being forced by his mom to then promote his uncle's book. I didn't know there were people who believed the uncle thing.
not nearly as disliked as Soviet Jump Game, as it was self-contained, meaning that it did not pique the interest of a larger crowd that has interest in lost media. That end, this game was easily understood. It cued followers that this was an ARG, done in ways like this interview when Aaron interviewed his quote-unquote uncle.
Where do you get the inspiration for such a great and well-rounded three-dimensional characters?
Very good question. The characters were pulled from all walks of life in my mind.
In the end, the book he was promoting is highly rated. The reviews are following along with the
that's
game
good.
by
He just
referencing
made
Aaron's
Hardy
uncle
Boys
rather
again.
than a critical review about the book. The same can be said for the other Game Grumps developed and published game, Dream Daddy.
Oh, we got
Quote, where you
there.
play as a dad and your goal is to meet and romance other hot dads. Are you ready? Hi, I'm Dad. Unquote. It is impossible to break down the fallout around this game accurately. There are those that want this story to die following the wishes of those involved, but not exactly because their wishes were to get the story correct and not report it in a manner used to fan the flames of a separate existing fire.
But this is going to be here for you guys if you want to watch it. If you need to be informed, you need a better understanding.
Oh, Ding Dong,
Leave
I hope
people
you're
alone on
okay.
this. Aaron, I had mentioned in the previous stream, no, I don't like him. I don't like a lot around like his behavior, but at the same time, as much as people want him to be the big target,
Be
Aaron was pretty
villainized.
disconnected from a lot of this. Some of these decisions were coming from other ends and not really his own.
That was Ding Dong, an ex-employee of the Game Grumps and former co-host of Oni Plays, stating how Aaron is largely detached from Dream
I
Daddy.
love Ding Dong,
that is
but that
because
guy has
viewers were
problems.
using
He
this
has
Dream Daddy
to sort
fiasco
out.
to hate Aaron, and that is why it is important to clarify.
What do you mean by this when he was attacked by so many people? and that he was outed to his family as being gay, something he hasn't mentioned by said also people. I feel there might be some context missing from one side of this or another. Anywho, I continue to play the video.
Find that Aaron was hardly involved. So what is the Dream Daddy controversy? That starts around 2016.
Vernon came to me one day and said, I have an idea. I want to make a dad dating simulator where you're a dad trying to romance other dads. And I was like,
pandering.
I love that. Yes.
Yes, someone
By
will buy
Vernon,
that.
Aaron means Vernon Shaw, a former Maker employee who now works at the Game Grumps. This game had a development time of approximately a year. According to Ding Dong, there was chatter in the office displeased at the game's development. The writing felt underwhelming in the sense that it captured a superficial gay experience.
Way too much attention
Allegedly,
to random
the promoting of the
nonsense to
game
what
felt that
randos
its
say.
representation was being used to deride other games.
I mean, you have named 98.7% of people who are content creators. So I get where you're coming from, but also grandiosely, man's got a point when he's passionate about something. This is what we're referring to right now, actually.
It was this and Ding Dong's own complaints as a gay man that hadn't come forward with these complaints.
From my end, seeing everything, knowing everything about it, it just comes off as nothing but exploitation.
Which I agree. Dream Daddy is just an exploitative of games.
Exploitation of the gay community. Exploitation
made by a bunch of straight people.
In terms of that audience, hoping to prey on teens, the Tumblr crowd, all of that. That's all it reads as to me. I've watched...
Yeah, okay, fair enough. As long as we can agree on that part.
I've witnessed it. I understand what it is.
Being that was in 2017, the time that Super Mega were still
I feel the
part of
question
Game
should
Grumps,
be, is it
Matt
fun
Watson of Super
or
Mega gave
not?
Ding
Was
Dong
it made by
access
gay
to an
people?
early build.
Frontal. The idea that it's pandering towards certain sex as in not sex genitals, but sex as in like sections of people, is the fact that it's made for the purpose of just making money by targeting. It's treated as a commodity factor, not as like a real thing. So it's devaluing this completely to be then sold as a product. What if it's not fun and also made by tourists? It's not, no, but Sonny, it's not even Fujo shit, because Fujo shit actually has care. This was made because somebody went, fuck, Fujos do buy this stuff. It's made by a tourist. Looking at the Fujo shit saying, I could sell that too, and not fully understanding. If it was made by Fujos, then that'd be fine. Because they would have respect. I like how we're getting here. I like how we're getting here too.
Poggers!
Espresso, thank you for follow. Welcome in. But no, the main takeaway is that it's made by people who did not care about the core thing. They just wanted to make money piggybacking off of something. Shout out to Margot. Shout out to Margot. Shout out to Henamimi as well. Fair, I think we've just been friends with Fujos with no taste. That also can be a thing. That, honestly, Henamimi, Margot, both those. Sodacoma, you can do the exclamation mark shout out thingy. Anyone can shout out, by the way. They just can't do the slash shout out, because that has to be a mod or me.
Which is where Ding Dong is drawing his criticisms from. And
yeah, check
how
out
it was
Chicken.
allegedly being advertised.
Ajingus died in her chat. When you go to...
be created.
I don't want to interrupt this part. I'm shitting right now in the floor, steamrolling it back and forth. On God, shit stinks good. Ah ha ha, farting on my roommate's door. Yeah, anyone can shout out anybody. Ain't no way. Yes, way. Now hold on, I gotta... Nah, you missed a bit. If you go to Henamimi's chat if you go to Hennemimi's chat, make sure that you leave flowers for a Jingus's grave, because a Jingus got his third and final permaban in Hennemimi's chat.
And how it was allegedly being advertised as.
I don't like that a bigger gap gets to be created because people who are involved with this get to act so nasty about it and put down like, oh, it's just straight white males. It's like, come on. This is just, especially when it applies to you, that sort of thing should not be a mentality going in with it. You should be focusing on trying to just create something empowering if that's what you want to do.
In these now deleted tweets, Ding Dong states that after he came out with the complaints, none of his fellow employees backed him up, as he later explains in more detail.
We talked to a bunch of people, and one employee specifically even showed us a gigantic email of all these things they want to bring up. We got told later he didn't even send it. Maybe he did, but I got told he didn't send it. I would have believed it because, yeah, we got turned around on by like everybody.
It was not just the fact that he was betrayed by those now staying silent, but it was also the intensity of the harassment that he endured afterwards that made this all awful. Quote, "It'd be an understatement to say that day didn't affect me. My cell phone number got leaked. People were insisting whenever we installed the game.
I didn't make this video.
Extended family was being contacted.
But if your
friends
ears
turned
hear
their
the
backs on
same
me.
voice twice,
it felt like everything
then-
was over."
Alright.
Unquote.
You know, who actually showed us what was actually happening there, because for the longest time the narrative kind of was like, okay, I guess these two guys were just really erratic and they decided to just want to say stuff about this and like ruin their lives needlessly and throw themselves under, but no, it's because behind the scenes we were having people continuously bring it up to us. I wouldn't have cared about it at all if it weren't for the fact that I was seeing it hurting people, and on Julian's end, it was making Julian cry. We would get home and he would be miserable just knowing that everybody at this office is just not able to say anything or do anything here. And while it was a betrayal, not the kind that people really thought it was, did it lead to a lot of bad stuff? Oh, absolutely. I mean, I tried to kill myself the day after. Julian had to stop me, and I'm glad he did.
Julian was also part of Oni Plays and is Ding Dong's boyfriend. This audio is from a 2022 stream where Ding Dong talked about what he went through. There was also two later 2023 streams done. One was with Julian that will also be shown.
Maybe,
A
actually.
lot happened over the holiday season. We didn't have
But
a
the
very
gesture
good
stays
Christmas,
up there.
obviously, and neither did we have a good New Year's. I'm no longer talking to my mom. She took pleasure in a lot of the abuse she did to me when I was younger, so I finally just told her off.
The harassment from fans, being outed as gay to his family, the stressors of the betrayal from his coworkers. What made it all worse is how much of this was sourced from them.
I'm not kidding with this shit. Some of the 4chan threads, do you want to know who made them? Somebody that we actually know. People near us. People who actually did want to sabotage us and ensure no one would ever fucking listen.
Your phone number was impossible to have gotten out.
Yes.
That had to have come from somebody on the inside.
That's why when someone was trying to insist recently, the new narrative is, I think it was his stalker. No, do you know how my phone number got out? Somebody very direct that we knew did it. And I'm thinking of 3 specific people who it could have been.
And I would say 2 of those people. But I don't want to allege anything. But completely unrelated to the topic I just mentioned and what is talked about right now. Man, I fucking hate Super Mega.
Been, but honestly at this point I'll say I think I know exactly who it was, because they were responsible for a lot of this behind the scenes. I was getting warnings since the beginning that it was even happening, that sometimes at the office it was happening, that they were noticing
I don't know what
that
you're talking
in the
about.
web history things were getting posted and being used.
Ding Dong does not specify who this employee was. That's why fans and anti-fans twisting the narrative to be against
Anti-fans.
those who they oppose made it all worse for Ding Dong. That and bad actors were using this story to be predatory.
No, fans made a Discord, quote unquote fans made a Discord, and then started trying to advertise it in streams, and eventually when we caught on to it, we had people who were in it then sending us DMs telling us, hey, there's illegal shit going on here. They're trying to like make timelines. They're trying to figure out like how they can hurt you more, and not only that, but they're preying on like younger
specifically
people
has
who
a
are in your
laundry list
chat.
of being a
And
shit.
they were.
Yeah.
Reflecting on the initial complaints about Dream Daddy and what it ballooned out into makes the initial situation seem small.
Like, I enjoy my edgy humor. For fuck's sakes, I'm a child of Newgrounds. But at least with Oni, they like grew up. some of these fuckers just really are stuck in pre-2012 internet.
It was as straightforward as we were working at the office. People were getting frustrated by this game because they felt it was performative. They felt like there wasn't a lot of effort actually legitimately going into it. They felt like it was just supposed to be, you know, kind of a tool for PR because they were paying a lot of money on PR at the time. There was a lot of complaints about how things were being divided out in the office, all the stuff, all these different complaints. And the funny thing is, looking back on all of it, I don't even take most of it as legitimate now. I just take it as a thing that people were just kind of complaining for the sake of complaining.
Ding Dong has expressed multiple times to not be bothered and not to weaponize his story. He refrains from naming the exact people he suspects are responsible and makes note of the density of the information that is lacking.
If you guys are going to try to do detective work, I promise you, you're not going to go in the right direction at all. Yes, a lot happened. Yes, even more happened than stuff that I discussed during that 15-hour stream than here. If I was ever going to go over with someone just how much we went through, it would take probably like days.
That 15-hour stream is not available. Even the streams that are archived are cut down or cut off the fuller stream.
Heavily.
When creator BoBlacks made a video on Matter while playing sections of the already cut down stream uncontested, Ding Dong left a comment on how BoBlacks' video is clickbait, and that Ding Dong said he did not want a re-upload that was specifically heavily condensed as it was in BoBlacks' video. In a follow-up comment, Ding Dong pins Rant Grumps as a source of misinformation. It appears Ding Dong later deleted his comments, though they remain archived in this video, which exposes a big issue in the matter, in that those that do want to get a deep dive
I didn't get to
and
see the
want to
whole
understand but cannot,
15-hour-long
because the
stream, but I got to
15-hour
see a good
stream is
chunk
not
of it.
up. There only exist snippets of the story which are cut down
I
streams
want to play the
that
golf
Ding
game
Dong
they were
denounces. Some commenters point this out. Quote, I
trying to
agree that
donate
Ding
at-
Dong in that sensationalizing
I'm
situations
sorry.
and pointing figures without knowing the full story is a big problem and makes things worse. Where I think he messed up is admitting he is withholding critical information that he may never release to the public. That will also make the situation worse.
Oh, shut the
as
fuck
he is
up.
creating the idea that whatever the public doesn't know is truly damning, which breeds speculation. Both sides are making a toxic environment where
You'll never
everyone
know.
involved
Move
is
on
being
with the
hurt,
fact that you
which
will
can only
be
be
ignorant
fixed by
to this
someone pulling the
topic.
trigger and telling all, which no one wants to do. There will be a wave of backlash to someone, but then people can finally have closure and move on. I love Ding Dong to death, but he really should have just...
Alright, that word got brought up, and I'll say this. And this might be a point of, like, worldview that not everyone will fully understand, and I get that. I get that. But from my heart, closure isn't real. Because the expectation of the human mind and the reality of the world around you and the fact that it's not just you means that your idea of closure is not fully available. You might get partial closure and then you'll cope and then gaslight yourself into thinking it's real. But event happen, reaction, new event will happen. You can understand it, but you're not going to fully accept it. It's a fundamental part of your psyche. It doesn't go away. Yeah, the scars are there. Accept, move on, and every once in a while, reflect. But past that, there is no closure. There, two very black-pilled statements. Some people will say, I lean more towards gray. There is no such thing as closure, only acceptance. Hope is a poison if you hold on to it for too long. I have condensed the second statement into hope is a poison because, again, I'm very... Chad, I don't have a good outlook on things. That's why I don't have eyes. I have just but pools. But primarily those two. Zen Buddhism? At one point, I floated Catholic.
Note to self.
I don't want to live. Yeah, basically. I floated from the beauty that is being thrusted into Roman Catholic upbringing, then went straight into Buddhism the second that I was actually able to comprehend wider religions, and then plop myself into Satanism when I was able to do drugs. And then realized very quickly into that no, wait, I have the wrong Satanism in front of me. It's the actual one that just explains that you are your own being. And then I took it past all those to go, no, I'm good. I'm just here and we'll figure it out when we die. Optimistic nihilism? That's the closest, I guess. I have a nephew that is a leech on our family. I've done much to help him. He never learns. I can't, in an intellectual sense, continue. At a certain point, it's like, yeah, fuck you. And this is why I say we really need to just bring back beatings. We really need to just be able to take a leg off a side table and just start whacking a motherfucker really hard until they get it.
Name names if you didn't want people trying
Streamer,
to figure
that's
out who he was
abuse. I
talking
know.
about. Just
That's
let
what
it
I
all
went
out
through.
instead of getting mad
That's
about
why
people
it's
trying
like
to know
right
who he
there
was even
at the
talking
hip.
about. The only named person was Matt,
We
and he
need to
apparently,
bring
quote,
back
unquote, did the
shamings.
least.
That too.
Unquote. There is not much that can be said without that
You
15-hour
got mad
stream.
at me for robbing kids yesterday. That's different, Kadath. Where I'm coming from a source of justified discipline. You came from, I robbed kids of their candy at Halloween because it was funny. That's spoiling what is a magical time. Where I'm referring to the strong hand of a righteous path. So you think I should be giving kids candy? At Halloween, it's acceptable. Now you're pushing the parameters of this statement into a wider field where no, we're still just doing kickball in the square.
Only that its cut down
Anyways,
variants
I
have been
must
used
go to bed.
maliciously in
Cat
the
keep
past.
poking me and
This is
making the
partly
bed
the
and
result
making
of
me
a very split
and
community
looking at
of
me
those
longingly.
obsessed with the
Good
Game
night,
Grumps
Muggy.
and
Have a
Aaron
good evening.
Hansen. Fans and
I
anti-fans
legit helped
can
him
be quite
last month to get a
expressive
job.
and ignorant of
He
each
has
other's
a warrant for his
perspectives.
arrest.
But
He
if
got the
anything
job
is
and called me
true,
at 1
it is
a.m.
that
to
the
tell
Game
me,
Grumps
yeah, I'm not
tend
coming
to
home.
harbor a very infamous audience.
All right, well,
You know what,
peace
I gotta
out.
tell you something.
No, you're good.
Aaron's a chill guy. I like him.
Aaron's a chill guy. Creator
But I want to tell
Clash.
you something else.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Chat, we get Creator Clash 3. It's Harley versus LA Beast. It's that big man who punched Aaron Hansen in the face a few times versus LA Beast here. Brand new dad. Most recently ate a bag of chips as old as Adam Sandler. I can't wait. I think it's July. Yeah, they're the main event. Because, of course, Harley's the fucking main event. I didn't even look... Well, I looked at the rest of the card. None of it clicked in my head at any point. But, man. Beast versus Harley? I can't wait. I'll watch it live.
And I get it. There's not a lot of people watching Epic Mealtime in 2022, but the people that watch Game Grumps fucking suck.
That was Harley of Epic Mealtime at the Creator Clash conference, where the matchup was
Is
not
that Michael
entirely
Reeves? That's
even.
Michael Reeves right beside him.
Harley weighs in today at 276.8 pounds.
Ooh. Almost 300 pounds. You fat boy.
Aaron weighs in today at 214.4 pounds.
Why the fuck are they allowing these two to fight each other? It's like fucking UFC 1.
Aaron lost this fight. Apparently, the medic called the fight when Aaron wanted to keep on going. It was for a charity event, so it does make sense in a way. This happened in 2022. The only other major controversy around this time was Dan being exposed. The tweet exposing starting
there
with
you
a
go.
trigger
Sonny, we
warning,
got there.
grooming, pedophilia. It took just 2 days for the user to walk this back. While Dan did sleep with a fan, she was not underage. She was 22. And the main grievance was that he used her for sex and then discontinued communication. As for the channel, Game Grumps, it has been falling in views.
I hate to play devil's advocate, but you're telling me the guy who sings about just constantly wanting to have sex then fucked a fan and didn't continue a relationship with the fan because he wanted to have sex? I'm not saying what he did was right or justified. I'm just kind of saying, you touched the hot stove. What did you expect? We cut back all the way hours previous to the Steel Panther concert that Bud talked about. You expect to get VD from a Steel Panther concert if you fuck anyone in the pit. You don't expect to get love.
Since its peak, going from around getting 60 million in 2018 to 20 million in 2022 to where it has settled somewhat.
Where we're at right now in terms of like
Why
how
is
much
your
we're
feet
making, how many
out?
views we're
Still.
getting, what our staff is, I'm very happy with.
Oh, cold one.
You also have a very dedicated.
Oh, look, it's Fat Cunt. And that son of a bitch who keeps opening up Pokemon packs.
Fan base. I would say like Game Grumps is. There's a lot of people online who have to get a lot more
His
than
feet
you
look
have. A
like
lot
made
more
of
eyes
plastic.
on their stuff.
Yeah,
than you
actually,
have
yeah, that was
to make
weird.
it their job. But you only have to have a very dedicated fan base that's at a much smaller number to survive. And you guys have like a very, very dedicated fan base.
Game Grumps has a unique fan base because the channel is unique. It boasts the most standards of Let's Plays, down from the commentary to the game selection. It does not have to be more than what it is. But it is harder to find any Let's Play channel that has been as consistent as the Game Grumps.
I mean,
Their
I'll give
business
them
approach
that.
of daily uploads is unlike any other Let's Play channel on the platform. Simply put, other group Let's Play channels grow exhausted of one another. The repetition of the work, the complaints of approaches to games, turning a passion into
Hey,
a
I'm
job
Grump,
are all
I'm not
things that
so
lead to
Grump.
burnout. And though the Grumps had no doubt struggled with these, they have pressed on. As a reward and consequence, they have built a very attached fanbase that is as dedicated to watching their daily uploads as the Grumps are in producing them. With so much viewing, there becomes points where less favorable qualities are abstracted. Aaron's complaining comes to mind. His dislike of popular series such as Legend of Zelda or Sonic, which for a period he was an ambassador for.
I
before
will
getting
at
removed
least
from
give
that
Aaron
position.
this. I agree with his.
So if any of you at home are wondering if your voice makes a difference,
Ocarina of
it
Time
does.
is not.
Whenever,
is not a
whenever they
good
would post something
Zelda
with me
game.
in it, and all the comments on Twitter were like,
Ground
"What the
control is
fuck?
here.
Aaron
Ground
hates
control
Sonic.
is here.
Fuck you,
Ground
Sega."
control is here.
They saw them.
This is what
When he
one
plays
very
it
small
perfectly,
section
the
of
game
it
isn't
that
the
dislikes
content,
him
and it
for his
always
critiques
circles
do.
out to people.
Then there are those
Yeah.
that dislike him due to the JonTron era.
Yeah, they
of
always-
Grumps.
well, it's
even though
'cause
John
they're
wasn't
only
doing
allowed to
Grumps
record
for
with
less
so
than a
much
year
time
in a
with
channel
somebody.
that has existed for more than a decade. There are still
He had a
videos
shirt
being
from there.
made
It's a
that go
pinball
into
barcade.
extreme depths in analyzing the
Ah.
real reason John left the game Grumps. There is still a large amount of people that want a satisfactory answer. Then there is the socio-political nature of their relationship. From JonTron's now near 8-year-old Destiny debate to Aaron's hedge response.
God, it has been 8 years since that moment. Jesus Christ. My bones turned to dust.
To it. Expanding on that is his critical nature of those that use slurs, while he was one of those people that did so in the past. But there is also him being critical of himself for doing so. Then there is a general dislike of him in some sections of the animation community. The Sarpello controversy brings the question if there is something causing a deeper divide. But at minimum, it was not through Dream
I
Daddy.
see it.
As Ding Dong clarified, Aaron was virtually not involved, but this expands on another issue. In that the Game Grumps are criticized, many will picture Aaron as he is the largest cog in the machine. This is what it takes to explain only some aspects of why Aaron.
It's an interesting thing, honestly, because at the root of it, yes, Aaron is, while grossly in charge of all of this, he is very detached. And it brings a kind of weird perspective in that, although this is the business he runs and he's very, very passionate about it online to defend it, it doesn't look like he redirects a lot of that energy within it to have a guiding hand. More like he just throws the money. Well, something. There's a name. There's a name he has that can make it racist. Aryan. That's his middle name, right? Yeah. No, I think he's just a little bit mentally slow. But just like how I remember that our dear, sweet, dumb Aaron Hansen also is from Florida, so there are factors that are in play that probably are not in the individual's full control, but they should at least be aware enough to, like, rein in.
Aaron is disliked. There are many different feelings that are not leveled. Even the Rant Grumps subreddit
Yeah,
struggles
that's
with its intensity. It is
Shit
not
beat
easy
out
to
of.
boil down this anti-fandom, especially when their only unifying aspect is their varying degrees of disliking the Game Grumps. While subreddits like these are meant to highlight failures, the Game Grumps are a complete success. Aaron and Dan have created what will possibly be, if it's not already, the longest-lasting consistent gameplay duo.
Yeah, it's
Aaron's
true.
transition through becoming a voice actor, animator, to
They've-
settling
they've
on Let's
pretty
Player
much
gives him room to fulfill
outlasted
other
them
creative
all.
outlets like his music. This is a demonstration of his talents and a range and a wonder of what's to come. To that, one thing is certain. As long as the Game Grumps exist, so will the fans and the anti-fans. Only one section of the audience knows entirely that the other exists.
Whoa, whoa, wait, whoa, wait. Twitter's blowing up, Twitter's blowing up, Twitter's blowing up, and it's JoJo related. Twitter's blowing up, Twitter's blowing up, Twitter's blowing up, and it's JoJo related. Stone Ocean, that already got made. I get horses. Yes! Steel Ball Run confirmed! Fall off your goddamn horse! We're getting Jesus Christ! The best JoJo parts getting animated, and it's not CGI horses. I'm kind of actually upset that it's not cowboy horses or CGI horses now. But holy shit. Holy shit, it's real. I didn't think I'd ever see the day, honestly, especially after Stone Ocean. Oh god, it's gonna be released on Netflix.
Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd throbbing cocks. Ram and cowboy butt. Like a breed of ram wanting to
JoJo
run.
style is real. It's finally real.
Big herd throbbing cocks. Getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep.
Ram Ranch, it rocks. JoJo's love, big hard Jesus cock. They really did no CGI, thank you God. I still would have thought CGI horses would have been funny. That's really good. That's really good. I'm really happy that I got to see this today. Holy fuck. I gotta dump this in one spot. Ram Ranch really rocks. No, don't capitalize everything. Twitter. There we go. Ah, very happy about this. Hi, Tyrant. Welcome in. Go dump girl. I dumped it. I dumped it in the other Discord I needed to. Man. I'm really excited about part fucking 7 getting animated. I'm really stoked to see the mozzarella. And then we'll get a proper animation of this.
なあジョニー 今は歌を思いついた考えたのよ。作詞作曲ジャイロ・ツェペリだぜ。
ずいぶん君暇そうじゃないか。
ピザモッツ
ツァレラピザモッツァレラピザモッツァレラピザモッツァレラ
ピザモッツァレラピザモッツァレラピザモッツァレラピザモッツァレラピザモッツァレラピザモッツァレラレラレラレラレラレラレラレラレラ
Fall off your horse. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait. So many people are going to get upset with everything Valentine does, and then they're going to turn around and be like, man, he was a really good villain. I genuinely wonder, did people actually listen to Vanilla Ice, or was it like a government psyop? Tyrant. Vanilla Ice was one of the biggest things in the world, like how Limp Bizkit was the biggest thing in the 2000s. Just because you weren't aware, like weren't there for it, doesn't mean it didn't happen. In fact, that statement alone shows a great deal of ignorance on your behalf, assuming that if you weren't present during the thing, then it must not be real. For shame on you. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. You know what? We're listening to the Ninja Rap now. Is this just the one that I want? Yeah, that's the one that I want. Thank you, Kadath. I didn't even need to look it up. I just needed to pull up the right browser. Very based. Very cool. Go Ninja, go. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go. Go Ninja, go, go, go. I always just got MC Hammer vibes. Like, what? MC Hammer, also gigantic artist. I don't know what you're off about. Ninja Rap vs. Bat Dance. Who wins? Prince always wins. Prince always wins. There's not an argument here. Prince wins, hands down. MC Hammer's a tech mogul now? That's actually really based. However, it's Calvin Klein sponsor, where he aid wearing the Calvins. Pretend what? What? Where he aid wearing the Calvins pretended AIDS. Oh, wearing Calvins will prevent AIDS. Nah, yeah, not a good look. Not a good look. Where's the turtle? Show the turtles. Okay. Ninja rap, ninja rap. All right, this is great and all, but hold on. No, I don't want the reaction. I don't give a shit about the reaction. Why Eminem wearing that funny suit? Vanilla Ice got warm so Eminem could say the N-word in a couple songs. And then in between both these moments, we got Jim Carrey's Vanilla Ice. Man, In Living Color was such a good show. This is so good. Not the only rap parody Jim Carrey did. I can't remember it, but I'm positive you're correct. That's the bulk of it. You get the joke. He does a very good variant of it, but because it got brought up. Hi, Moffy. Yes, that was in Living Color, and that was Jim Carrey doing the Vanilla Ice. But now because it got brought up, we have to watch the Bat Dance. So reference, the Batman 89 movie is being made, basically done. And they reach out to, like, Warner Brothers asked Jack Nicholson, who do you think should make the music for it? And without missing a fucking beat, he's like, oh, you should get Prince. And Warner Brothers is like, we should get Prince. Okay, we'll reach out to him. And they go, hey, Prince, like, here's the master, or like, here's a copy of the master of the movie. It doesn't have any like music in it. Would you be willing to do the music? They assumed it'd take him a couple months. 2 weeks later, he was like, here's the whole fucking OST. Here's your movie soundtrack. Also, these are all the fucking live Here's the real thing, and I hate interrupting Prince, but it is tied with him. It's the fact that Michael Jackson owns Sony Records. When he was alive, he owned Sony Records. Jay-Z or anybody made anything, Michael got a cut. Just like how Prince also owned a lot of industry. You know what they don't like is when he owned the fucking Beatles catalog, because Michael Jackson did a collab with Paul McCartney, and as an actual statement, which Paul thought was a bit, he casually went, "Hey, if you were to sell the Beatles, how much?" And Paul laughed it off and went, "Oh, like 60 million." So he offered 64. Yeah, in a nutshell, basically everybody else in the industry just hated that two rich black guys own stuff. And you kind of look at the media presence around both Prince and Michael, and you went, yeah, you know what? If you take a step back and kind of just lay it all out, maybe there was a lot of just harmful media influence to paint a very terrible narrative. Michael loved me. You watch hold on. This song's basically done. There's 44 seconds left of the damn stuff. You don't autoplay on this one, right? Okay, thank God. Michael Jackson. There we go. No, just show me. Yeah, there it is. Real Michael Jackson voice. Remember that his voice was a persona? So when he voiced himself in Ready to Rumble, he was just himself. It's nice because a lot of people didn't get that was him when it came out. There's also the fact that parents repeatedly sent their kids to stay with MJ after those settlements out of court. That too, almost like it was set up. I kind of wish Tim Burton made another Batman movie, and that Superman movie he was going to work on with Nicolas Cage. Yeah, that was weird. Jitsu, welcome in. Worst part is that Sony forced Michael to give up all the music he owned. That too! He got fucked over royally. But Michael Jackson... There's not a single one where I can just get his reaction, right? Without somebody being like, look it, haha. I want control of this. I don't want a short. I don't want a YouTube short. I want control of the video. Okay. For reference, Michael Jackson is a perfectionist when it comes to this stuff. And this was post an award show that he had everybody in, so it's very late. Michael doesn't give a fuck. He's there dedicated. Just watch his reaction to every other individual singing. Stranger in Moscow hits hard post-mortem. Oh, but he did not like that moment. What the fuck is this shit? I am a professional! Yeah, he didn't like having to be there and deal with so many other people that were kind of more screeching than singing. Who is it? Opera interview 1993. My dad would whoop your ass if her was here for singing like that. Yeah, pretty much. He's so fucking talented. Jesus Christ. Hi, Mommy Jack. Welcome in. This is how we would develop his music. Yeah, oh god, I forget what song it is, but it's him just kind of like humming along the beat, having like 2 or 3 words in just to be the syllable holder, and then just being like, okay, that's the song, I'll figure out the lyrics later. Don't show me hysteria. I can't go back down the hysteria pipeline like last time. Hey, Static X. Oh, Kadath, this is perfect. So, Wayne Static died 11 years ago. This is Static X from 2023 because now they have a new vocalist who is just dressed up as Wayne Static. Whereas he was cursed by the CIA and Hollywood jealousy. True. It is 1000%. Hey, I hope you guys remember Wayne Static. We miss him. The band was really only Wayne and random other people. Well, there's founding members. He's Robot Wayne. Yeah. So they have utilized Robot version 2 variant to have some dude just dress up as Wayne, but be gray. Sublime did that? Yeah, oh god, they did. Not signed in is crazy. Hello, random chatter with their random alt account? Maybe? Maybe. I found that voice alike. Yeah, the same thing with him. Let me just, like, dump in. But... I'll give him this. He sounds a lot like Wayne. Like... I just kind of wish you would have just had him just sound like Wayne and not dress up like Wayne. I only listened to their first 2 albums. Their first 2 albums are really good. I listened to the discography post-mortem of Wayne Static and went, oh, fuck. Why didn't I ever bother listening to Static X before? Is there anything else like this in this genre? Not really. There's nothing in the vein of like, this guy's dead, but we want to keep the band going. Actually, the complete opposite. Hey, you guys want to hear thrash metal Judas Priest? Push It, Salt and Pepper versus Static X. Who wins? The collab of both. So, back in the 90s, jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Back in the 90s, jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. There was a band called Judas Priest. But the main guy, Rob was like, I don't want to fucking be in this band right now. I'm going to make some random other band, and I'm going to discover John 5, and I'm going to discover Satchel, the guitarist from Steel Panther, and I'm going to make some cool music with them. So in the interim, Judas Priest was sitting there going, fuck, we don't have a vocalist. Enter Tim Ripper Owens. Tim Ripper Owens sounds like, well, just here. Don't remind me how old I am. I'm turning 34 this August. The same time that Bruce Dickinson is also aging up. But I was born 2 minutes to midnight on that day, which is really funny because I share my birthday with the lead singer of Iron Maiden, Bruce Dickinson. Also, I was born the year of the metal goat. Man, everything kind of collapses into that statement is funny. But not funny, haha, funny, that's a lot of coincidentals. I already saw the if you are below this age sticker at the liquor store being post 9/11. That's funny. So, needless to say, we got 2 really good thrash metal albums out of this version of Judas Priest with Tim. And then Rob came back and Rob went, these 2 albums never existed. And I will still say, these albums need to be included in future Judas Priest releases because they're really fucking good and the rest of the band was here. Again, this is not Rob Halford. Ah. But yeah, this is not Rob Halford, but this is Judas Priest, and I'm really upset that we didn't get these in any mega collections. It's stripped from their discography, basically. Except for places like Wikipedia where they're like, yeah, Rob wasn't in the band at this time. That's why these bangers were able to be made. Bam, bam. But now that this is playing, I have to play one other song because it's the same vocalist but a different band. Iced Earth has had a funny time in the last 8 years or so. And we kind of just ignore the fact that I think it was the guitarist. Yeah, the guitarist was a piece of shit. I'm not going to get too far into it. But this album's a fantastic one, which has Tim on the vocals. And this song in particular always tickles my brain really nicely. I don't care about TurboTax. I did my taxes. Holy Roman will broke out and look to the Ugh. God, I love this shit. Sounds like Megadeth. Iced Earth is if you took Metallica and Iron Maiden and you got a good balance between the two. Iced Earth also has an album. No, it's no, Kadath is intentional. No, because you're close. Because Megadeth is like just the bastard offshoot of Metallica. SKZ, welcome in, bud. But no, this band has like an album dedicated to Spawn. If it wasn't for the fact, good morning, bitch. Hello, DJ. Welcome in. DJ, also go to bed. You've been streaming for a long time. Unless you're gonna turn around and say, no, I'm at work, and then I'm gonna question you because it's Saturday. So go to bed, bitch. This isn't Sex in Minecraft. No, this is Tim Ripper Owens, a vocalist that sounds a hell of a lot like Rob Halford. I'm brushing your teeth. That's good. Make sure that you put it all the way in the back. You want to clean those molars. Ooh, no. It's one more. No, two more sections. And then this part continues the solo. Yeah, it's still climbing. It's still climbing. I get everything. I sing for you. I want to get one of those water floss tools. But I'm worried that it's going to blast off some like chunk of hard plaque that I didn't know I had in a back molar, and I'm going to spit it out and go, ah! Water pick. Flint and steel! La 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 la. Honor, he flew with pride in 1918. The battle flyer died. I assume it's just a chemical component of low-grade toothpaste that probably is antibacterial that breeds stronger bacteria in your mouth. Oh, neat! Yeah, banger fucking album. Now, real quick, because it was brought up in question why it's not happening, I will simply look at you and go, listen, I can't, in good conscience, do this 4 times in one stream, so I'll cap it at 3.
Oh, can we show this to the general public? It's just straight up fucking solo. I'm never looking back to
sex in Minecraft.
I'm having sex inside my mind. I'm having sex.
Hydrogen peroxide. Just gargle hydrogen peroxide. I use this Italian toothpaste. No, I'll set it to 69. In my Let me set it to 69, you piece of shit.
There was once a little man that saw the Minecraft movie. But something happened. Something happened in that theater.
Okay, 68 is close enough.
That would change
I ain't coming anyway, so I'm getting edged.
of his life.
No, I use this Italian toothpaste because other countries don't put terrible fucking products. What the fuck is it antibacterial then? Low grade antibacterial doesn't mean it's high grade.
I smell him. I smell Finna. I smell.
Alright, well. Let's just go to our good old friend Google. Sorbitol.
Fresh up is the wish you make. When I'm blowing on the creeper and I see his cake. Don't be a bully and don't be a brute.
It's a type of carbohydrate that falls into the category of sugar alcohols called polyols. Found in some fruits and also commercially manufactured to preserve moisture and add sweetness. Sorbitol, also called D-sorbitol 5074 E420, and D-glucinol is a type of carbohydrate. Sorbitol in toothpaste. It's a sugar alcohol added to toothpaste for sweetening. And
This is the greatest game in the world.
properties. Unlike sugar, oral bacteria cannot metabolize it. It also doesn't contribute to
Long
cavity
time ago,
forming.
me
This
and
is
my enemy
antivirus.
Mike here.
What to avoid in toothpaste?
He was hitchhiking down.
These 7
a
things.
long and lonesome stream.
Fluoride.
All of a sudden,
Yeah, sorbitol is the third one in.
a shiny one guy in the middle.
Used to preserve sweet toothpaste, it is non-nutritional sweetener that can have a laxative effect. It draws water into the large intestines and stimulates bowel movement, and it's thought to be partially responsible for acid reflux.
Well, me and Mike, we looked at each other,
Evolution.
and we ain't said.
Oh, so you defeat it with the Head and Shoulders. Just so happened to be the best game in the world. It was the best game in the world.
Look into my eyes and it's easy to see. And a 1 make 2, 2 and 1 make 3. I gotta
pee.
Once every 100,000 years or so, when the sun does shine and the moon does glow and the grass does grow. Needless to say, the beast was stunned. A whip crack with his whippy tail, and the beast was done. He asked us,
Be you angels? Oh.
And we said no.
I'm singing the real one.
We are but streamers.
Fuck. Whoa.
Couldn't remember, and I was gonna give grandma medicine. Saw the Minecraft movie and said, they told me grandma's medicine is important. But I saw
Chat, unrelated to everything. Warner Brothers confirmed they're developing a new Gremlins and Goonie movie. I can't believe the entire 80s nostalgia period has lasted longer than the 80s and 90s.
It's Minecraft. Look at this. Look at check that. Oh my god. Chicken jockey.
I want Off the Ride. They're both gonna
wait a minute.
suck. They're both gonna suck. Okay, so the only way, and I'm just stealing a Red Letter Media bit, the only way that the Goonies, or not the Goonies, the Gremlins threequel. Yeah, thank you, Sodakoma. Yeah, of course. It's fucking, I love listening to Mike and Jay scream about shit and then Rich laugh in the background. It's very simple. It's gotta just be a remake of the first one. And it's like meta in certain aspects. But otherwise, it's just a remake of the first one. From the perspective of it's real. Because otherwise, like, you're not getting any of the cast back. It's a movie within a movie within a movie. Yeah. It's them filming the remake of the movie that is based off the events that happened, but also all those actors are I'm not pulling up, but there's a Red Letter Media pitch that summarizes it way better than my dumbass can after streaming for 8 hours and 43 minutes. And I don't have food in my belly. I probably should have corrected that, but I had 2 eggs and bacon and toast, and I thought that's good enough. That's good enough, and I'll have a whole new one. So, New Nightmare, but Gremlins, but funny. But funny. Where a New Nightmare was supposed to be really serious in regards to a character that most people at the time looked at as more of a Bugs Bunny than a Mike Myers or a Jason. Which I still kind of just look at Freddy Krueger and go, yeah, I know initially that you're a weird fucking like child rapist and murderer who got torched, but now you are just doing slapstick. Gizmo is real, and Gizmo will be his name when the furries get the hold of him. Please make sure that does not happen. Back, I love taking a hot piss on the job. Don't pee in the baggies and then stick it into an IV slot. That would be a little weird. People don't need that much salt in their system. But ultimately, the Goonies movie is gonna be shit because I feel like the Goonies whole gimmick was that nice, complete little story of just a bunch of friends having an adventure. We don't need any more. Are you a doctor? I am a doctor. Do you need a doctor? I am a doctor. I'm Morbius. Michael Morbius. Morbin and about across the US of A. Shrimps 24/7. Tramps 24/7. Couldn't remember the greatest song in the world, no. It was just a Minecraft movie. Make a new movie with kids on bikes. Spielberg, please. Please. Bud, come to bed with me. I'm gonna go to bed soon, actually. On that note, I'm gonna raid Zuma, because Zuma's with a bunch of people like Turtle and Krabby and Mapey and Harupi. And I can't tell who the final person is. Maybe Bjorn? I'm not too sure. Either way, thank you all for attending stream. Thank you all for multiple slot videos. I get real close. The hat is a giveaway that I will be playing a Mario game in the future. I didn't want to pop it on until I actually did. But yeah, Mario game in the future. I still have, for reference, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more videos to watch. But some of them are, I shit you not, 1 hour 57 minutes 9 seconds. That's a Meat Canyon video, but I have to watch in regards to the topic of this because it's whoo. And then we have that Super Eye Patch Wolf Finish the Story video, which is 2 hours 27 minutes 48 seconds. I expect to see another long form Sloppa stream in the future with a few other ones. Instead of all the small videos sprinkled at the front, I'm gonna sandwich it in. My favorite Mario game is Yakuza, where Majima takes his dick out and slaps the zombie. Hey, DJ, thankfully you're here. Because you're going through all the Yakuza games, you're playing Dead Souls, right? You're playing Yakuza Dead Souls, right? You're playing the third-person shooter game? Yes? Hot damn, you better tell me when you're playing it. I need to see. No, I love Dead Souls. I hope they remake it. I hope they remake it. No one wants it. I want it. Because it's just goofy as shit. Goofiest game I ever saw. Appreciate the hell out of it. Alright, my stomach is at that point where if I don't fill it with anything else, I'm going to start getting really hangry and crotchety and bitchy. And since no one can backhand me, I'm going to prevent this all by maybe eating. I think it was released after 4, so next, after I beat 4, which I'm on, yippee, clippy clap, kick my feeties out. You'll enjoy who shows up in that game if you're ignorant to who shows up in that game. I will just no. It's appreciated, but the effect's not there. But yeah, no, it's got a good cast. I am so ignorant. You're so excited. Hey, all I'm just gonna say is the events in the game happen more closely to 2's conclusion. That's all I'm saying. It falls after 4, but like timeline-wise, it feels closer to 2. That's it. That's what you get. So that's more shifting where characters will show up in appearance. Or if they will. Either way. I'm gonna raid Zuma now. They're playing the Repo game. I want to be blind. Hey, I didn't tell you any specifics besides who you might not see. Awaken, 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 awaken. Take the life, it must be taken. Awaken, 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 awaken. Powers of yours is mine forsaken. Rise upon the 1,000 years of sleep. Bring back forth the age eternity. Why am I singing Moshe Kraken? Because I seen awaken, 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 awaken. And it kind of just triggered. Alright. And the ads are done now. I can finally go back in. Okay, cool. Shut up, DJ. I'm going to bed. I'm gonna take off jeans because I don't know why I've been wearing jeans for this long. And t-shirt that the back of it's starting to get a little sweaty. Which is not good. It's so cold without you. Baby girl, I know I'm a human heater. I'm there in a little bit. Calm down. Alright. You all have a good fun time with Zuma. I don't have a raid message in mind, so as always, we'll just use the most appropriate one. Have fun time with Ret. Let me check one thing. Have good time. Enjoy. I will be back. I will be back later tonight / today, depending on your geographical the positioning. And I will be enjoying Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Because I hate my hands and want to die. We came from the balls, now we here. Started from the bottom, now we went up the urethra. Started from the bottom, now I'm unfortunately stained upon the underside of this desk. I will dry to this cubicle underside. Stained for all time, never to be scrubbed. Okay, get the fuck out. Or go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. If you need to. I'm looking at you, DJ. Go to bed. I'm gonna make myself a small meal. Not a lot on the stomach, but enough to fill it. I'm actually probably just gonna slam a bunch of water. But yeah, water, bed, food. These 3 things in some order. Do them. Bed? Okay. Omni, you're at work. You probably can't. You're pissing on the clock. I will now shuffle you all this mortal coil to a funny rat and other funny individuals who will probably Mario blow themselves up. And with that, I bid you all fuck off and die. I'm going to bed. Goodbye. Oh yeah. I have a Discord if you want to go to it. I have a throne that you can shoot off things to, but please remember, I'm in Canada. So use appropriate websites adjacent to that because they won't ship internationally. Socials? If you want to follow me on any cringe websites?
Note to self. I don't want to live.
And I have YouTube if you want to watch various VODs and then see how much YouTube's shitty fucking system slowly peels away bit after bit of it. You'll be okay. But with all that, fuck off and die. I'm gonna kill myself with a rope, a long enough piece of rope to tie a noose, and then asphyxiate that to a ceiling. Shut up and raid out a Jenga. Tell him to kill himself. Also, DJ, don't add yourself to the list of people who are calling me daddy. You're on the list with Harful now. Alright, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. I love you all, good night, good night. Trip down the stairs, fall down these stairs.
Domain expansion, immaculate crack rock.
Come rope.
Gay.